On July 31, 2022, the recorded price for Ethereum, taken on or around midnight, Central Standard Time, was 1,694.38. This price recorded was up 129.91, from 1,564.47. The price recorded on July 24, 2022, down 14.27, from the price recorded the day before, on July 30, 2022. On August 1, 2022, the recorded price was 1,693.53, up 129.06 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but again down 0.85 from the price recorded the day before. On August 2, 2022, the recorded price was 1,590.46, up 25.99 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, but down 129.06 from the price recorded the day before. On August 3, 2022, the price recorded was 1,639.20, up 74.73 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022 of 1,564.47, and up 48.74 from the recorded price from the day before. On August 4, 2022, the price recorded was 1,620.36, up 55.89, from the recorded price on July 24, 2022, but down 18.84 from the price recorded the day before. On August 5, 2022, the recorded price was 1,659.43, up 94.96 from the price recorded on July 24, 2022, and also up 39.07 from 1,620.36, the recorded price on August 4, 2022, the day before. On August 6, 2022, the price recorded was 1,712.14, up 147.67 from the recorded price from July 24, 2022, and up 52.71 from the price recorded the day before.
Socratibus distinguor sophroniscum non alium habet patrem even patrem. Even, however, if we could admit and render, brother of James, this extension of genitive and kindred would not justify its further extension to the relation of friend, and the same objective applies to Petrus, brother of Damanus, as to whom Fabric Tom XSI P88 Tom XXI P814. Saint Jerome, writing about 60 years after the death of Eusebius, speaks of him as the friend, eulogist, and companion of Pamphilus. Epilogue ADV Rufin I 9 Ipse Eusebius amateur et preco et contubernals Pamphili tres libros scripsit elegantissimos vitam Pamphili continentes. Again, the preface to his translation of the work of XIII Eusebius on the names of places in Holy Scripture. Jerome mentions that he took his surname from the blessed martyr Pamphilus, while the preface to his commentary on Isaiah and elsewhere he calls him simply Eusebius Pamphili. It No, if it seems strange that Jerome, who lived in the next generation to Eusebius, has failed to give a correct paraphrase of his adopted name, we must remember that Latin, not Greek, was Jerome's native language, and that in the preface to his translation of the Chronicon of Eusebius, he speaks in the strongest terms of the difficulty of rendering the peculiar and, so to speak, the native idiom of the language. On this point, the Greek writers of church history are better witnesses than Jerome. Socrates, in the first words of his ecclesiastical history, circa 430 AD, calls him simply, without any comment on the surname, calls him some strange Greek writing name, and without any comment on the surname, which ought therefore be taken in its usual and well-known sense. Okay. On this point, the Greek writers of church history are better witnesses than Jerome. Socrates in the first words. I've already gotten that part. I've lost my spot. Okay, Sozomen, a contemporary of Socrates, in his Hist Ecclesi I 1.9 writes more strange Greek writing, and which may imply a patronymic and may be illustrated by Xenophon. Euconom, which is spelled Xenophon, Xenophon, and Oeconom is Oeconomvei.3, and then a bunch of Greek words. In a much later age, Photius, Epist 73, begins a bitter invective against the reputed heretic with the words Eusebio v. Ot 2 Tou Pamphilo Pamphilou Eite Delo Doulov Eite Sunhik V Sunhqh and then V. Upon this, the editor Beletta makes the usual remark that Eusebius was the disciple and friend of the martyr Pamphilus, from whom he took his surname. But it is evident that Photius himself either was or pretended to be ignorant of the actual meaning of the title. In his insolent insinuation, Ayit Diolo V, which is Eite Doulov, is of course rightly rejected, as we have seen by Fabricius Bishop Lightfoot in the article already referred to, writes with just indignation. It was either a blundering literalism or an ignoble sarcasm which led Photius Ep 73 Beletta to suggest the IX explanation that he was the slave of Pamphilus. Any man might have been proud to wear the slave's badge of such a devotion. We come at last to the positive testimony of one who at least knew the proper sense of the title. And it's a Greek word. I don't know Greek, so when I say a Greek word, that's the reason, because I can't read Greek. Okay, the oldest MS of the Preparatio Evangelica, Paris, in 451, has a scholion on the passage I3 Vig 7c3, which refers to the works of earlier Christian writers. Such say the scholiasts as were holy Justin Athenagoras, which is spelled Justin and then Athenagoras, Athenagoras, Tatian, Clement, the author of the Miscellanies, Micellanies, Origen, and moreover Pamphilus himself, the father of our present author Eusebius. Dr. Harnack, in his description of this eminence in Texte U, utters such, spelled Texteu, period, UNTERSUHCH, remarks on his scholion. It is worthy of notice that Pamphilus is described as the father of Eusebius. So obscure already was the scholiast historical knowledge. In a footnote to this passage, Dr. Harnack asks why Pamphilus is mentioned here at all. Did the author perhaps think of Lucian, or allow himself to be misled by the title of the Apology for Origen? Again, on p. 177, Dr. Harnack says, this scholion is of later origin. Add to this that the learned Arethusa cannot have supposed Pamphilus to be the father of Eusebius. As to Dr. Harnack's first objection, there is nothing to surprise us in the scholiast's mention of Pamphilus as one of the recent authors of whom Eusebius might have been thinking. His literary work was of a different character, less popular and less generally known than the writings of the apologist previously mentioned, and for these reasons, as it seems, the scholiast, in adding his name to theirs, introduces it by the words, and it's Greek words. Dr. Harnack's passing remark that the scholion is of later origins is not accepted by his very learned co-editor Oscar V. Gebhardt, who made a most careful examination of the codex and assigned this particular scholion to the ex-hand of Arethusa himself. Texte U Unters, Texteu, period, UNTERS, I3, 183 and 70. Thus, instead of an ignorant scholiast of a later age, we have the learned Archbishop Arethusa asserting that the title is to be understood in its proper sense. Eusebius, son of Pamphilus, And this we shall find to be consistent with all that we know of the relationship between Pamphilus and Eusebius. Pamphilus, we know, was many years older than Eusebius, was the director as well as the partner of his studies, and is always mentioned by him in terms not only of admiration and affection, but of the most profound respect. Thus he calls him the great glory of the diocese of Caesarea, most admirable of men of our time, of all my companions by me most fondly regretted, a man most glorious of the martyrs of our time for every virtue. The name to me thrice dear, a man who, though his whole life stone, preeminent in every virtue, and when we add to such language the still more remarkable expressions quoted by Bishop Lightfoot. Okay. I need to watch how I do this. I lost my Lightfoot. From Curtin's edition of the Syriac Martyrs of Palestine, that heavenly martyr of God, my Lord Pamphilus, for it is not meet that I should mention the name of the holy and blessed Pamphilus without styling him my Lord, with such testimony of filial reverence. We can hardly doubt that when Eusebius adopted the patronymic O Pamphilo, he meant it in its full and proper significance, that henceforth he would call no man father save this best and dearest friend of his early manhood. How else, as Bishop Lightfoot says, could he express the strength of his devotion to his friend, who was more than a friend, than by adopting his name?
The power of books to transform the minds and personalities of their readers can Rarely, however, is the perception carried to this extreme.
The numinous quality of a book of magic could resemble that of a liturgical or devotional book, and in some cases the distinction between a devotional and a magical work could be obscure. The Chronicle of Saint Denis tells how in 1323 a monk of Marigny was found to possess a book of devotions inspired by curiosity and pride, although he claimed to have been inspired rather by visions of the Virgin Mary. In her honor, he had had many images of the Virgin painted on his pages. He thus sought to renew the heresy and sorcery known as the Ars Notoria, which involves the use of special figures, contemplation of these figures amid prayer and fasting, and invocation of mysterious and presumably demonic names, all for the sake of knowledge, wealth, honor or pleasure. His own book promised such rewards, but required invocations, the special copying of the book, at great expense, and the inscription of one's name in the book itself 2 times, the physical object, in other words, needed to be customized for its user. This book was so evil, the Chronicle declares, that judges at Paris consigned it to the flames. 21 In other cases the boundary between devotion and magic was complicated by various factors, the combination of devotional and liturgical material with natural magic. 22 The tendency in books of conjuration to juxtapose formulas for invoking angels, demons and spirits of neutral or indeterminate standing, and the use of prayers to God for power over demonic and other spirits. Thus, when the necromantic plot against Benedict XIII was divulged in 1406, an investigation produced a coffin filled with books of prayers as well as conjurations. It is impossible to know whether even the prayers were orthodox or deviant. Tales of sorcerers' apprentices emphasize that the wondrous powers of a magical book are not easily controlled. One exemplum tells of a pupil who reads a chapter from his master's magical tome and thereby arouses a tempest which can be quelled only when the master comes back and reads a chapter equal in length. 23 One might say that in such a tale it is not the book itself but the magic it contains that is powerful and uncontrollable. The emphasis on use of a chapter of equal length suggests that the process of reading may have magical, quantifiable efficacy distinguishable from that of the specific contents. The Book of Consecrations. Perception of a book of magic as possessing numinous power is not merely an obsession of the inquisitors, it is grounded in the writings of the magicians as well, who guarded the secrecy of their writings perhaps mainly for fear of detection, but also out of a sense that the books themselves were sacred objects. A late medieval book of demonic magic is in at least one respect decidedly not like a cookbook. If one discovers that the recipes in a cookbook tend to come out badly, one may reasonably wonder whether there are errors in detail, whether, for example, the author meant a teaspoon rather than a tablespoon of salt, or a pinch and not a pound of nutmeg, but to take the faulty book to a priest and have it blessed would normally be thought eccentric at best. Yet that, or the rough equivalent, is indeed what a late medieval necromancer might have done with a defective book of magic. We might suppose that verbal flaws in the conjurations were partly to blame. 24 But, as we will see, the variants in late medieval necromantic texts seem to have been so common that a practitioner might have despaired of ever finding a flawless text to recite. In any case, the problem of verbal flaws was perhaps not the necromancer's greatest concern. A short, anonymous work called the Liber Consecrationum, Book of Consecrations, which circulated in late medieval manuscripts in varying forms, makes clear that the book itself was a sacred object requiring elaborate consecration, and that its contents might lose their magical efficacy. 25 According to this Book of Consecrations, the magician must seek to recover the lost efficacy of his formulas by subjecting the book itself to an elaborate process of recharging, or reconsecration. The prologue to this work insists that its proceedings are especially valuable, being dedicated to the names of God, and should not be used in vain. By invoking God's names, the exorcist or operator can renew the power of a magical experiment which has lost its efficacy. Many people seek to achieve great works, and possess writings by which they will attain their desire, but they accomplish nothing, because their experiments are corrupt. The operator must refrain from every pollution of mind and body, and for 9 days must be abstinent in food and drink, must keep from idle or immoderate words, and must be clothed in clean garments. On each of these days he must hear Mass, carrying this book with him and placing it on the altar during the Mass, which seems to assume the celebrant's complicity, if the owner of the book is not in fact himself a cleric. He must execute this procedure devoutly, with prayer and fasting, so as to attain knowledge of sacred mysteries, and then he must carry the book back home. He should have a secret place, sprinkled with holy water, in which he can place the book, after binding it with a priestly cincture and a stole placed in the form of a cross. Kneeling toward the east, he must say 7 psalms, presumably the 7 penitential psalms, the litany, meaning the litany of the saints, and a further prayer before opening the book. Then he may open the book with humble devotion and with heartfelt desire that God may sanctify and bless and consecrate this book, devoted to his most sacred names, so that it may fully obtain the power it should have, that it may have power for consecrating the bond of spirits and for all invocations and conjurations of spirits, and likewise all other experiments. These instructions are followed by a prayer, to be said after the litany of the saints, actually 3 prayers of varying length. The first is a plea that God may hear the operator's prayers despite his unworthiness. Second, addressed to Christ, repeats this central entreaty, and asks that he may consecrate this book. By the power of these your most sacred names, on Jesus Christ, Alpha and O, El, Eloi, Eloi, Sithathith, Eon, Sepmelematon, Ezelphates, Tetragrammaton, Eliaram, Ryan, Desarian, Eristion, Isionis, Onella, Basin, Moing, Meshes, Suther, Emmanuel, Sabaoth, Adune, and by all your secret names which are contained in this book, so that by the virtue, sanctity, and power of these names this book may be consecrated and blessed and confirmed by the virtue of the sacrament of your body and blood, so that it may effectively, without any deception, and truly obtain the power that this book should obtain, for consecrating the bond of spirits, and for consecrating all corrupt experiments, and that they may have the fullness of virtue and power for which they are ordained, through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, who is seated on high, to whom be honor and glory throughout unending ages. Amen, 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 Amen. This second prayer then invokes all the heavenly powers to bless the book. The third and briefest simply calls upon Christ to bless the book. The procedure is then complete. If the operator later wishes to consecrate a particular experiment, or add a new one, he should use a series of further prayers, along with which he must say the Confiteor, take holy water, and make the sign of the cross on his forehead. At all times he must take care that this book, which the wise adepts, Sapientissimi Physicae, dedicated to God's holy names, not fall into the hands of the foolish. Why this caution might be necessary becomes especially clear toward the end of the supplementary prayers, in which the exorcist or operator specifically requests power to summon malign spirits from wherever they may happen to be lurking. The mentality of the necromancers and their opponents. It would be a mistake to think of necromancy as a peripheral phenomenon in late medieval society and culture. Secular as well as ecclesiastical courts took it seriously and at times executed those charged with its practice. Monarchs and popes as well as commoners lived in fear of becoming its victims. This fear may have been in some cases or to some degree feigned or pathological, but it was also grounded in realistic awareness that necromancy was in fact being practiced, and in an almost universally shared conviction that it could work. The history of magic sometimes claims a place in academic study as a field within intellectual history. This claim is plausible when the subject is a writer such as Al-Kindi or Marsilio Ficino, deeply concerned with the practical operation of magic but also with the philosophical principles by which magic worked. This is not the type of material I will chiefly be examining in this study. The focus here will be formulas of frankly demonic magic, with only the most meager of intellectual pretensions. I wish to suggest, perhaps perversely, that such a text nonetheless repays close examination. The rites contained in a manual of necromancy are flamboyantly transgressive, even carrying transgression toward its furthest imaginable limits, and in today's academic environment one might justify studying them on these grounds. I am impelled more by a simple urge to grapple with late medieval culture in its entirety, including its most problematic and conflicted manifestations, warts and all, to use a fitting cliché, and to explore how the underside of the culture related to the side more often displayed. This too is part of the historian's challenge of discerning how things made sense in an alien culture. First, then, the surviving necromantic texts provide a useful starting point for the sources of late medieval magic. Certain aspects of the necromancy laid out in these writings are clearly derived from the Arabic tradition of astral magic that became widely diffused in Europe from at least the 13th century onward. At times, as we shall see, the experiments are indebted to Jewish magical traditions, whether explicitly or implicitly. Although the impact of Jewish magic on the forbidden rites of Christendom has been less studied and is harder to trace in detail than the influence of Arabic tradition, there are even materials in late medieval necromantic manuscripts closely resembling the magic of antiquity. It is often tempting to suppose that the forms of magical practice are essentially similar across cultures and throughout time, or at least over a very extended long duration. Indeed, one might easily be persuaded that there is a history of the uses of magic and reactions to magic, but not a history of magic itself. Virtually every magical technique one encounters appears so deeply rooted in tradition that magical practice seems essentially timeless and perennial. Indeed, it is possible to cite analogues and possible sources for late medieval magic from widely diverse cultures. In search of such parallels, one could wander endlessly through thickets of the history of magic, from the Greek magical papyri of antiquity, through Arabic and Byzantine sources, and onto the grimoires of the early modern era. Yet when certain more or less well-defined classes of practitioner take an interest in magic, they will adapt to their own use forms of magic taken from various sources. If the history of magic is to be anything other than a night in which all cats are black, it must attend to the characteristics of specific mélanges of magical tradition. The chief purpose of this study is therefore not to trace the history of individual elements but to reconstruct the configurations into which these elements enter, the patterns of magical practice worked in a particular historical setting, the relationship between these forms of magic and other aspects of the culture, and the perceptions of magic within that culture. Furthermore, we cannot understand the opposition to magic in late medieval Europe without knowing fully what sorts of magic were being practiced in that culture. Apart from the exemplar by Caesarius of Heisterbach and others telling of the dangers of necromancy, there is considerable literature by late medieval theologians directed against these practices. For instance, the Paris theologians who in 1398 issued a general prohibition of magic were clearly aware of necromantic practices and concerned to eradicate them. 26. The theological literature against necromancy is incomprehensible without knowledge of the necromancer's formulas, and has at times been seriously misunderstood. 27. Nor can we understand the virulence of the critics' assault on magic without knowing the purposes magic was believed to serve. The glorification of the transgressive and the vilification of persecutors has perhaps too often blinded us to the recognition that much magic was intended for sexual coercion and exploitation, or for unscrupulous careerism, or for vigilante action against thieves that could easily lead to false accusations. I do not propose to moralize about these activities, but as a corrective to naive romanticizing I do want to make clear the kinds of magic one can expect across the whole ancient world. Divine signs in the movements, color, size, shape, and texture of the internal organs of the animals they sacrificed to the gods. Divination from entrails is not disconnected from divination from birds. That birds of prey are favored as sign-givers already highlights the connection with animal meat, and Greek tragedians make the link with extispacy. When in Sophocles' Antigone Tiresias gets a negative signal from both his sacrifices and strange bird behaviors, he explains that the whole food chain has been polluted by the birds feasting on tainted carrion introduced into the food chain from the unburied corpse of Polynices. Prometheus's punishment stands as an iconic connection between the two practices. For refusing to give Zeus information, he is punished by having the archetypal bird of divination, Zeus's eagle, repeatedly eat out his own liver, the central organ in extispacy. The entrails as a whole were also a part of human physiology is presumably not far from the surface of the consistent fascination with these organs. It may also help to explain the greater salience of divination from entrails in military contexts, where the human version of such organs would have been easily observable. Examples of the so-called humbaba face make the point graphically. These representations of human-looking faces fashioned out of animal intestines
Yeah.
And while I'm boosting content, I'm getting blocked. So
Oh.
I'm actually shooting myself in the foot because I'm boosting content, and all these people don't want to see all my content all the time.
Okay.
So
You're
I
being
don't-
blocked by the Minds users who do not want to see your boosted content. Okay.
Yep.
But the boosting helps with your page views, helps with the revenue for the pro page, right?
I don't think so. I
Oh.
don't think so because the Minds Plus, like if you boost the Minds Plus thing, it goes to everybody. It doesn't go to just Minds Plus users.
Right.
So 50 people could see a blank screen,
Mm-hmm.
and then one person might see it and say, "Oh, that's cool," or they just might scroll by. So
Mm-hmm.
lately,
I've noticed
the
I'm blocked all over the place. I have boosted a lot of content, and there is a large minority group on Minds that just automatically blocks anyone who has a plus on their account or
Yeah.
the boost. And I'm
Yeah.
talking, I've run into people that looks like we would get along great. We're on the same page with nearly everything, and way I find out I'm blocked is I go to give them a thumbs up and cannot interact.
Wow. Really?
most annoying thing on Minds, you go to give someone a thumbs up, and it's like, I'm not allowed to say. I'm not even allowed to say that was a nice post. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they blocked you?
Well, they're pissed off. I mean, they're literally pissed off. And then you mention it to frickin' Bill, and he's like, "Oh no, nobody's treating the average Minds channels like shit. They're all getting along, holding hands and frickin' sing come whatever the hell that is, you know." Like everybody's just doing great on the regular Minds platform. They're not pissed off at all.
I'm going to tell you, the reason I went plus to begin with was I got tired of seeing the vent humper every time I logged in. Everyone remember the vent humper?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I got tired of seeing it. I went plus just to not see it.
The vent humper when you log on. I don't remember seeing that.
I'm not.
I got.
I don't know about a
logged in.
vent humper.
Yeah, someone got to troll. They got like 800 tokens or something phenomenal like that. And it was like from a cartoon where it looked like the guy was humping an air vent.
Oh, he's involved.
He put like an entire 800 tokens down on it. So
He's involved.
It wasn't going away.
He doesn't do
Maybe
that
it's
no
because
more.
he knows you work on air conditioners. Maybe he's supporting.
No. Hey, check this out.
He's telling you. a
The
message.
dude came back, and now he dresses up like a freaking Nazi, and he
Oh,
freaking
boy.
masturbates on the freaking camera.
Shut
dude.
up. No, he
I'm
does
not lying to you. The dude is freaking sick. It's you.
What kind of
Yeah.
twist?
I can't remember what his username was, but I remember it had something to do with poop. I think
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I
These people
blocked
are-
him, and somehow he got unblocked, and I went on my regular thing, and there's a freaking dude dressed like a Nazi with a mask on, masturbating in the camera.
Right now?
That,
No,
no, not
not-
right
not
now.
right
He's
now.
talking about this. Wait, wait.
That's the kind of shit that I think should be automatically like off the platform. We shouldn't have to even be subject to that. But
But you know,
You're
that's
subject
good. That's
to
a
any
good
platform.
segue. That's a good
Yeah,
segue into this thing I wanted to ask you guys' opinion about, which is the new silent voting, because apparently it helps you streamline the stuff that you see on your newsfeed.
it's
What do you
killing me, dude.
Yeah.
Killing me. My engagement is gone. I have I've boosted 400. Like I've given away 400 tokens in the last week. I've gotten maybe 1,000 views.
I see.
I've
Well, is it
given up
because
on
so,
Boost.
but you can see it in your engagement stat, not just because you don't see the number of downvotes on your post.
It's because once somebody downvotes your page, they don't see your page no more.
Oh,
You know,
I see.
so if they downvote one of my posts, they're downvoting pretty much all my posts now.
But why would you want people who downvote your post to be still on your your
Yeah,
page?
I'm the same way. Like, I don't want everybody seeing my stuff. being honest with you.
I understand it. Sorry.
I mean, I don't. All I want is I want people who are seriously wanting to see my content. If you don't like my shit, don't watch it. Don't look at it.
But I guess Moose's point is, even if they downvote your page, they're still visiting your page.
Like, so they like other posts. Like, they may not like the picture of like the lady in the red robe or whatever. You know, she might have too much cleavage, so they downvote it, right?
Yeah.
But then the next picture is a picture of some guy like praying or sitting. You know, just something different. But I want to bring up, guys, I have a big problem right now with this place because I'm bringing people from all over. I'm bringing business owners. I've actually like put in a lot of money into this, and none of my affiliate stuff is going through. None of it. I've emailed Bill. I've emailed Jack. Like, they keep like sending it from one person to the next person. Now it's at Ryan, and that's when they change the platform. Like, they're going to change it soon. They're going to change it so that way the likes aren't where we get our money from or we get our stuff, right? So it's going to be affiliate, and if their affiliate shit's broken, then how are you going to get paid, and how can you trust that?
Right.
Because now I've invited over 10 members. I've invited 3 that are plus members. I even made another account, made it a plus member, because I was like, these guys are just bullshitting me, or it's actually broken. And so I showed them it's broken, and they're literally not doing anything.
How are you showing it to them? Do you record a video and you send it to Bill, or do you actually, do you know how to log a GitLab ticket up their GitLab repo?
No, I've never done that. I've talked to
Mark.
Talk to Mark.
Mark
Edworthy. Yeah.
All right.
I can help you as well. I can help you log a GitLab ticket as well.
Yeah, Thon's good with it too, or Tan.
Because
I keep calling him Thon.
Because I've noticed that I have an account on GitLab. I clone their code repo and I tinker with it a little bit. And whenever there's a problem, I log a ticket straight into their GitLab project, and I often get pretty quick response and action on the issue.
Okay.
So,
well, their response to me was that once a user signs up and they're not connected to my account, it doesn't matter. Like they can't go back and connect them to my account.
Oh, I see. So you mean they signed up without using? They signed up without using your affiliate link?
No, they signed up with the affiliate link, but it did not work. And then I did it because 2 people that I know personally did it and told me because I sent them the link, and then they signed up. So I said, okay, this isn't possible. Like, you guys are lying to me.
Yeah.
So I signed up another account.
Okay.
I paid the $7 for 1 month, and I still did. I have no record of any of that. I have no there's a list that shows you who you've referred, and these guys aren't on my referral list, and it automatically subscribes you when you sign up under your referral. You will know because you'll be signed up for who referred you.
Right. Okay.
So
they should be able to track that in all, in their local internal stats. They should have have traceability of all that, right? So that if you're saying something that is true, they should be able to show that from their stats, right? Yeah.
I don't know. I hope so. I mean, that's what I would hope. They're the ones at the business. Sorry.
No, I was just telling him you were saying you had no idea how to address it. That's what your concern was, how to be able to get it reconciled. And that's why they're saying Mark is the guy to talk about that.
I'll search GitLab to see if there's any issues logs similar to what you're experiencing. If not, just describe it on the general. Oh, I think you left general room. Let's just put some verbiage of what the problem is in Roger's Roger's live stream room, and I just copy paste it into a GitLab ticket.
Yeah, I get a little heated with some of these people online because I take this place seriously. I take it
Yeah.
like I don't know. I want to be around people that are winners. I want to be around people that want to like do something better, like not just
Yeah.
the
But the
mediocre
other thing,
bullshit.
Moose, is because I've seen your interaction with the other folks
I
on
know
general,
I need to calm
and
down.
yeah, no, the thing is, mine is a melting pot of different types of people, right? And then once in a while, you're running to people whose verbiage is not up to your liking. It's just a different way. I think the how you that thing that you spoke up about you know uh, possible racism from your view, it's probably
Right.
just a misunderstanding of the reading of people's messages, right?
And I get that, but it's more of a perception thing. Like if we walk into a room and I've got some dude I'm trying to sell mines to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the kind of stuff he sees, like if I see that somebody else could be offended, I
Mm-hmm.
really don't give a shit what people say. Like I mean, we
Mm-hmm.
could sit here and have a
But
conversation, however, I'm fine with it.
but
But
that's an education thing that you need to tell your people that you bringing onto mine, that mine is
it is
made
a
up of,
melting pot.
yeah, it's made up of a whole bunch of different people. When I joined up to mine, I encountered some really shocking people that I wasn't used to encountering. But it's and
But
then
see, in the
you
general,
separate yourself from that group of people. So I think on Minds right now, I'm not seeing those bad interaction anymore. But I know that there are people on Minds who are very, very questionable, right? It's just like it's a different silos of group of people on the platform that you just have to disassociate yourself with and just do your own thing and let them congregate
but
on
see
their
what
own.
he's saying is for the same reason like I left general. It's because this is the general chat room. Why am I being? And then this, I had, like I said, I've been on mine for some months before I really started being active. And then when I started talking, I was getting called Nick. I don't appreciate that. If you have a problem with me, you can address it respectfully because I'm not going in here calling you honky, cracker, white, stupid,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
none
yeah,
of that. Like, I'm not doing that. So
yeah.
there's no reason for you to be calling me a Nick. If you and then what is the problem with me? Oh, because other people talk to me. No, I don't play that because I can take real nasty too, but I'm not doing that. So I just walked away. But I get what he's saying. This is the general chat. Get your shit together and figure it out. Get your own little private racism chat room and you do that racist bullshit there. I promise I will not show up. But
Exactly.
when I come to general, I feel like I should be welcome. Am I not welcome? They don't make it a welcoming environment to be calling me a Nick. Triggered a Nick, like I said,
But Mark
go to the
Mark
corner store
defended
and
you,
say it.
right? So again,
No,
general is made up of various kinds of
Roger
people.
defended me. Roger defended me.
Hey,
Roger was
I totally see where you're coming from, and I just want to say that general chat should be like walking into a grocery store. It's
yeah,
a
nice
public area.
welcome. Right.
It's like when you
Respectful.
walk in, like if you see this kind of like crazy shit, people get kicked out of the store. They don't just sit there and have all this crazy shit going on, right? And
Thank you.
it's
There
like
should be some type of control. Exactly.
it's just a level of respect that we should all
Yeah,
have, and I understand that
true.
there's like
And
little kids on here, I think,
you should
and they're
speak
not
up.
supposed to be. But
You should speak up for your rights. I mean, it's the general room is for all, right? And then, okay, so Karma left, Moose left, and now the people who made those statements, they've already left. I
No. I
don't think
still
that serves
listen.
any purpose. You speak up, get the wrong right, and stop people from doing that again. And so if you leave, well, what do you expect? That they're gonna keep doing the same thing?
But see, I should not feel like I have to leave. I came to join general because I learned so much. Why
Yeah,
do
you
I have to
shouldn't
feel
have to leave.
you
You
know what I
shouldn't
mean?
have left. That's what I'm
I know
saying.
I'm still in the chat. I
Right.
just no longer post in the chat.
The streams so that I can see if the audio is working. Give me a second real quick, do the sound check so that I can see. Kick is working fine. Okay, give me a second. Rumble is up. Waiting now to hear from the streams. There we go. So that I can. X is up. I'm gonna create a broadcast and post it. Okay. Live stream. Gaming with Infamous. Going to give it another shot. Frames. There we go. So that I can. X is up. I'm gonna create a broadcast. Okay, so we have that going. Now let's go to YouTube and check YouTube out. See how it's sounding. Let's go to YouTube and check YouTube. Okay, YouTube sounds good. It's up and running. So we have everything up and going. I want to apologize about the last stream that I had. The audio was out, and I got that straightened out, hopefully. I should probably double check that to make sure, but let me find out real quick. Alright, so apparently everything is up and running, but I have to find something that I can do a quick audio test with. See what that sounds like. Alright, so that actually worked out. It came out pretty good. Alright, so we are good to go. And 1 minute over the start, so that means I can do my countdown and we can get going. Looks like I'll be doing this one on my own today, which is fine. I do have to go over some of the stuff that I covered before. I know that I had some issues that happened, so I've got to go through and kind of review some of the stuff that I did before, because yeah, I messed that all up, didn't I? Well, anyhow, just to let everybody know, I am doing a lot of uploads. I have a crap load of games that are scheduled to come out for 2025. Right now, so far, I have everything scheduled all the way up to April, and I'm working on trying to get my content up and going as soon as possible. Not only that, but I am also transferring some videos over to Rumble as well as X. That's going pretty good too, so I do have that in the works. And I have uploaded all of my Modern Warfare, or Call of Duty videos. So now, after that, what I'm going to be doing is putting out Asura's Wrath, I believe is what it is. It'll be out next after that. So I do have that scheduled and ready to go. So that's basically what's happening there. I was going to put the games up on X, but I had issues with uploading. I don't know exactly what that was caused from, but I went ahead and I did that, or I tried it and it didn't work. So after a few attempts of it, I went ahead and just figured I would give that up and be done with it. I should probably be recording this too. Usually I do record, but I can always go and download after I'm done and go from there. So let me make sure everything is going. By the way it looks, everything is in order. Okay, yeah, everything's still up and running. So with that being done, I will go ahead and start from where I was going before. Now, I'm going to go back and cover some of the stuffs that I did in previous episodes and kind of go back through it, because I know I've been having some serious audio problems. The last one I did, the people who were on with me, nobody could hear them, so I do have Skype open if anybody wants to come in and have a conversation about video games. Right now, I'm going to start out with Sega versus Nintendo and talk about the console wars that happened in the 1990s. And then it'll go on from there. So I'm going to kind of go through some of the stuff that was covered before and catch up and get it all on stream so that I can be done with it. To be honest with you, this is not turning into that well of a stream, to be fair. I mean, I've been having some serious issues. I was going to stream last Monday, but we ended up having some heavy snow, which caused problems with the internet, so I wasn't able to do that. So with all of that being said, let me go ahead and get started, and I hope you guys enjoy. Now, in the 1990s, it marked the height of the console wars, with Sega and Nintendo battling for market dominance. Sega's Genesis targeted older audiences, while edgier games like Mortal Kombat, while Nintendo maintained a family-friendly image with franchises like Super Mario Bros. And The Legacy of Zelda. Now, despite their rivalry, both companies operated in a silhouette environment. The idea of connecting consoles to the internet remained unexplored, as hardware limitations and lack of infrastructure posed significant challenges. Now, with me, I do have to admit that is true. And I wouldn't say adult oriented. It wasn't more older, maybe older audiences. You know, I do remember being older. I was more into Mortal Kombat and things like that. But to be fair, I never really did like the whole family-friendly games. It's like I was previously doing games with Nostalgia Gaming, and Rapid wanted me to always do Nintendo games, and it's like all the games that he wanted me to do I just really did not like, and every single one of them had to do with Nintendo. I was never one who was into Super Mario or Mario Kart or, you know, Zelda. I did them, but I really didn't enjoy doing them. I was always more of the Sega player, you know, and even on Sega there were some games that I didn't enjoy at all. Like I did not like playing freaking Sonic the Hedgehog. That game drove me nuts. And there, you know, Donkey Kong was another game that just completely annoyed the hell out of me. I believe that was Nintendo too, but that's something that I do have to agree with. Now, the console, connecting consoles and stuff like that, I don't know. Yeah, actually, I have to say that is true, because I remember whenever they came out with PS1, I believe it was PS1 or PS2. They had started attempting to do that, and they had this little device that you had to stick up on top of it so that you could actually play on the internet and stuff, and it was real clunky and hard to handle. I remember a friend of mine, I went over to his house, and one of his sister's boyfriends had one, and he put it on there, and he was playing one of the Lord of the Rings games on the internet. and it just seemed so much of a hassle the way he had to do all of it. But it was the beginning, that's how it all happened. So back in the 90s, though, that brings us into how PC gaming led the way in the 1990s. The internet and PC gaming is what really sticks out with it. On not console to internet, much less, but just like the straight internet gaming. The internet's proliferation of the 1990s unlocked new possibilities for gaming, particularly on PC. Games like Doom 1993 and Quake in 1996 introduced network multiplayer experiences, allowing players to face off in competitive matches. Now, with Quake and Doom, I just recently played those again, and it was really interesting because it had been a long time since I played the original Doom, and well, not Doom actually, but Quake. I did find that pretty interesting because I hadn't played it in years. I went on and did a group battle that we did on Nostalgia Gaming, and I don't know, it felt kind of cool doing it. We had fun and everything, but it was just kind of weird because I hadn't done it before, or done it in a while. And I thought that was actually pretty cool, and we actually did it on a Steam game where they have new features for going in there and playing Steam. Here recently, my son was showing me how they have new features in some of these older games to where you can actually see the game, the newer versions of the game, because they put new textures and stuff to make it look better. And they have an option too to where if you don't want that, you can actually revert it back to the retro look, the way it used to look whenever you played the game originally. And I thought that was really, really good. That's something that if you guys are interested in looking at, you might want to go check it out on Steam. They've got Quake, they've got the original Doom as well. There was a few other ones on there that are on there. I know that right now I'm on a project with Rapid with Elder Scrolls Arena, and just to let you guys know, you can go on and you can play Elder Scrolls Arena on Steam for free if anybody's an old Elder Scrolls Arena fan. I just got halfway through it, and I'm starting up on getting the other half done now in January. I did the first half back in 2004, so that is going to be my first project for this year when it comes to gaming. I'm still at the point now where I'm wanting to get back into my live streams with my games. I got tons of new games to play, but I just haven't had the time. It's all of this uploading videos and editing and getting it off my computer that's slowing me down. I had maybe 5 gigabytes of memory left, so I had to transfer videos and start getting busy with it and start editing and getting it uploaded onto the computer so that I could get this done, so the advent of massive multiplayer online role-playing games, MMORPGs, were another significant milestone. Titles like Ultima Online in 1997 and EverQuest in 1999 created persistent worlds where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. These games fostered vibrant online communities, establishing the MMO genre as a cornerstone of internet gaming. Now, I've played I've played EverQuest, but I don't know for sure if I've ever played Ultima Online at all. So I may have, but it's been so long I couldn't tell you. My biggest problem with EverQuest was how it was glitchy. You know, there was times where if you went into caves or you turned around in a corner, you got stuck. There was even times I remember where I would fall into the ground and I couldn't get up. And if you didn't save, that means you got screwed. You had to start all over from where your last save was. And that really kind of bugged me a bit. So, let me see here. Now after that, I also want to start talking about LAN parties and the social aspects. Now, during this period, also LAN, which is local area network parties, became a cultural phenomenon. Enthusiasts gathered to connect their computers and compete in games like StarCraft and Counter-Strike. Although technically offline, these gatherings underscored the social potential of gaming, foreshadowing the community-driven focus on modern internet gaming. Now, with me on that, I have to say that Command & Conquer was the game for me when it came to playing these kind of games. I never got into StarCraft as much as what everybody else has. In Counter-Strike, I believe I tried it a few times, but those were really fuzzy days for me back whenever I was younger. I do remember Command & Conquer, though. That was the game that I really was into. I enjoyed that one. What was it, Red Dawn or something like that? Not Red Dawn. It was Red versus Gold, I know that much. But anyhow, I did enjoy that game, and I believe you can get that on Steam too, again, now. I am not positive, but I can go check. But I believe that it is available on Steam right now, and I don't know for sure how much it is, but I can go check real quick. Let me see here. Yeah, let me go check real quick. Yeah, come on. There we go. Red and Green. You can get it on here. They're usually about 1988, so that is the going price of them so far. I don't think they have anything that's free online for it, so that is, yeah, and there's no discounts on them I don't see so far, so that's and they usually go right now about $7.99, I believe. Yep. Or no, $5.99 a month is what they have for the internet one. Command & Conquer and Covert Operations. You can play with EA Play for $5.99 a month, or you can buy the bundle for $19.88. So that's pretty cool. And I believe that they also have, well, I better get off of here and move on, I guess, to, no, I could have stuck to it because I wanted to go back through, well, actually, I wanted to keep on moving because, like, now I'm wanting to get into when the console gaming goes online. In the early experiments, the Sega Dreamcast launched in 1999 and was the first console to feature built-in online capabilities. Its SegaNet service enabled multiplayer gaming in titles like Phantasy Star Online. Despite its innovation, the Dreamcast struggled commercially, partly due to the stiff competition from Sony's PlayStation 2. And that was probably where I was talking about with PlayStation 2, where you could put the little piece up on top of it, and it could make it to where you could get online. I know that it had to have that first before, or it could have been Xbox actually, because now that I think about it, but I know the PS2, it was stand-up, I believe. I'm not quite sure. It was one of those stand-ups like how Xbox is now, and you had to stick it right up on the top of it, and it was just a little bitty rectangular kind of like computer device that you stuck up on there, and that's what you had to use. So then the Microsoft X Live introduced its system in 2002, and that marked the turning point too, with robust matchmaking, voice chat, and downloadable content. Xbox Live made online gaming a central feature of console experiences. Games like Halo 2 in 2004 was one of the flagship titles that demonstrated the power of this ecosystem, fostering a dedicated online community. Now Sony and Nintendo eventually joined the fray. Sony's PlayStation Network, the PSN, and Nintendo's Wi-Fi connection followed, offering online play for popular titles like Call of Duty and Mario Kart. Now, Call of Duty was the game that I was more interested in. I wasn't as interested in it as what I was in other games, but like I said, I really was not a Mario Kart fan. But I did play around a couple times with with Call of Duty. I was more into PlayStation than what I was when it comes to Xbox, though, because I remember Xbox had the really crazy controller where you had the trigger down on the bottom and then you had to use both hands with it, and that really bugged me for the longest time. I finally did get used to it, but it still it did drive me nuts for a long time. But that's something that I've really had an issue with. And then here lately, I've been messing around with emulators, gaming emulators and stuff too. And I've noticed like the emulators even for Xbox are really horrible. You know, I can go on and I can get a good emulator for a PlayStation game for the PS3 and all that, but like whenever I go to like get emulators for Xbox 360, especially Xbox 360, they're just completely freaking horrible. I've been noticing that whenever it comes to these console games too. Like even now with using emulators, the games just have really bad emulators to go with them when it comes to Xbox. I do find that kind of strange. However, these services often lag behind when it came to Xbox Live in terms of features and reliability, according to what's being said. But I don't know. A lot of people did talk it up, but I really wasn't big to compare which one was better. You know, whenever I was playing these games. There was no option for me if I had a choice between an Xbox or a PlayStation. You know, it was which one could I afford and which one did I have. If I went over to somebody else's house and they had an Xbox, I'd play it, you know. But I didn't have any of the newer Xbox versions back in the day, so it took me a while before I could actually get my hands on one. And I think the only one that I really had that was mine was an Xbox 360, to be fair. Just so you know. Now, the clash between internet and console gaming. This is where I wanted to bring it up. I want to talk about the strengths and the weaknesses. Now, consoles excelled in delivering polished, user-friendly experiences. Their plug-and-play nature and exclusive titles such as The Last of Us and God of War made them a popular choice for casual and hardcore gamers alike. PC versus internet gaming. The flexibility and power of PCs allowed for greater graphic fidelity, modding capabilities, and innovative gameplay. Additionally, free-to-play online games like League of Legends gain massive popularity, challenging the console-central business model. Now, for me, I really wasn't too much into all of that. Now, to be honest with you, on the consoles, I did enjoy God of War. I never got to really play The Last of Us. I know that a lot of people still play it today, but I was always the God of War kind of person. I actually even bought the game and had it. I think I still do have it sitting up on my counter. I did like that. When it comes to PC games, and what they're talking about here, the modding capability. I had it took me a long time to really get to where I was comfortable with that, because I'm an old school gamer. I didn't like the idea of modding certain games, like when they started allowing you to mod Elder Scrolls or Skyrim here recently. I kind of got edgy about that. It took me a while to figure out that they've been involved in doing modding and DLCs and stuff like that for quite a long time. Bethesda actually goes back quite a long ways. I finally figured that out whenever I was having a conversation with Rapid, and he brought it up. He brought it up, and it was actually true. And I think I've even had this conversation with Mark a couple times as well. So that's something that it did take a while for me to get over, So the whole business model thing too, I wasn't really big in kind of keeping up with the Benjamins. I didn't really care about the most popular games, or I didn't care about like the whole business aspects of the games. For me, I personally feel that a lot of games today aren't all that great. The quality of games now could be a lot better. With the whole graphics and the new technology, they could put a lot more storyline in it, which I understand there are a bunch of kids who don't like storyline, and kids are who these companies really focus on the most. But there are a lot of people out there too who likes good storyline. The one thing about Modern Warfare that always drove me nuts was how short the storyline was. That really bugged me. And besides that too, like challenges, it shouldn't be just a slash 'em up kind of game. You should have an actual obstacle and a challenge and things like that you have to work through. I do have to say though, Doom, the new Doom that came out, I was really impressed with that. I thought that was a good game. My son had gotten that for me for my birthday, and it took me almost a year before I played it. And then finally, when I did play it, it was a good game. So, if anything else, I think I've already suggested on here at one point that if you guys have the chance, buy that game and check it out. It's really good. The new one I was really impressed with, because a lot of the older games, they have a tendency of really screwing them up when they make new versions of them. in my opinion. But they did a really good job of this game. I was really impressed after I played it, and I finished my Let's Play on it, and I'm gonna say it was a good challenge. It was worth playing. So that Fortnite and stuff like that, well, anyhow, let me go ahead and get into it even farther, and then I'll continue with that. Now, by the late 2000s, the gap between consoles and PC began to close. This is when it all started. Cross-platform play emerged as a major trend, enabling gamers on different systems to play together. Games like Fortnite and Minecraft epitomized the shift, fostering a unified gaming culture. Now, I could agree with that to some extent, but not really to all, because I do remember, like, we had a lot of issues when it came to Halo. I have two nephews. One had a PlayStation, and he was the son of one of my sisters, and then my other sister's son had an Xbox, and like they couldn't play with one another at their houses because Xbox and PlayStation wouldn't allow the games to be played together on the same platform. Now, they can do it now, don't get me wrong, but back whenever they're talking about, like here, they're talking about well, I guess it's by the late 2000s, yeah. Here and now, they did it, but in the beginning, you couldn't do it. And that was one issue. That was with Skyrim as well, I believe. Actually, I don't think you could play Skyrim multiplayer until here recently as well. And that right there was a big step, from what I know. It really was a big step. So I thought they were talking about the early 2000s, but in the late 2000s, yeah. I do find 2-bit what it was before. So I think that's probably what it is. They got all these new mods for it. It's kind of weird because it seems like to me, it's like playing, Minecraft on Elder Scrolls. It's just really strange when it comes to all that. So, now, this whole thing about mobile gaming, okay, the 2010s witnessed the explosion of mobile games thanks to smartphones and tablets. Titles like Candy Crush and Pokemon Go reached billions of players, democratizing access to games. However, the simplicity of mobile games meant they often complemented rather than competed with console and PC titles. I really don't know about all that. I know that I still haven't played Candy Crush. I know a lot of people do that. I'm not a big fan of Candy Crush. Now, Pokemon Go, I always thought that was really weird that full-grown men were standing in parks trying to catch a Pokemon. And to this day, I still have an issue with that. And don't get me wrong, I've actually gotten to where I enjoy playing Pokemon now. Me and Rapid got me started on playing Gen 1. And then we started a little bit into Gen 2. Him and the Drew Gamer, they've both been kind of getting me encouraged to play it some more on YouTube. So I've been thinking about getting in there and playing some more Pokemon. But I'm so burnt out on retro games right now. Like, this shit is ridiculous. I'm uploading freaking all of these videos just to get them onto the internet because it's taking up space in my on my computer. and then I'm not just doing the gaming. I'm also doing roundtables and stuff like that, talking about stuff outside of the gaming community. So it's made it to where I'm actually having to step up and do a lot more than what I'm used to doing, you know. So that's the one thing that I have really gotten sick of. And, you know, I'm a 51-year-old man, and I've said this multiple times, but it's true, you know. I don't want to be, you know, 60 years old and still freaking sitting at the computer freaking playing video games so that I can get views on YouTube. That's just, that's not how I see my next 10 years as being. I'll still play, don't get me wrong, you know, but at the same time, I'm going to venture out and I'm going to do other things as well. So that is, that's probably the best I have for my rant right now. I'm just wanting to really get through and make a good stream, because the last two attempts have been an utter disaster. So I'm really wanting to catch up on a lot of this stuff. Now, streaming services such as Google Stadia and NVIDIA GeForce Now and Xbox Cloud Gaming aim to revolutionize the industry by eliminating the need for high-end hardware. Although still in its infancy, cloud gaming represents a potential future where internet gaming and consoles merge seamlessly. Me, Mark, and Tan actually did an episode together on this topic, and it was really, really interesting. Some of the stuff I found out about this cloud gaming. When I first tried to mess around with cloud gaming, or when I first heard about it, I didn't like what it sounded like. And while we were going through and we were talking about all this stuff, I really did want to hate cloud gaming. I thought, you know, that I had to not like it just by the way it sounded, and the fact that you had to get on the internet and pay for services per month, and no downloads and stuff of that nature. But the more I read on how it was all set up, not only with the network, but also the way that they set it up with the devices and the programs and stuff like that, and the actual build on these towers and stuff like that. By the time I was done and had a pretty good understanding of it, it was hard for me to actually say I didn't like it, to be honest with you. It's a pretty good setup. If they can pull this off, I could see cloud gaming, if they could do the same thing with other systems and platforms like they do with cloud gaming. I think that the internet is going to benefit from it, to be honest. I just I'm really kind of hesitant because of possible regulations and stuff being set down in the future when it comes to politics and stuff like that. I've mentioned it about Xbox and Activision and the issues that took place over in the EU, and you know, I really meant that when I was talking about it. It just seems odd that you know, why was it that the EU stepped in and said, well, we'll allow you to do the merger and accept it 100% here in the EU if you put your games on the cloud. You know, I mean, what did they have to gain out of that? That kind of gets me to wondering. So we've already done that in previous episodes, but I just wanted to mention that too. When it comes to cloud gaming, it is a good setup, and it does sound pretty good. But I'm also weary about it when it comes to the whole political aspects behind it, and stuff of that nature. Now, from LAN parties to global phenomena. Okay, the competitive gaming scene, once confined to small LAN gatherings, has grown into a global industry worth billions of dollars. Esports tournaments for games like Dota 2, Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, and Valorant attracts millions of viewers and offer prizes rivaling those of traditional sports. And I'm still trying to figure out who or what team won the Valorant 2004 tournament that took place, and I still haven't gotten around to do that. I believe it was Valorant. I'll have to go back and check. I apologize for that. I was going to do it, but a whole bunch of crazy stuff happened when it came to these gaming streams, like I've just explained recently. Now, I also want to mention something about Dota 2. Dota 2 can kiss my ass. I would never freaking recommend that anybody plays Dota 2. Dota 2 is a bulky, horrible freaking game. All right. Now the computer that I'm on, it's not a bad computer. Not by any means. Okay. But I've actually gotten on there recently just to see what it was like compared to the last time I got on here, which was like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And the servers are still horrible. They freeze up because so many people are going in there to fight. They have no proper way of actually getting you to where you're able to learn how to play the game. And if you don't play good on that game, they will literally ban you. They will ban you because you suck at playing Dota 2. Okay? I mean, there's no other games that I've ever played where they will literally ban you because you can't play good. And that really is that's really arrogant. I don't support games like that. I will never support games like that. So that's the one thing I did want to point out there. Like I said, I've never really gotten into Counter-Strike or Global Offense. Valorant, I've been kind of curious about getting into that, but I'm not really wanting to get too curious about it. I finally did play For Honor. I wanted to check that out. It's been years that I've been wanting to play that game too. I gave it a try. That was pretty cool. It had the fighting capabilities where you can actually make your sword block or attack in a certain way, and then you can parry and stuff of that nature, which I'm really into that. But it's hard finding games that are like that. I finished up doing my live stream for that one, and I've also got Kingdom Come, which is streaming right now on my Gaming with Infinite channel. Or it's not streaming, but it's it's uploading. It's scheduled to come out. Each episode is, so that has the same kind of fighting style too. Now that one was actually harder than For Honor, to believe it or not, because like on that one you could have a shield, the head helmet, and if you wanted to defend your head in combat, you could put that helmet down to where it was over your face, but then you only had like 2 lines that you could look out of, and if you weren't good with doing that, then it's really hard in combat. And then like whenever you bled, everything would turn red, and you'd have blood all over the screen, and it was really interesting. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So okay, so we're doing pretty good now. Now, gaming is now the largest segment of the entertainment industry. It's surpassing films and music combined. This growth was driven by the convergence of internet gaming, console, and mobile platforms. I find it really, really odd that, and I'm the one that brought this up last year too in this stream, Gaming with Infamous, but and I really love the idea of taking credit for something that I came up with first. But I was the one who said that AI was going to be an issue back when people who were doing voiceovers for video games were talking to the SAG, which is also the ones who are responsible for the video game sounds, the voices, because most of them are voice actors, which you know what I mean. So SAG had to go into court and negotiate for the voice actors who are doing the video games, so that the AI couldn't infringe on their jobs. You know what I mean? They can't go in and just distill their voice and turn it into what they wanted. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I like the fact too that I was the one who first came up with that. So I think that gaming has become the largest section in the entertainment industry, but you're gonna see AI move in, and things are going to really take off in a whole lot of directions. I don't think video games are going to be the only big thing in town like it has been. I do think that AI is going to be a big game changer. They're already talking about adding AI into video games. So we're going to have video games with AI, and all we need now is the sex bots. And once we have the sex box, we can put the AI into the sex bots, and we're all set. We're good to go. Life is grand, and Maxie will finally be able to play his video games with his sex bot. So all is well. Now, online gaming has become a cornerstone of modern social interaction, enabling players to connect across geographic and cultural divides. Games like World of Warcraft and Among Us exemplify the power of gaming as a social media. I tried to play World of Warcraft one time, but they wanted me to pay for it, and then after you pay for it, you have to pay by the month, which, if you haven't noticed, I mentioned it before, I have a problem with that. Paying a monthly fee to play a video game, and if you don't pay that fee, you lose the game. So I never did try that. Now, when it comes to gaming in social medium, as a social medium, yeah, it has done a lot, but I think that a lot of credit needs to go towards Steam too, because like a lot of the stuff that I've been reading, they keep talking about all these other companies, and it's really just a big old sales advertisement, with the stuff I've pulled up here. But in reality, I believe that Steam played a big part in a lot of this stuff taking place. If it wasn't for Steam, we wouldn't have a lot of things that are going on right now. And a lot of these companies really, for the longest time, did not like Steam. They considered it a threat, is what it was. And like I was saying about the early 2000s with Xbox and PlayStation, they did not want to have cross-platform anything, and I think they finally caught on and realized that platforms like Steam and Galaxy of Games and Epic, all of these platforms were out, and they're here and they're gonna stay, and that's when they decided, well, maybe we should just kind of catch on to the bandwagon, because if we don't, we're going to be going bye-bye real soon, so that was something that really, I believe, influenced them the most, was the fact that they had to either conform or they're going to lose out. So I'm checking the chats. It doesn't look like anybody wants to say anything, which is fine. That means I've survived another day of not having to talk to anybody in chat over the internet. I find it really weird that you have to actually do what they call a shout out to people and say stuff to them. That's just so gay, you know what I mean? So far it looks like everything is kosher. Now I haven't got X Pro up, so I should probably check X Pro, find out what's going on there. I really don't enjoy doing that at all, so I'll find out if anybody has said anything in X Pro, and if they haven't, then I will just go ahead and finish off with what it is that I've started, and be done with it. Now, that's good. That means nobody has been on there. It took so long for that to boot up. So it sounds like I have made it through. What I've been doing here lately is getting everything uploaded to X and Rumble. I've already got everything that I need done on YouTube, but I have been putting things on X and Rumble. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming your guys' way. I also want to tell everybody that I have finished with my editing on Saints Row the Third, and I have started scheduling Saints Row 2 to come out after that. That's on all the platforms that I'm putting the games on, which is that's Rumble and YouTube. So those are coming out, and they'll be available. Not right now, but they will be coming out. I have everything scheduled, so just because I have them edited and up on the internet doesn't mean they come out this day. That just means that they are coming out. So I just wanted to make sure that that's available. And on my retro games, I do want to let everybody know that I will be getting back into some form of retro. It's just I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing. Now Rapid is talking about doing a 5-year anniversary for Nostalgia Gaming Retro. So if you guys are interested in supporting him on that, he's been working with retro games for quite a long time. I suggest you go over there and check it out. He's done a lot of good things, and you have you have the whole bunch of good people who go in there and actually do games with him, like Disney Magic Zach, somebody that I've mentioned on here before and I've had on here. He goes on there and he does a lot of games with them as well. And well, if you guys want to check him out, and you're into Walt Disney World, check him out. And Middle Age Magic, they all hang out together and do retro games with Rapid and talk about Walt Disney World get all frisky on the internet and talk about English stuff. So you can't miss that. And like middle-aged magic is like two older women my age, and they love to talk about food, and like that's the one thing. If you want infamous happy, dude, you just have two English women talking about food. I'll be happy as a lark. Like when you see all those videos where these English women are cooking food and talking about it, that's just so cool to me. I love it, the accent and stuff. But talking about Disney food on top of it, man. If you guys have a chance, check out my home away from YouTube clips that I have with them on there, where we talk about different topics and stuff. I have them posting up right now on Rumble. I think they're done on YouTube already, but I do have them posting up on Rumble as well as on X. We have pretty good conversation there, so they're not very long, but they're long enough to where you can actually enjoy what you're listening to. So that's for you guys on Rumble and X. And let me see, I've wasted enough time, haven't I? Let me find out. Oh yeah, 56 minutes. That means I am almost done. Now gaming has driven advances in graphics processing, artificial intelligence, and network infrastructures, influencing fields far beyond entertainment. I believe that is true. I just mentioned the stuff about artificial intelligence. The network infrastructure, I have to say that is true as well when it comes to what I was talking about earlier. When it comes to this cloud network stuff, that's some pretty intense things, especially when it comes to like lag and latency in games. If they can apply that to like a VoIP system, where you can actually get on a VoIP and be able to communicate in real time without latency, that would be a big deal too. I know a few musicians who would love to jam out together, but they don't have the opportunity to do that because there's too much latency on their VoIPs. And when I say VoIPs, I'm talking about like Discord or like Discord, freaking, Jitsi, stuff of that nature, Skype, they try to play with one another, and they aren't able to actually coordinate together because one person is playing and trying to listen to where the other person's at, and when they start, it's all a big mess. It's mush. That's the best way to explain it. I've had a lot of people coming up with suggestions and everything on how to straighten that out. I'm looking into it, but at the moment I haven't really had the time to do that. So that's one thing that I can see this technology that's going into gaming being beneficial towards when it comes to music, with people who are doing music live right there on the spot. I think that's where this would be the logical next step for this kind of technology to go to. Now the graphics, I think the graphics were going to happen any way you look at it, because I love to get into computer graphics, and I do projects on Blender. I would do them on other ones, but it just takes so long to learn a program. I've become familiar with Blender, so that's where I do mine at. But I do know that what I've learned so far, and the equipment that's involved, and what you need on your computer in order to do these computer CGIs, you just can't do it with a regular computer. My computer is the minimum. It's got an 8-core CPU, and I have my GPU with it. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that's the minimum. If I want to do better graphics, I'd have to have at least 36, I believe is what they said, 36 or 32, somewhere in there. I always mess that up, of 36 or 32 gigs of RAM, and I would be alright. But that's something too. I noticed that in the gaming world they have set up some stuff when it comes to multi-threading, to kind of take the stress off of the CPU. And that's one thing that I noticed on Blender they're talking about too when it comes to CGI. There's a lot of things other than video games that CGI is useful for, is all I'm saying. So even without the gaming industry, I believe that the advances in graphics and processing would have happened. Now this speeds up the process because gaming is actually out and it's pushing the envelope and all this stuff, and I do admit that, but I don't think that it would have it wouldn't have those advancements wouldn't have happened, you know what I mean, without gaming. I believe that they would have happened still, because a lot of people are getting into computer graphics these days. So let me see now. Yes, we have done it. I have made it to 1 hour and 2 minutes. I am cool. And no, I did not hit record because I was in a rush to get this all started. I was really hesitant on if I even wanted to continue doing my stream, because I have been having so many mishaps on this that I didn't know for sure if I really wanted to continue with it. Now here before long I am going to be starting up WoW Talk again, and or not WoW Talk, I don't know what I was, Tech Talk again, and that is coming soon. I don't know exactly what the time is for it, but I do know that it is coming. Me, Tan, and Mark have been talking about it. Now, if that happens, then I may stop doing the gaming, but streams, but I may still do them both at the same time. If you guys are interested in that, you can find that on my Working with Audio and Video channels on both YouTube as well as Rumble, and on X it's just a stream, just like with Kick as well. I'll come out with it on Kick and have it set up there too. So let me go through and make sure I don't have any comments before I end the stream. I'll see if anybody actually did say something. Nope, nobody said nothing. Dude, I am on a winning streak. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, like, I don't even know how to say that right. Like, subscribe, leave a comment, all that good stuff, you know. I do like comments. I can't emphasize that any more than what I have. But if you guys leave a comment, I will respond. So just remember that. And I will talk to you guys later, and thanks for listening.
the weather in the United States alone, forget worldwide, because worldwide the weather has just been a freak show.
Yeah.
I said, in the United States, I said the amount of powerful tornadoes that are hitting in clusters, highly unusual. I said, and if you look at the towns that are getting pretty much demolished by them, look at the amount of 5G towers you've got, and then look at the amount of interference that they don't have. I said, the problem with like bigger cities is those 5G towers actually have a bunch of interference from other towers, other frequencies. The larger the population, the harder it is to saturate. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And so, again, we're looking at 3 very, very good suspects as to what could be causing such a huge charge in the atmosphere. I said, now, and then throw in the solar flares on top of it. Sees, the larger the population. So it's,
Yeah.
I said, I think, they're trying to bring Armageddon about on purpose. So I said, and then you've got the Vatican this week who did their press conference on supernatural events. I was like, oh, come on. Come on. You're just going to throw Blue Beam into the mix. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, I've just recently been doing research on believe it or not, it's the Amorite, the ones that are the Amish, and I found out the history of how they started their religious organization. It was when they were they broke off away from the Protestants and the Catholics, and the reason why they did it is because they started doing research on astronomy and everything, and it had to do with Jupiter and eclipses.
Yep.
And that right there got me interested in that category. And like right now, I'm trying to do a series. It's called I'm not like doing a like scheduled TV thing or streaming thing. It's just like when I get the right people to do it, to talk about those things. Or each category, and that's one of them that I'm wanting to get into, like when it comes to Jupiter and the rotation of the Earth and things of that nature. I'm calling it Into the Abyss. And
and if you look at Mars, and you look at the fact that the human body is more set up to the existence on Mars than it would be for the existence on Earth. And again, I've said this could all just be, again, you forget he controls the knowledge, controls how you learn it.
Right.
I was like, so it could just be misinformation on top of misinformation. But I said it has to a child. You have to. Yep. Sorry, I'm in a hallway.
Oh, that's fine.
You have to. I'm literally, believe it or not, I'm at a hotel in South Florida because I'm working.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget too. I hop in early, but I do that as a habit because of just being, doing shows for so many years. It's like, just jumping early just in case anything that could go wrong probably will.
Yeah. So, that's exactly.
Always err with caution.
That's exactly why I do what I do ahead of time too. But like with Summer and Austin, it's pretty interesting because like every time I've ever done a stream with them, just stuff starts screwing up. And they were telling me their story about Summer's daughter, Austin's sister, and every time she gets around electrical stuff, it just fries out. That's how I actually first met those two.
That's funny with me. It's interesting, and I know you said that on the show when we were interviewing you, and I was kind of laughing on my end. My husband actually started really laughing because one of the things with me is if I get angry, that's one of the reasons I control my temper with every ounce of.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. It really is. I'm like everybody else. I first heard Summer's interview, and I was like, yeah, okay, it just, I processed it and everything. But then when I started working with her on her show and stuff and getting it all set up with it, I mean, it just constantly happens, little bitty things, you know what I mean? It's really strange.
Mark used to used to laugh because he used to say anything that will go wrong when Nancy's on the air. And I say to him, I said, that's not even a temper. That's just, if I get excited about something. Or I said, if I'm angry, though, that's when you're really in big trouble. Because I said, I don't know why I push out an energy wave when I get angry, but I do. I was like, and my husband Raphael was like, oh yeah, yep, he's been with me. There was a period of time there when my daughter was a teenager when I thought we were gonna have to like buy stock in light bulbs because she got free. But like I said, if anything, it taught me to control that in a huge way. To the point where now when I do paranormal investigations, I actually am very careful about who I surround myself with because I don't want to fry people's equipment. And there's certain people. I have this one person on my team. Oh my God, I love her. She's one of my oldest friends, but she has a very bad case of ADHD. And trust me, it happens every time. In fact, now I tell her she's my review person. She gets to review all the audio and stuff like that, but she cannot go in on a location with me because I end up wanting to literally strangle her within I don't know, 40 feet of being inside because she gets so excited and she'll ask me questions and questions and questions to the point where I can't even focus on what I'm doing, and I'll be like, oh my God.
Okay.
Before you join the non-living.
Tell her you're going to be talking to her in the afterlife pretty soon if she doesn't shut that trap hole.
Dude, I had to fly to Atlanta, Georgia with this woman for Dragon Con because I had to do a thing at Dragon Con with Patrick Burns years ago. And freaking, I literally asked a stewardess. We were stuck on the plane from Tampa to Atlanta, which is a 40-minute flight, 2 hours on a plane because of storm systems. And by the time we were actually descending and we heard the 4 bings at 10,000 feet, I looked at the stewardess and I was like, can I open up the emergency door, and throw her out now? Are we safe if I do that? We're gonna die and decompress and all that? We're good pressure-wise? And the stewardess looked at me, but she was like, yeah, she goes, you look like you really wanted to shoot yourself about, an hour and a half ago. I said, yeah. Yeah.
It sounds like it. Freaking, I have to hold my refrain from saying anything about it. Like, I've got so many people that do that to me whenever I'm like, even on the streams and everywhere. Like, just completely, it drives me nuts. And I don't know what to say sometimes. Sometimes I'll be just stuck there and you're right there in the middle of it, and you can't.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
To say I've been at it for a very long time. Long enough to think I know everything. I have a feeling that, we're going to become up close and personal with a lot of this in the very near future. It's whether it's true or false, whether it's made up or, whatever they're doing, I have a feeling there's going to be some real exposure and disclosure in the near future. Yep. It's, well, they do. And the thing is we don't even have a lot of background on China. And, there's a lot of belief in China. I've always said that. Talk to the Japanese. Ask them what the Chinese believe, because they're very familiar with the culture. I was like, and the Japanese will tell you they have a deep respect for a lot of things that we look at as bullshit. And these are not stupid races. I said the Oriental races are not dumb. They've been around a long time.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. And the weirdest thing I've noticed, like I've been meeting quite a few people who are Buddhists, and the weird part is like when it comes to asking them things about like Shambhala and their take on Nagas and things of that nature, it seems like they're all paranoid to even talk about it. Every single person I've known has referred me to somebody else, and they've referred me to somebody else, and just constantly, it's like they don't even want to have a discussion about it.
Do you ever think it might be because they don't have enough knowledge?
Well, that too, but it just seems strange, all of them. You know what I mean? It's like
Buddhism right now, okay. Buddhism right now is the popular belief. It's one of those. It's one of the new age, newfound, which is bullshit because it's as old as any other religion. It's in fact older than Christianity, but it's one of those things where it's like it's popular right now to Buddhist, and Buddhism doesn't make you bend the knee to anybody.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it makes it all the more popular. And it's interesting because I always tell people the closest thing to what I believe is probably a mixture of Buddhism and Native American beliefs.
Yeah.
Push those two together and you've got where I'm at, and trace it over with science.
Yeah.
At least that we can theorize.
Yeah.
So I was like, and it comes just from years of self-examination and years of trying to find answers, and not mystical ones. I want freaking solid answers.
Yeah, that's the way I feel about it too. Well, we were talking about that too. Like, I believe that someday, you know, science will answer a lot of the questions when it comes to like the afterlife and things like that. It's just you got to give it time to catch up, you know.
I think you've got to give it time to catch up, and you've got to remove the blinders from humanity.
Yeah.
I mean, those blinders, tell people that all the time. They are installed. You're indoctrinated from the time you're born.
Mm-hmm.
You know, choice to either remove the blinders or not. And people are just too afraid. They're too afraid to look. You know, it's almost like they want to be condemned to this life of constant fear.
I think
and I don't understand it.
I think another big issue that, I mean, this is just from my perspective, but like if you take a look at the way astronomy or astrology started out, especially when it, or astronomy, astronomy is the one where they stare out at the sky and mark the stars and stuff like that. I keep getting them mixed up, but if you notice how that started out, they wanted to center us around everything, and then when they found out that the sun was the center of the solar system, of course that sun had to be the center of everything, you know. And I think that's what the problem is we're so self-centered, we're stuck on ourselves, and it has to rotate around us, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
but that's always been mankind's greatest weakness. You know, we think we're the strongest.
Mm-hmm. It's like even with like aliens and stuff, you know, everybody jumps on the boat how these are supposed to be like spiritual and higher intelligent creatures that are more than what we are, and there's no evidence backing that up.
None.
There's no
evidence backing any of it up. Right. I mean, the only thing I could say might be a little evidential to that would be, okay, so if we do have recovered materials from alien crashes, nobody's ever come and tried to violently retrieve them. Yeah. So we have that.
We do have that. I just take nature, you know, everyday life. Okay, when you go outside and you look around and you see like how the animals behave and how nature behaves, and then you look at all that. And then the Chimerans, this is the areas they were in right here with the blue. And then you had the Sarmatians, which the Sarmatians were a large confederation of ancient Eastern Iranian equestrian nomadic people of classic antiquity who dominated the Pontic steppe from about the 3rd century BC to the 4th century AD. And what I said too just now about the Amazons, that's not conclusive, all right? But that is
No, but it makes sense because Flash made a movie about it, so it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, you're probably right. Like, because why would somebody make a movie about it and then here you are and having knowledge about? Like, you're not the only person that has heard this story before, type of thing.
Now this is the Allens right here in that area, and this right here is parts of it.
I don't see that.
You see that?
I see where your mouse is. I was looking to read it. Yama culture, and they're little. It's too little for me to read. Baltic, Slavic. Okay, okie dokie. I see here now.
Now, the Allens were an ancient and medieval Iranian nomadic pastoral people of the northern Caucasus, generally regarded as part of the Sarmatians and possibly related to the Masagate. Modern historians have connected the Allens with the Central Asian Yonkai of Chinese sources. Now, these are the ones who migrated down into China, and those would be the Aryans that people in China don't want people to know about. There's actually like native white people living in China.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're native? That's
Yeah.
wild.
They've been there. Their whole genealogy goes back thousands of years into China and into Mongolia, and it's like they're ashamed of it or some shit. India has a problem with their religious text today because they don't believe that there was an invasion by outside forces, which is in their Hindu religious text. So
I just think, like, that wasn't on my bingo card at all. I had no clue that, like, Asia, but it makes sense because we're all, like, connected. And that's just like how in South Africa there's a lot of...
hold on a minute, would you? Hold on.
No problem.
Hold on.
Oh, your mom sounds so cute.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I might have to.
Go ahead. Take your time. The Scythian religion was of Iranic origin and was influenced by the population whom the Scythians had conquered, such as the sedentary Thracian population of the western Pontic steppe. This is what he was saying. Due to this, many of the Scythian male deities had equivalents in the
Can you hear me?
pantheon of the Thracian peoples, including those living in Anatolia, and some of the names of these deities were of Thracian origin. The Scythian female deities, and especially their links with special cults and their rites and symbols, were also connected to Thracian and Anatolian culture. I can't see. I'm unable to see any further now.
Okay, I'm back. She wanted me to go get bananas for her. I'm like, are you serious?
That's so sweet though. And see, no, go, that'd be like my grandmother. She was like the banana queen. Oh, how cute is that? So you have to go to the store. Is it raining there?
I'm going to wait. It's just a little bit more time and we can be
It's
done.
pouring rain here. That's why I was just gonna say you might have to.
It's not that far. It's like I'm just a block away from the store, so we're
She
good.
sounded so cute. She was like, Roger, oh, your mom sounds so sweet.
Okay.
She sounds so cute.
Okay, so let me now the you got the reading part on all that, right? So
Yeah, can you go back to can you go scroll up a little bit to cosmology?
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Okay.
I gotta get everything back on there to where I had it. Now cosmology isn't very much. It says the Scythian cosmology corresponded to the typical Indo-Iranic tripartite structure of the universe of Scythian cosmogony, which is also presented in Vedic and Avestan traditions, and according to which the universe was composed of. Now this goes to the Vedic, what I was discussing with you before about how people in India have a harder time with accepting a lot of the traditions that were handed down from the Veda and the Avestan traditions because of what they say in their texts, and that's what it is. Like, and then you have Zoroastrianism, which is where Hinduism came from. And the reason why it came from Hinduism or Zoroastrianism and it split apart was because of their belief systems. There were certain things they didn't believe that the Zoroastrians did. And you can see a lot of that spread out to even the Greeks. You know what I mean? This is like ancient belief systems that go back before Muhammad. They go back before Noah, before any of that. So this is like old stuff.
Api, the earth and water mother, Papios, the sky father.
Yeah.
But that's crazy because we were talking about the wind, Kelpie, and then who was her husband? Bayou. Oh, that's what it was. Wind spirit. Oh, that's different.
No, I can read the Pantheon to you. Yeah. No.
It's just when I'm reading on here, it's too much because I have to keep scrolling because I have it zoomed in so I can see.
And according to which the universe was composed of a celestial realm, the airspace, and the earth realm.
Wait, what are you reading? I'm not there. I don't see it.
It's the Scythian religion. So, here's the Scythian pantheon. According to Herodotus of Halicarnassus, the Scythians worshipped a pantheon of 7 gods and goddesses, heptad, which he equates with Greek divinities of classic antiquity following the Interpretatio Graeca. He mentioned 8 deities divided into 3 ranks, with this structure of the Scythian pantheon being typically Indo-Iranic. 1. In the first rank was the head of the pantheon, Tabiti, the flaming one, who was the goddess of heat, fire, and hearth. 2. The second rank were the binary opposites and the father and mother of the universe, Api, the earth and water mother, Papias, the Sky Father. 3. The third and final rank was composed of 4 deities with specific characteristics. Targetaba, the forefather of the Scythian kings. The Scythian Ares, the god of war. That's Ares. That's
not. Yeah, I just realized that.
That's the one that came from the Scythians down into the Phoenicians, and then finally into the Greeks, and then to the Romans. See, that's the same one. And then Gaia Sura, who might have been associated with the sun.
Almost looks like Gaia in the beginning. GAI. It's Gaia Sura.
Now, he could also be Mithra. So, Artempasa, a more complex goddess who was a patron of fertility and had power over sovereignty in the priestly force. An 8th Scythian deity mentioned by Herodotus was Tagamassatus, who was worshipped only by the tribe of the royal Scythians. So, that is the pantheon of them. This list of the Scythian deities by Herodotus might have been a translation of a Scythian hymn to the gods, which was chanted during sacrifices and rituals, with the omission of Thagamassatus, who was worshipped only by the royal Scythians. The Scythian pantheon was composed of 7 gods, with the Sarmatian tribe of the Alans also being attested as worshipping 7 deities, and traces of a similar tradition being recorded among Ossetians. This heptatheism, heptatheism was a typical feature of Indo-Iranic religions. 7 Amisa Spinta, led by Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda is eventually became the main deity for the Zoroastrianist.
Who is Ossetians or Akkadians?
I'm going to have to go through it.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Are worshipped in the Zoroastrian religion of the more southern Iranic people, which had significantly transformed the concept of the Indo-Iranic religion while also inheriting several features of it. The leading deities of the Indic Vedic pantheon, the Aditya, were also 7 in number. This pantheon was a reflection of the Scythian cosmology, headed by the primeval fire, which was the basic essence of the source of all creation, following which came the Earth Mother, the Sky Father, who created the gods, the latter of who were the 4 custodians of the 4 sides of the world, regulated the universe. The world inhabited by humans existed between the celestial realm and the chthonic realm below the earth. So that's the basic gist of it. What do you think?
So I was just gonna ask you. So as it relates to Sanatrinathan, does he have any? What's the correlation of Sanatrinathan, Philobibus, and then Scythian or Scythian, or how do you say it?
No, Sanatrinathan is most likely getting his sources through older texts. Okay, and like the region and the area that he's in during his time period is mostly being taught these kind of belief systems, but at a later time. And it's kind of like what I was explaining with the Sumerians and the Babylonians. So, like what we're reading right there is probably an earlier form of what Senechunethan believes in at the time that he was there. So there had been a time period where all this had changed.
Oh.
You see what I mean? But
Yeah.
they're finding out that this is where it originated from, and it came down just like a lot of what I just read right there could be found in the Greeks. It could be found in the Iranians, in the Vedas.
But this stuff come first. This stuff came first before Senechunethan, if I little bit of this.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Before all of it. So I think we should take a break here and then freaking give me a chance to run and get those bananas, and we can start off on there. I think we covered page 3 pretty good on that part. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think we did good. And we got into a lot of stuff that shows the correlation to the cultures. Tomorrow it is gonna be Tech Talk, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. But at the regular time, not at 4 or not at 5?
No, Tech Talk is going to start early. I'm gonna start it up like we did with the weekend roundtable. If people come in and they want to make want to hang out and talk, they can do it at that time, and I'll record it. I'll record what's being done there, and then I'll pause it, and whenever somebody else wants to come in later on, I'll start recording it. Because we're having a lot of issues with everybody not being able to show up at the same time, so I figured I would do a stream that I can just stream it, and then whenever people show up and there's a good conversation going on, then we can have it recorded.
Okay, tomorrow I have a bit of a busy day, but I'm going to make sure I'm here for the main time for the stream, at least maybe 5 at the earliest I might, but I have some stuff I have to get accomplished.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I can start it out and have it going, so it's pretty much we're having issues on getting people all to be able to show up for these kind of discussions, you know what I'm saying? So we're working it out, and then like if you want to make a comment on anything throughout the week, I'll record that and share it in the streams too, so you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. So I'll be able to run it back, but like I said, I'll make sure that I'm here for our regular time. I already have that in my schedule, but just sometimes, like, as long as we get the information, that's all that matters. And like, I know if I have questions, I can always just pop back to the person that if they say something that I have to kind of ask or get further explanation, and kind of just at them in the chat or something like that. And then I'll get a little recap from you if you guys went further ahead whenever I do come.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you helped me out with this stuff, because this reading is something else.
Man, these names. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I got this. I can do this. Hold on.
Right. Literally having to spell it out and shit.
They're like, you're not going to learn about us. If you want to know, you're going to. We don't want you to know. We're going to put some crazy names in here just so you don't want to get discouraged. Nah, but we did good.
So, I'm going to go ahead and end this. You want to say goodbye?
All right. See you later. Good night, everyone. Have a good one. Be safe.
See you later. And you guys have a good night. And
thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so right now I am in the process of getting everything set up and ready to go. First, I need to check the audio out, make sure that everything's going the way it's supposed to be going. All right, everything looks or sounds good on Beam. I have that up and ready to go. Now I'm going to go check my audio out on Rumble. And we got this going. Okay, so audio sounds good. X is doing the little loading wheel again. Hit refresh. And it's working fine. DLive is up. DLive looks good. Okay, so now we go to Twitch. Let's see what Twitch sounds good. And also Kick is up. Kick sounds good. YouTube. Okay, YouTube sounds good as well. So everything is up and ready to go. It's pretty interesting how this is because it's actually quicker. I'm really surprised by that. Yeah. So with that being said, I'm going to go and do my customary music thing. I'm actually trying to get my talking points straightened out, figure out where I need to be at so that I can be ready for when I start the episode. So give me a second. And then after that, I'm also going to, there we go. Okay, so after this, I'm going to start the music, get that going. Today is about ancient mysteries. So we're going to get into some things concerning ancient history and the folklore and the myths that started thousands and thousands of years ago. Also, this is going to be discussing some Indo-European and Indo-Aryan linguistics and comparing them to different languages during the era. So it's pretty good stuff if you're into that kind of stuff. So stick around if you want to hear some more, and I will be back here in a little bit. So let me find my music on here. They changed a lot of stuff around on me with this stuff, so I'm having to learn it all again, it seems. I'm learning. Okay. Let me see.
And Beneath the stars that dim and quake lies a secret path none dare to take.
Actually, I probably should step in here and say something. Well, we have 10 more minutes before the show starts. I put that in for, some sound fillers while I was gone. And what I'm going to do is I am going to do some more music for a little while. Get some coffee down me, start getting everything set up and ready to go. I want to add some audio in that I had also just recently gotten. Me and Mr. Robot off of Minds Chat and Elements, mostly off of Elements now, have been working on Mr. Robot and the Men from Mars. And he comes up with some interesting stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and share one of his songs for you that he put together and see how you guys like it. So here you go. Let me first get it uploaded and we'll see what you guys think of it. And that's what I'm wanting to do with all my shows too, so that you guys know I'm wanting to put songs in so that you guys can enjoy some of the stuff that me and a few other people have been working together on. Besides doing the shows, you know what I mean? Plus, it's good to listen to some music and stuff. So, here we go.
War pigs gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, the sorcerers of death's construction. In the fields, the bodies burning as the war machine keeps turning. They bring death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Leaders gathered in their chambers, deals struck in shadowed whispers. Evil hands that draw the borders, blood for oil, the world disorder. In the streets, the children crying as the bombs keep falling, flying. Death and silence claim the land, genocide by ruthless hand. Oh Lord, yeah. Politicians hide behind their walls, they only profit from the war. Why should they care who lives or dies? They leave the suffering to the poor. Yeah, yeah. Time will tell on their hollow lies, stealing lives for a barrel of gold, treating nations as their chessboard. Wait till their judgment takes hold. Yeah. Judges through the times. Oh Lord, yeah. Blowback echoes, fires raging, terror blooms from seeds they're planting. Cities scream, the home front bleeding. War machine still feeds unyielding. No matter who sits on the throne, the gears of death grind on alone. Empire's hunger knows no end, our lives just fuel to spend. Flags may change, the lies stay constant. Promises fade, the war stays honest. They sell us fear, they sell us hate, while they carve up another state. The cycle spins, the wheel keeps turning. Hearts keep breaking, cities burning. When will we break their deadly game? Or
Okay, so now we have that done. Let me see for there's another one that he made that I want to put on here too. It's called Fields of Forever. So here you go.
I'm glad mushrooms are against the law, 'cause I took them once and I saw it all. A field of green, the sky so wide. I laid there laughing, my heart open wide. My God, I love everything. I cried, but the world's not built for a love so wide. Oh, wide. We're all just passing through, from the cradle to the grave, it's true. So why do we build these walls so high, when we're all just stardust, destined to die? We all pay for life with death, so everything in between should be free. No chains, no weight, just a single breath in this field of forever. We're wild and we're free. I saw the threads that weave us tight, the day and the dark, the wrong and the right. But the world don't care for a heart unbound. It'll tie you down, it'll spin you round. Still I dream of that field, that endless green, where the walls fall down and the air is clean. We're all just passing through, from the cradle to the grave, it's true. So why do we build these walls so high, when we're all just stardust, destined to die? We all pay for life with death, so everything in between should be free. No chains, no weight, just a single breath in this field of forever. We're wild and we're free. All the mushrooms show me the truth so clear, but the world don't want you to see it here. They'll sell you fear, they'll sell you time, but love's the only thing that's truly mine. So I'll dream of that field, that endless green, where the walls fall down and the air is clean. We all pay for life with death, it's true, but in between I'll be here with you in this field of forever. We're wild and we're free. In this field of forever, we're wild and we're free.
Okay, so that would bring us up to the hour. Now we are starting the episode, and I think that this is the time where I start talking about ancient history. What do you guys think? Or ancient mysteries, not just ancient history, but ancient mysteries. If you guys are here, I appreciate you for showing up. I also appreciate Jay off of Beam for following me. I appreciate that too. Thank you for that. Also, thanks for people who are on Rumble watching right now. I do appreciate that as well. There's 3 on X who are watching at the moment. Thank you. I also want to thank Jade44 off of D-Live. She started following me as well. And 1 viewer on Twitch who is following, as well as 1 viewer on Kick, who is watching. Twitch is watching, not following. But hopefully that'll change if I stop running my mouth and get into the topic. So, with that, on this episode, I am wanting to start from where we left off. Now, the last thing I was talking about was Seditas and Astarte and Ahia and Dione. Now, these were goddesses during the time of the Phoenicians and the Canaanites, as well as the Babylonians who were worshipped. Now, if you have ever heard the word Astarte, that is the Canaanite and the Phoenician equivalents of Ishtar, who before she was Ishtar was also Inanna, according to the Babylonians and the Sumerians. So you guys know. And that's what we were discussing when I had last left off. Now, in my previous older episodes that I did with Karma, I want to point something out too, and that's on the Praetorian. It's called Ancient History. If you guys are interested in checking that out, it's my other channel called the Praetorian. But we had a pretty interesting conversation at this point. It, like I said, it wasn't really on topic like it was intended to be, but it did go into some interesting conversation that we had. So if you guys are interested in hearing that, just remember, the Praetorian, and the playlist is called Ancient History. So it's in there somewhere. What it was is this year I wanted to kind of go over some of the information we had done and do a little bit more of an interpretation. It was like today, Mark Edworthy said he wanted to come in and be a part of the show, but he canceled in the last second. And I was like, yeah, I'm okay with it, because to be honest, I think that I enjoy doing this solo rather than having somebody else with me, because I can stay focused and actually get the topics out. It might not be as glamorous and as exciting as what it could be, but it's what I really am into. I'm into ancient history and the lore and the myths and all of it, and how it all intertwines with one another. So I enjoy doing this. This is a big part of what I'm about, you know what I mean? So now that we covered that topic, this week I want to start out with Imermene. And Imermene is a figure from ancient Greek philosophy and mythology. Now, her presence in mythological texts aren't as well documented or as widespread as other deities or figures, but she is mostly notable, or she's notably connected with the concept of fate or necessity, which plays a key role in Greek thought, particularly in relationship to philosophical ideas or moral responsibilities, and the predetermined course of events that were taking place at the time. Imermene was often interpreted as a personification of fate or destiny, and like an abstract force that governs the events of the universe and the lives of, all individuals, basically. Now, in Greek mythology, the concept of fate is not a single entity, but rather a system of cosmical laws, often depicted as a power that even the gods must respect. In some philosophical texts, Imermene is referred to as the embodiment of this concept. Now, the term Imermene is often associated with Ananke, the goddess of necessity. who is a primordial figure representing the unyielding and inevitable forces that shape the universe. Immermane's connection to necessity and fate aligns with the idea that all events in the cosmos are predestined and must unfold according to a predetermined order. Now, this view is deeply tied to ancient Greek ideas about cosmic order and the limits placed on human agency. Immermane appears more clearly in Stoic philosophy, where fate is viewed as an unchangeable law of the universe. The Stoics believe that everything that happens is the result of divine reason, or logos. That's something that my buddy Jaffe likes to always talk about, the logos. And there's a lot of people who have an issue with logos, and I've actually been coming up with something that I'm going to come out with here before long. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put it in my series or my video series, but it's going to pertain somewhat to the logos. It's something I've been working on now about the cosmic weave. That's what I refer to it as, and the logos has a lot of strong ties to that, where I think a lot of people overlook what the logos was actually about and what it really meant. So be expecting that here sometime in the future. With that, I'm going to start back where I was saying now. So the Stoics did believe that everything that happened was a result of divine reason, which is the logos, like I said, and that human beings must accept the natural order of events. Now, Immermane, as a personification of fate, would represent this force that is both unchangeable and beyond human control, illustrating the Stoic concept of accepting one's fate with grace and understanding. Although she is not as prominent as figures like the Moirae, the Fates, Immermane has been associated with them in some ancient texts. The Moirae are often described as three sisters who spin, measure, and cut the threads of life, each one responsible for different aspects of fate. In some traditions, Immermane could be considered a more abstract or philosophical extension of the power that the Moirae represent. As a personification of fate, Immermane represents the idea that everything that occurs in the universe happens for a reason, and it follows a fixed course. This concept is central in Greek philosophy and ethics, where human beings are urged to live in harmony with the natural order rather than trying to resist it. Now, Immermane's symbolism also ties into the broader Greek understanding of the universe as a rational, ordered system. Just as the cosmos operates according to the laws of nature, so too do individual lives unfold according to the predetermined set of circumstances that are part of a greater divine plan. While Immermane does not have the widespread recognition of figures like Zeus, Apollo, or the Moirae, her concept of fate has had a lasting influence on philosophical thought. The Greek understanding of fate has been passed down through Western philosophy, particularly in discussions about about free will, determinism, and the nature of existence. In later Western traditions, the influence of figures like Immermane can be seen in discussions about divine providence and the tension between human free will and divine control. Now, that is something that a lot of people actually do have conversations even today about. So, this is where it all culminates from. This is where it started from. And I've been in a lot of different conversations where people discuss topics like this, and they also discuss, vibrations, and they also discuss uh, a lot of other aspects, which at the moment I can't come to mind. But this is where it all culminates: predetermination or free will. Um, and there's people who are just really, really hard set on their beliefs. They believe you're either all or nothing. It's either all free will or it's all predetermination. It can't be both. And I don't follow that ideology. I believe that it's a little bit of both. You know what I mean? Because we live in a world where we have to live together. Individuals have to live among one another. Okay, so I don't have like 100% free will. My fate is determined to some respect because of the fact that I have to communicate and be a part of a community and do things with other people. Um, so, with that aspect, there's no free will there. You know what I mean? And those are things that people, oh, that's just not what we're talking about. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. It's just you're not comprehending that. You can't run around throughout your entire life thinking that everything is about free will. That's why a lot of people get themselves into situations where they regret it because they think that it's their way or the highway. You know what I mean? It's gonna be their way. They don't know what the word compromise means, and this is the concepts right here that 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 you have to look at. The concept of fate. If I act that way and I end up getting in trouble with the law, then fate has it that the law is going to treat me in a certain way that's been predetermined before I committed the crime. You know what I mean? So those are things that you have to think of. So the concept of fate, as embodied by Imermene, is echoed in various forms of both Christian theology with the idea of God's will, and in the works of philosophers such as Arthur Schopenhauer, Baruch Spinoza, and Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, Ibermain represents a key philosophical and mythological concept of fate or necessity in ancient Greek thought. Her association with the Moirai and her representation of the inescapable laws of the cosmos provide valuable insight into the ancient Greek beliefs about destiny, order, and human existence. Through her, the ancient Greeks explored themes of acceptance, submission to divine will, and the interplay between free will and predestination. And that was what I was getting into too. And themes like acceptance and submission, those are things that people really don't like. Like, I've actually had to deal with the words acceptance and submission, which submission has got different, like surrender. A lot of people don't understand what the concept of surrendering to win means. Sometimes you have to let go. You have to surrender. Acceptance. The the acceptance prayer is a good example. Jeffy loves to say that on the pirate show all the time, and it says, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And there's an actual philosophy that goes behind that, to accept the things I cannot change. The things I can't change, I need to accept that. If there's something going on in my life that I know I don't have power over and I can't freaking change, I should accept the fact that I can't change it. But then I have to have the courage to accept the things or to change the things I can. So even though I can't change this over here, I can change this. So I have to have courage and change that part of my life. But even though freaking I can change this and I can't change that, I have to know, I have to have the wisdom to understand what it is I can change and what it is I can't change. Okay? And all of that is what this whole topic right here is about. It's about submission to divine will and the interplay between free will and predestination. Now, after that, I want to start talking about the Titanides. Now, the Titanides or the Titanesis and Archimedes are two distinct concepts from Greek mythology, both connected to powerful divine figures. Now, though they belong to different mythological categories, all right, the term Titanides refer to the female counterparts of the Titans. Now, the primordial deities who were the children of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. Now, the Titans were the first generation of divine beings before the Olympian gods, and their reign was eventually overthrown by the Olympians led by Zeus. The Titanides are the female Titans, and their roles vary depending on the source of the myth. Now, like the male Titans, the Titanides are part of the earliest generation of deities in Greek mythology. They are powerful and represent fundamental forces of the cosmos, often associated with natural phenomenon or abstract concepts. Now, while the male titans such as Kronos, Oceanus, and Hyperion are more prominent in the myths, the Titanides also played significant roles. Some were married to their male counterparts, such as Rhea. She was the wife of Kronos, while others were independent, like Themis, the Titaness of divine law and order. Now, Rhea was the mother of Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and others, and she played a central role in the mythology surrounding the Titanomachy, the war between the Titans and the Olympians. Then there was Themis. She was the Titaness of justice, law, and order. She was a personification of divine law and often was depicted holding scales or a sword. So the scales is one thing that you should actually recognize, especially if you're here in the United States, especially when it comes to the justice system and stuff like that. Then you had Mnemosyne, and she was the Titaness of memory and the mother of the Muses, the goddess of arts. Then you had Typhus. She was the wife of Oceanus and the mother of many river gods and ocean nymphs. Now, this one I always call Phoebe, and I know that it's wrong, but it's Phoebe. I always call it Phoebe. So if you hear me say Phoebe, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Phoebe. And I don't know why I do it, but I've always done this. And this is coming from a guy who used to watch Charmed, okay, because I like the chicks in freaking sexy dresses and stuff. So just so you know, it's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But anyhow, Phoebe was the Titaness of the moon, who later became associated with the prophetic powers of her daughter, Leto. Now, Eurynome, she was another one. She was often depicted as the goddess of all things that are and the mother of the Charitites, or the Graces. Now, during the Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, and the Titans, the Olympians emerged victorious. Most of the male Titans were cast into the Tartarus, which is a deep, gloomy part of the underworld, while the Titanids' fate varied. Some, like Rhea and Thamus, sided with the Olympians, while others were neutral or suffered the same fate as the male Titans. Now, the Titanids embody important concepts such as memory, justice, and order. And while they were part of the older generation of gods, their influence continued even after the Olympians took control. Many Titanids, particularly Rhea, were considered maternal figures, emphasizing fertility, creation, and the natural world. Now, Artemis is one of the 12 Olympian gods, daughter of Zeus and Leto, and the twin sister of Apollo. While she is not technically a Titaness, Artemis holds a significant place in Greek mythology and shares certain attributes with the Titanesses, such as her connection to nature and primal forces. Artemis is primarily known as the goddess of the hunt, wild animals, and the wilderness. She is often depicted with a bow and arrows, accompanied by a deer or hunting dogs. She is also associated with the moon, as she was sometimes considered the lunar counterpart of Apollo's solar aspects. Artemis was also a protector of women, especially during childbirth, and was seen as a fierce guardian of female purity. She's often helped. She often helped women in labor and was invoked for protection in difficult pregnancies. Artemis is famously a virgin goddess who chose to remain celibate and independent. As a goddess closely associated with the wilderness, Artemis was also seen as a protector of nature and animals. Her affinity with the natural world links her to some of the Titans, like Gaia, the earth goddess, and Typhus, the goddess of the ocean, who personified natural forces. Artemis was a central figure in many myths. One of the most famous myths surrounding her involves the Caledonian boar hunt, where she sent a monstrous boar to ravage the land of Caledon as punishment for the king's failure to honor her properly. She was also closely involved with the myth of Actaeon, a hunter who accidentally saw her bathing and was turned into a stag and killed by his own hunting dogs. Artemis was often worshipped in connection with fertility, healing, and protection, and her cults were widespread across ancient Greece, particularly in regions where nature and the wilderness played a key role in people's lives. The Titanids were the powerful female counterparts of the Titans, representing fundamental natural and cosmic forces in Greek mythology. Artemis, though not a Titaness, shares some thematic similarities with the Titanids, particularly in her connection to the natural world, primal forces, and her role as a protector of women. Both the Titanids and Artemis reflect the Greek understanding of divine power and the forces that shape the natural world, offering insight into how the ancient Greeks conceptualized the relationship between divine, nature, and human existence. Now, I want to go to another topic, and this is Zeus Eretrios. Okay, Eretrios. Erotrius. Yeah, there we go. Zeus Erotrius is a lesser known aspect of the Greek god Zeus, who is typically recognized as the king of the gods, ruler of the sky, and god of thunder. The epithet Erotrius comes from the Greek word erotrius, meaning of the plow or agriculture. This aspect of Zeus highlights his connection to agricultural prosperity, especially in relationship to farming and the well-being of crops. As Zeus Erotrius, Zeus is seen as the protector of farming and harvests. The ancient Greeks believed that the success of crops was under his protection, as he could send rain and storms to nourish the earth, or conversely, withhold it. This aspect of Zeus was likely invoked in agricultural festivals and rituals aimed at ensuring good harvests. Farmers would pray to Zeus Erotrios to secure a fruitful season and to protect their crops from natural disasters like drought or flooding. This epithet of Zeus emphasizes the more practical, life-sustaining aspects of the god, showing how his influence extended not just over the heavens in human affairs, but also over the very earth that sustained life. Now, from that one, I want to discuss Asclepius. Now, Asclepius is the Greek god of medicine, healing, and physicians. Asclepius is the son of Apollo and the mortal Cronus. There's Coronis, not Kronos, Coronis. And you spell that with Coronis. And I have to spell sometimes because my reading out loud is horrible. Whenever I get into some of these words, a lot of them I mess it up. So that's why I go and I spell the words that I am doing. So just so you guys know. Now that's Coronis. Now Asclepius is widely revered as a god who could heal the sick and even raise the dead, and his cult was prominent in the ancient world, particularly in places like Epidaurus. Now Asclepius is the personification of healing and medicine. He is often depicted holding a staff with a serpent wrapped around it, a symbol that became the emblem of medicine, the rod of Asclepius. And in today's world, you see that all over the place, especially when it comes to the medical profession. You'll see the intertwining snakes with the rod. And I also find it odd that Asclepius was also considered the god who could heal the sick and even raise the dead. That really dives deep into the whole Christian aspect with Jesus, who could raise the dead. So that was something that really stuck out to me when it comes to this stuff. There is a lot of syncretism that takes place, and it's been taking place all through history, and you can see it if you take time to read and find all of this stuff out, where each religion has basically incorporated new aspects into itself. I was in a conversation here recently where somebody had said that they don't like the term New Age. Me personally, I don't like or dislike the term New Age when it comes to a lot of things, because I've sat and I've taken time to read historically about these things when it comes to religion and lore and legends and all of that. And especially here recently, I've been reading a lot of it, and it has to do with syncretism, where they would take aspects of an older pagan belief and they would incorporate it into their new religions. And they've been doing this since the beginning of time, you know. And I think that in today's world, especially, people have a hard time accepting that. They have a hard time expecting that. They have a hard time accepting the fact that a lot of their beliefs were incorporated into their religion from old pagan belief systems. And you see it everywhere. You see it with the Christmas tree. You know, I mean, what do you think the Christmas tree represents? Me and Mark Edworthy were talking about Santa Claus the other night with Sonia. You know, and I was saying that maybe we should have a episode about Santa Claus with Jaffe, because Jaffe loves Santa Claus. I mean, and that would be something to talk about, especially when it comes to the pagan beliefs that go into the story of Santa Claus, you know. So when I see that about Asclepius being able to heal the sick and even raise the dead, that brings me to the topic of Jesus raising the dead. That was one of his miracles, you know. And then it goes on to talk about, you know, the rod of Asclepius being two snakes intertwined around his rod. And like I said, you know, you see that a lot if you're here in the United States and with the medical field. I don't know how it is in a lot of the other countries, but that's something that really has stuck around. So I just figured that would be something to touch on and discuss, you know. So with that, I'm going to continue to read. Now, temples that were dedicated to Asclepius were known as Asclepii, and they were centers of healing. People would visit these temples often to seek cures from illnesses. The healing process involved offerings, sacrifice, and rituals. And the sick would often sleep in the temple, which was known as incubation, just so you guys know, where they believed Asclepius would visit them in their dreams to provide a cure. Now, according to some myths, Asclepius's healing powers were so great that he could even bring the dead back to life, okay? This ability angered Zeus, who feared that Asclepius might upset the natural order. And so Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt. Asclepius is a symbol of the pursuit of medical knowledge and healing, and his legacy continues in the development of ancient medical, or continued in the development of ancient medical practices. This is something that I also I think I did a short piece on that in one of my channels, where I was talking about ancient medical practices and a lot of the things that they had actually done. A lot of people don't really understand what people in the ancient world were getting into when it comes to the medical side of things. Like the Egyptians were big on it. I know that the Babylonians played around with it. The Hittites were into the medical stuff as well. Those are a lot of good things that I really do eventually want to get into as well. So, because I don't think that I really dove into it like I really wanted to be honest with you. So with that, I am going to come back on it and get more into the whole medical aspects of what took place back during the in the ancient world when it comes to the medical side of things. So after that, I want to talk about Zeus Belus. Now, Zeus Belus is another epithet of Zeus, but this form of Zeus is more commonly found in the Phoenician and Babylonian context, where he is associated with the ancient Eastern deity Bel, who is Baal. And if you remember in my previous episodes, I said that Baal was usually considered to be Zeus and and uh, Marduk. But see, the term Baal is like a generic word. It's used for more than one god, and that's another thing that has to be brought up and mentioned as well. So, like when you hear the word Baal, you're not hearing at most of the time you're not hearing one god. Now, usually when you do hear the word Baal, you're hearing usually the combination of Zeus and Marduk combined with Baal, and that's who a lot of people are referring to. But in this case, they're talking about uh, the combination of the Eastern deity Bel instead of Marduk with Zeus. So you have Zeus Belus, and he's a god of fertility, storms, and agriculture. Now, the connection between Zeus and Belus reflects a syncretism that often occurs between Greek and Eastern religions, where syncretism that often where gods from different pantheons were merged or identified with one another. The epithet Belus reflects a merging of Greek and Near Eastern religious traditions. In the Phoenician tradition, Baal or Bel was a god of storm, rain, and fertility, often associated with agriculture, prosperity. In some myths, Zeus Belus would embody these attributes as well. The identification of Zeus with Belus likely arose during the Hellenistic period when Greek influence spread through the eastern Mediterranean and into the Near East. Greek gods were often equated with local deities, leading to a blending of religious identities. Zeus Belus may have been particularly associated with the fertility and agricultural aspects of the earth. This form of Zeus shows how Greek religion adapted and absorbed elements from the ancient Near East, blending Zeus's overarching dominion with the agricultural and the storm-bringing attributes of local gods like Belus. Now, Apollo is one of the most prominent and multifaceted gods in Greek mythology. He is the son of Zeus and the Titaness Leto, and is associated with many domains, including the sun, music, prophecy, healing, archery, and the arts. Although Apollo was not originally the god of the sun in early Greek myth, he became associated with the sun later on. His association is particularly seen in his role as the driver of the chariot of the sun across the sky. Now, Apollo is also known as the god of music, poetry, and the arts. He is often depicted playing a lyre or a lyre, a musical instrument. He is considered the leader of the Muses, the 9 goddesses who inspire creativity in the arts and sciences. Apollo is also the god of prophecy and oracles. His most famous oracle was at Delphi, where the Pythia, a priestess, would deliver prophetic messages from Apollo. This made Apollo a central figure in Greek religion as people from all over Greece sought his guidance. Apollo had healing powers, and his son Asclepius inherited this domain, becoming the god of medicine. Apollo himself could heal, but he could also bring disease, as seen in the myth of the plague of Delphi. Apollo was also a skilled archer, often depicted with a bow and arrows. He was known for using his archery skills to defend the gods or punish mortals, as the myth of the Trojan War, where he helped the Trojans by shooting arrows at the Greek army. Apollo's influence spans many areas of Greek life, from healing and prophecy to music and warfare. His character is often depicted as both serene and wrathful, as he could bring prosperity and harmony, or destruction and punishment, depending on how mortals or gods treated him. Now, Zeus Eretrios is an agricultural aspect of Zeus. He emphasizing his role in ensuring prosperity for crops and the earth's fertility. Asclepius is the god of healing and medicine, whose cult was centered on curing illness and raising the dead. Zeus Belus represents the syncretic merging of Zeus with the Near Eastern god Belus, or Baal, highlighting Zeus's connection to fertility storms and agriculture in the Eastern Mediterranean. Apollo is one of the most versatile and important gods, with domains spanning the sun, music, prophecy, healing, and archery, playing a central role in many Greek myths and religious practices. Now, each of these gods reflects different aspects of divine influence in Greek and Eastern mythologies, from agriculture and healing to the arts and the forces of nature. Now, after that, I am going to go right into Pontus. Okay? Now, Pontus is a primordial sea god in Greek mythology, often associated with the vastness of the ocean. He represents the primal sea and is one of the first beings to emerge from chaos alongside Gaia, the earth. Pontus is sometimes considered the personification of the sea itself, though his role in mythology is somewhat limited compared to other gods. Pontus is one of the earliest beings of Greek mythology. According to Hesiod's Theogony, he is the child of Gaia, which is earth, and chaos, though some myths represent him as being born from Gaia alone, or Gaia alone. Now, Pontus is the father of several important sea deities, including Nereus, Perseus, and Sato, and Eurybia. Now, these offspring represent various aspects of the sea, such as its monsters, dangers, and fertility. While Pontus does not play an active role in many myths, he is considered the personification of the sea's primal power and its fertility. His union with Gaia also reflects the deep connection between the earth and the sea in ancient Greek cosmology. Pontus's role in the creation of other sea gods highlights the Greeks' understanding of the sea as both a dangerous and vital force, teeming with life and mysteries. Pontus's figure represents the vast, mysterious, and potentially hostile aspects of the sea. He was revered by sailors and those who lived near the coast, but did not play as central a role in the myths compared to other gods. Now we move on to Typhon. Typhon is one of the most fearsome and chaotic creatures in Greek mythology. He is a monstrous being associated with destruction, storms, and natural disasters. Often described as a challenge to the rule of the Olympian gods, Typhon represents the untamed and destructive force of nature. Typhon is the son of Gaia, which is Earth, and Tartarus, the primordial abyss that represents the deepest part of the underworld. Some myths also suggest that he is the brother of Echidna, the mother of many mythical creatures. And Echidna is spelled Echidna, Echidna, the mother of many mythical creatures. Now, Typhon is often depicted as a gigantic and terrifying creature with serpentine features. In some versions of the myth, he is a hundred dragon heads. No, he has 100 dragon heads, each spewing fire and poison. His body is described as being so large that it stretches across the earth. Typhon's most famous myth involves his battle with Zeus, the king of the gods. After the Titans were defeated, Typhon challenged Zeus for control of the cosmos. The battle was fierce, with Typhon hurling mountains at Zeus and causing earthquakes and storms. Eventually, Zeus defeated Typhon by striking him with his thunderbolts and imprisoning him under Mount Etna in Sicily, where his rage is said to cause volcanic eruptions. Typhon represents the chaotic and destructive forces of nature. His role in the myth emphasizes the constant struggle between order, represented by Zeus and the Olympian gods, and chaos, represented by Typhon and the Titans. Typhon's defeat by Zeus solidified the Olympian gods' rule over the cosmos and symbolized the triumph of order over chaos. Typhon is often seen as a symbol of the dangers and unpredictability of nature. His battle with Zeus underscores the Greek belief in the constant tension between creation and destruction. Now, after that, we go to Nereus. Nereus is another primordial sea god in Greek mythology, often referred to as the Old Man of the Sea. He is a peaceful and benevolent figure compared to other sea deities like Poseidon and Typhon. Nereus is considered the father of the Nereids, a group of 50 sea nymphs who were his daughters. Nereus's most significant role in mythology is as the father of the Naiads, the sea nymphs, who are associated with the calm and peaceful aspects of the sea. The Nereids are often depicted as beautiful young women who aid sailors and help those in need. Some of the most famous Nereids include Thetis, the mother of Achilles, Amphitrite, Poseidon's wife, and Galatea, the lover of the Cyclops Polyphemus. Now, unlike the more chaotic sea gods, Nereus is depicted as a wise and helpful figure. He is often seen as embodying the gentler, more nurturing side of the sea, in contrast to the destructive forces represented by figures like Typhon and Poseidon. Nereus is also known for his shape-shifting abilities, a trait he shares with other primordial deities. He could transform into various forms, which made him an elusive figure. In some myths, Nereus is said to have helped heroes like Hercules by providing them with guidance or gifts. Nereus is sometimes depicted as a wise prophet who can foresee the future. In certain myths, he is consulted by gods or mortals for his knowledge, particularly in relationship to the sea and its dangers. Nereus represents the calm and helpful aspects of the sea in contrast to the more violent and chaotic figures, which, like I said, was Poseidon and Typhon. Now, his connection to the Nereids highlight the ancient Greeks' reverence for the sea's nurturing aspects as well as its dangers. Now, all three figures of Pontus, Typhon, and Nereus are connected to the sea, but each represent different aspects of it. Pontus embodies the primordial and vast sea. Typhon symbolizes the destructive and chaotic forces of nature, while Nereus personifies the calm, wise, and helpful qualities of the sea. Typhon's destructive nature and his battle with Zeus reflect the chaos and unpredictability of the natural world, while Pontus and Nereus are linked to the more ordered, life-sustaining aspects of the sea. Together, these figures illustrate the dual nature of the sea in Greek mythology, both a source of life and a force of destruction. Nereus and Pontus share a common ancestry through Gaia, the earth goddess, and are both connected to the primordial waters. Typhon, on the other hand, is descended from Gaia and Tartarus, linking him to the more chaotic, destructive forces of the cosmos. Pontus represents the primordial sea and the early, life-giving aspects of water in Greek mythology. Typhon is the embodiment of chaos and destruction, representing the terrifying and uncontrollable forces of nature. Nereus is a peaceful and wise sea god, father of the Nereids, and represents the more nurturing side of the sea. So now we come to Sidon. Sidon is an ancient Phoenician city and one of the most important cities in Phoenician history. While Sidon itself is not typically personified as a deity, its cultural and religious significance ties it closely to various gods, particularly those related to the sea and maritime trade. Sidon was a major city-state located in the on the Mediterranean coast, present-day Lebanon. It was a prominent center for trade, craftsmanship, and religious worship in the ancient world. Sidon's role as a port city meant that it was often associated with sea gods and maritime activities. Sidon, like other Phoenician cities, worshipped a variety of gods. While Sidon itself is not a deity, the city had close connections with gods like Malkard, a major Phoenician deity. Then there was Baal, often associated with fertility and storms. And then there was Astarte, the goddess of love and fertility. Now, in some versions of mythology, Sidon is mentioned in relation to Aphrodite, who is also Venus, who is sometimes said to have been born near the city of Sidon. This connects Sidon to the divine realm of the Mediterranean world. Now, Poseidon is one of the 12 Olympian gods in Greek mythology, the god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. He is one of the most prominent gods in Greek religion and is widely revered for his power over the waters and natural phenomena. Poseidon is often depicted as a mighty, temperamental deity. He is known for his ability to control the seas and oceans, causing storms, calm seas, or earthquakes. He is usually shown wielding a trident, which symbolizes his dominion over water. Poseidon is the son of Kronos and Rhea, making him the brother of Zeus, Hera, Demeter, Hestia, and Hades. When Kronos was overthrown, Poseidon, along with his brothers Zeus and Hades, divided the world into three realms. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, and Hades ruled the underworld. Poseidon is not only the god of the sea, but also of earthquakes and horses. In many myths, he is seen as a powerful and volatile figure, capable of creating earthquakes and causing havoc. His relationship with horses is also significant as he is credited with creating the first horse. Now, Poseidon plays a crucial role in several myths, including the Trojan War, where he supports the Greeks, and his rivalry with Athena over the city of Athens. He is also involved in the myth of Odysseus, where he hinders Odysseus' journey home due to a grudge. Poseidon's domain over the sea and natural disasters make him one of the most powerful and unpredictable gods in Greek mythology. His influence was vast, and sailors often prayed to him for safe voyages. Now, we are going to discuss Malcathras, also known as Melkart. Malcathras, or Melkart, was a major Phoenician god, particularly worshipped in the ancient city of Tyre, near Sidon. Melkart was often associated with kingship, protection, and the cycles of nature, and his worship spread to other Mediterranean regions, including Carthage. Melkart was often considered the protector of the city of Tyre and the embodiment of the king's power. He was closely associated with Phoenician king priests, who was seen as the earthly representation of the god. This association made Melkart central to the political and religious life of the Phoenician city-states. Melkart was linked to hunting, agriculture, and the fertility of land. He was often depicted as a god who protected the land from invaders and ensured its prosperity. In Greek mythology, Melkart was often equated with Hercules or Hercules, the Greek hero and god of strength. Both gods shared similar characteristics, including their association with strength, bravery, and protection. The Phoenicians identified Melkart with Hercules, and some Greek sources described Melkart as a Phoenician version of the hero. The worship of Melkart spread beyond Phoenicia, especially to Carthage, where he was known as Hammon. He was a god of both life and death, associated with resurrection and renewal. The Phoenicians and Carthaginians built temples to him, and his cult played an important role in the religious and political life of these societies. While Sidon, Poseidon, and Malcathras are distinct in their mythologies and cultures, there are some connections between them. And again, in this one, it also brings up the association with resurrection and renewal. So that's another point that has to be brought home. Like the idea of resurrection was not a new idea when it came to Christianity. It was around before then in different cultures. So both Poseidon and Malcathras are sea gods, though Poseidon is more broadly known as the god of the sea and oceans in Greek mythology, while Malcarthurus was a more localized Phoenician deity. The sea was central to both the Greeks and the Phoenicians, as both civilizations relied heavily on maritime trade and exploration. I'm going to have to mute out real quick. I will be right back. Okay, yeah, so we actually are at an hour and a half, so I'm going to end this. I didn't realize I had been going over that, and besides, I have somebody yelling for me right now that I need to actually talk to. So this would be the perfect time to go ahead and end this. I'm checking to see if there is anybody on the chat. Dragus Production did some pretty cool memes there. I don't know exactly what those are. A bunch of weird looking skull faces. D&D. Oh, I put down some D&D. Gonna be going there. This is ancient history. This isn't D&D. He still thinks there's like a old Norwegian king that had two battle axes and rode on like a freaking huge boar or something. I told him he's mixing that up with D&D, and he's still in denial. He doesn't want to admit that it's true. So now, other than that, we don't have any more comments. Oh, he put some more down. Dragus Production Fairies. So if you guys have a chance, check him out. He has a lot of good shows. Dragus Production, which is usually Wednesdays and Sundays. He has got censorship. Oh, it's a dwarf king. He said a giant Viking dwarf king. So but he has a Vixen's Vault. He has Jack doing paranormal investigation, and then he has Censorship Sucks, which is on Sunday night. That's tonight. And if you can't watch it on tonight, you can also watch it on Wednesday night, which is before Jack's show, Paranormal Investigation. So there's a lot of good stuff going on there. He's usually on. He's on Kick. He's on Rumble. He's on Twitch, and I don't think he's on YouTube. I'm not sure. I know he's on DLive, so you can check him out on those places, as well as having his radio show, which, I mean, if you want to check him out on the radio show, you can, but I don't have any information when it comes to that stuff. And Willie is supposed to be on Censorship Sucks tonight too, by the way. BitChute, whatever. I'm not saying nothing about BitChute. You never say anything about YouTube. I will never mention anything about BitChute. I'm still kind of leery about them because, like, their cryptocurrency payment plans is banned here in the United States, or it was. So I got a little nervous about that when I checked that out. That's kind of weird. But this isn't about that. This is about ancient history. So I'm going to not have that conversation during my ancient history thing. Yeah, Odyssey too. You can find him on Odyssey. He's in chat right now, running his mouth. So, so thank you for showing up and making comments for me, Mark or Dragus Production, and I appreciate that. Now, other than that, check out Beam as well. He's on Beam. I keep forgetting to mention that. He's got his own stream going on through there, which I started using too. It takes a little while to get used to, but I've started using it. That and Rumble Studio. Now, just to let everybody know too, I have started doing pretty good on Rumble Studio. They've actually gone through some changes here recently, and if you guys haven't had a chance to go in and check out Rumble Studios, go in there and give it a try. It's actually turning out to be pretty respectable. That's what I'm streaming off of now. I'm going off of Beam and sharing it onto, or I'm going off of Rumble Studios and sharing it to Beam, and then going out from Rumble to X and D Live, as well as Twitch. No, not Twitch. To D Live and then X, and then on Beam, I'm streaming out from Beam or from Rumble to Beam, and then from Beam it's going into Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So I'm pretty impressed with that. When I tried it on the OBS, it was wanting way too much frames per second for me to be able to handle. But what I did is I went ahead and just used Rumble Studios so that it could handle the excess RPMs or frames per second, I should say, that my computer couldn't handle. And I remembered that back in the day, they said that get on a platform and stream off of a platform so that you can compensate for it and your computer doesn't have to take up the extra work. And sure enough, this is the first time I did it and it actually started working. So I'm on there too. So just so you guys know, if you're on Beam, check it out. That being said, I think I'm done. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to end it and say thanks again for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed, and have a good night.
But apparently, the Smithsonian's there to cover up history more than it is to reveal it. And if you find an out of place artifact, the Smithsonian's likely to show up to make it go away.
Yeah.
I could see them.
Why do you feel as though that is? What do you feel as though if someone was doing something like that, or a group
that would have to be that would actually have to do with government. I mean, there's something there going on, and it doesn't really matter.
With our government?
Yeah, with all governments, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And like everybody knows that with knowledge is power, okay? That's a basic understanding that everybody knows. And like if we are taught to believe anything, all right, and all of a sudden, freaking, they come up with something that is just so outrageously off the grid and not a part of what we were being taught, then that's gonna cause a chink in the freaking in the chain. You know what I mean? So finding giants out in the desert, hidden in caves with red hair, in the middle of freaking the Southwest that
I
are.
believe it was Kentucky, wasn't it? Or was that Oklahoma?
Wait, I think that was Kentucky.
Yeah,
But we have aliens. You think it's so far-fetched to believe
Well,
stuff like this now, even with aliens?
That's the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Giants with red hair in Kentucky, you know what I mean? Freaking the
local Indians smoked them out, if I'm not mistaken. They sealed the door and filled it with smoke to kill them.
Okay, 10 leading scientists who died of suspicious circumstances. Since the start of the 21st century, some have noted that many leading scientists suddenly began to drop like flies. Some were murdered, while others appeared to have died in tragic accidents. While most people found the explanation for these scientists' deaths perfectly acceptable, some began to investigate further, and the conspiracy theory that they were being eliminated was born. Many of the scientists were found to have had secret ties to the intelligence community, and it was argued that they were being targeted intentionally. Here are 10 such people. Dr. Rodney Marks. Australian astrophysicist Dr. Rodney Marks died from acute methanol poisoning. What isn't known, however, is how he was poisoned. Suicide was officially ruled out during the investigation that followed. As more time passed, it's likely that his death will remain a mystery. Marks, who was employed by the Smithsonian Society, was a part of a research project in Antarctica for the National Science Foundation at the time of his death, on May 12, 2000. He had suddenly become unwell the previous day, even vomiting blood as his condition worsened. Accidentally, investigators have cited their frustration with the National Science Foundation, noting a distinct lack of cooperation from the group, which made the investigation difficult. Coroner Richard McElrea stated that he was not entirely satisfied that all relevant information and reports had been made available to New Zealand police. And that was one of them. I figured when you guys were talking about the Smithsonian, that would be a good example.
Yeah, I actually just raised my eyebrow when you said that he worked for them. So that's quite.
And see, what kind of research are they doing? The Smithsonian isn't just about government. I mean, the Smithsonian actually goes out and does scientific investigations and stuff too. You know what I mean? So you kind of have they go in a lot of different directions.
Now, something I do want to inject into the conversation based on what was said earlier about governments worldwide covering everything up. A little more than a decade ago, India pledged to stop covering up UFOs and to start making all of their news, what would be news items that would quickly get covered up elsewhere. They've pledged to make theirs public. And I have seen them do it a little bit in some of their news sites. Unfortunately, when you try to read through Indian news sites, you get so much crap anyway. It's very hard to go through Indian news and find things. Because they tend, I mean, their newspapers are like their movies. So,
they're horrible.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff they put on there is just crazy, because like they start talking about these Muslims that kidnap their women and shit. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. I'm like, are you serious? You're gonna just openly post that shit on your freaking news or newspapers and stuff? You know, that stuff is basically shut down in most other countries. I mean, because it's like it's a growing thing that everybody does. You know what I mean? These horrible Muslims are stealing our freaking Christian women and forcing them into the worshiping Allah and shit. You know, and India still does it. They're like, because most of them are like Buddhist or freaking Hindu. You know, and oh, God forbid, freaking those horrible Muslims moved into our area, which they've been there for the longest time, you know.
But Allah is just God. Allah is God. Allah is just another way of saying God. See, that's what I mean by religions separate. Because, and
Well,
then there's talking about.
They've been in India since freaking, well, let me stop and think. Since the Asian invasion. Since freaking, or no, since the Arab invasion. I mean,
Yeah, that's very just talking
they went from freaking Saudi Arabia straight up through Iran. They made it all the way to freaking the halfway mark into India, and they couldn't go any further. But Muslims have been there forever. I mean, just as long as, well, not just as long as the Buddhists and the Hindu, but now all you ever see when you check that stuff out is, you know, stuff like that. And that was just an example. There's other crazy shit they post.
But see, is that not propaganda? It's almost like pushing Christianity.
Well,
Excuse me, in a certain area of life, like it's
not just Christianity. It's not just Christians doing it. It's, you know,
no, that's what I was saying.
Hindus and Muslims, Buddhists. You wanna piss a freaking who is it, a Hindu off? You freaking eat a cow, okay? You go out there and freaking butcher their cow and eat their cow for freaking dinner, and you watch what happens. They'll straight up kill you. I mean,
oh, to be fair, if you butchered a Texan's cow right in front of them and tried to eat it, a cowboy probably.
Yeah.
They don't play on Texas.
Maybe for a slightly different reason, but.
Yeah. They're gonna have the same results that way.
It's, I mean, the kind of stuff that you listen to, it just comes back to having discernment. You just have to really be aware of what's going on, you know.
What would be the point of a government attempting to fuel us with a certain type of belief? Like, why would you? What would be their motive? Would you, if you, it just regular convo, like not saying anything is definite this, but if you could guess, what would you feel as though that would be the agenda?
Okay, this is a good question. All right, you saw probably in some of the discussion earlier today where strong socialist regimes want to get rid of any type of religious influence because they want to replace religion with the state. If you run into a serious socialist, or what we in the United States call liberals, but it's not the proper definition of liberals. Proper definition, I'm probably a liberal. That's not the definition we use. But if you find the ones that are pro-state everything, they're going to believe everything the government says, they have replaced religion with government. And the government wants that. Anything that might... Okay, layer one might move people towards non-government religions they don't want getting out. Second, on another layer, not everyone in the government is part of the the globalist plan as we talk about it. We've talked about globalism a little bit, the one world government plan. Not everyone's on that boat, but they would still want to block certain things because, okay, especially in history, at one time the U.S. was a majority Christian nation. You could just assume the average person walking down the street is probably some form of Christian. Well, people who are very, very strict in certain interpretations aren't going to believe anything. If you start introducing aliens into the mix, all of a sudden that draws up too many religious questions, and you have to worry about upsetting the nation you want to keep running smoothly, because all of a sudden they start thinking about aliens, and it becomes
I thought there was a separation between church and state, though.
Yeah, right.
I mean, like, but you see what I'm saying? Because, like, go ahead, keep going, please. Thank you.
But yeah, they were worried about, you don't want to upset the nation, you want to keep the gears turning. And you don't want anything that'll upset, throw a cog, you don't want to throw a sabot into the gears. And
I think America's trying to back out of a bad deal without paying the piper. I really feel like they're attempting to slide on these people that got them under a strong arm, and their only way to do it is to separate from the powers that they consistently use, i.e. their money, i.e. their religion. And that's what's really going on, because let me
kind of add in on that too, because like Dave has a point in what he's saying there, okay, and I can use a perfect example, okay, and I was mentioning reverse engineering, all right. Well, let's bring up Area 57, all right. We know that something's going on in there. Now, all of a sudden, frickin', we have these ufologists who believe that Area 57 is reverse engineering UFOs. Now, that could be true, but what if it isn't? You see, nobody wants to flip the script and say, okay, what if something else is taking place that they don't want me, you, and Dave to know about? So they go out to these ufologists and they endorse it. They say, yeah, put that stuff out, man. We're going to throw some money your way, too. And of course, it's not going to come directly from them. It's going to come from a third party, okay? And the reason why they're doing that is because they would rather you look at the alien conspiracy rather than what's really taking place in Area 51. Okay? You see, there could be things going on there that concerns genetics. They could be doing genetic research on freaking human beings, they could be doing well, hell, that's about as bad as you can get at genetic You're just feeding them.
Training them, right? That's what you said?
That's right.
No, you said training. Yes, you said training them. Okay, so what's the process of training? Please, what is the process of training? Elaborate.
I just explained it. It's that simple. You know what I mean? When you go outside and you throw
training,
or you throw bread down on the ground and a bird comes.
Use it in a different example then.
Okay. Oh God, that's the easiest way.
Like training. Define training.
Well, training when you turn around. Okay. Like here's a good example. Like I've mentioned this before. Like with sheep. Okay. Do you know how to train a flock of sheep?
Can we herd them?
No.
You mean herd them?
How do you train a flock of sheep to be herded? Then that would be the best way of saying it.
No, I don't know. I'm unfamiliar. Tell me.
Now, in order to
you do the same thing over and over again, right? Repetition.
Yeah, but
is it repetition?
But the key to it is okay, with sheep, there's always the lead sheep. There's one sheep out of every herd that every single one of those sheep will follow. Okay, no matter what, they'll always do what that one does. So instead of you trying to train an entire flock of sheep, all you gotta do is pick out which one is the lead sheep, train that one, and the rest of them will follow.
But I thought you said there's no control.
No, that's
I'm just asking. I'm just
you're
asking.
training.
Please understand,
Okay,
it's just a conversation, and I'm smiling. I'm so happy. Like,
you're training
but
them.
no, but
You're training.
training is controlling them. You're controlling them.
No, it's not.
Why are
The
they living
reason why
freely,
they're
or are they
following
under your
you,
control?
the reason why they're following you is because they're benefiting from it in some way or another. Those birds are doing it because you're giving them food. You're going out there with a piece of bread and you're throwing it down on the ground. That's all you're doing. You're not making.
Isn't that bait?
them.
Aren't you paid out? Isn't that controlling?
You're not making them come back to that spot. If they didn't want your food, they wouldn't come. You see what I mean?
Okay, so they're benefiting from it. Something you're doing is giving them that. Right. Okay. Hold on, though. Hold on. Couldn't you just stop putting the food out there? You said there's no control. Just let me just stop putting the food out there.
Yeah, and they'll stop coming.
For how long though? Because they're gonna always come back and check. Hey, I remember this one time I went over there and feeding. Oh yeah, let's go see.
You know, go whenever you get a chance. Go out and feed some birds for about maybe a month, and then just stop feeding them and see if they come back to check.
I think that's a great experiment. I'm just going to tell you, like, honestly, just if you let yourself experience as much as like we let ourselves indulge with what we're told and what the norm, quote unquote, is, as much as we engage with that stuff, you know, like the social media and keeping up with the Joneses, as much as we do that, if we even just considered not, seriously, if it was just, you know what I mean, for just a few minutes and see how powerful you are. Like you were saying, I can't make that tree grow. But there are some cultures, Native American cultures, where they are so in tune with the universe that if they speak for a tree to grow in an exceptional amount of time, they're able to have that. But that's because they're cut off from our nonsense. Like the Amish, they're cut off, but I don't want to talk too much on the Amish because they got a lot of other stuff going on. But, you know what I mean? It's just, but the reason is because
they aren't going to hear it. They don't believe in technology, so you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not gonna hear this show. But you know, a friend of a friend of a friend. I used to go to Amish country all the time to go shop. Mommy used to take me. We'd go to Vanity Fair up in Reading and Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And so we'd go to Lancaster and we'd go to Reading, and then there's a smorgasbord, and I'd have my smorgasbord. They had some of the best fried chicken. Oh my gosh, the best! I cannot believe. I cannot still to this day believe I say that. Best fried chicken, best peach cobbler, and they was getting their money. But yeah, we go to Amish country, and yeah. So like I said, a friend of a friend, you never know. And but seriously though, it's like it's scary to think that you could literally move stuff with your mind. It's scary, maybe, to not to me, but to people to think that they could get shot in that and live, come back to life. And it doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, after the hospital, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'll put that there for you to believe that that's the only way for something like that to happen. But it's not. I lived it. I lived it. I cut somebody off in traffic. He shot me in my head while I was driving. My now ex-husband was there and watched me come back to life. It's kind of like if you ever watched that movie Weekend at Bernie's, and he kind of like shakes every time the music comes on. He comes back. Like that's literally what happened. And like I cut him off in traffic because me and my ex were arguing, and I did like I said, I was in the hood and just call it.
You there? Oh, she'll get back on here. And it's like I said, this is going to be an episode dedicated to talking to Karma and kind of getting into some of the stuff that she's discussing. When she gets back, I'm going to have her speak a little bit more about the pineal gland, because I think I kind of stirred her in the left fields a little bit. So let me make sure she's okay on that. Let me make sure my stream's okay too, so that I know. Yeah, everything's still running fine. She should be back on here. Just give her a second. She's probably still talking. Don't even realize she got cut off. Hold on a minute. And yeah, I believe something has definitely occurred here. Let me see real quick. I will exit full screen. I will go in the chat and see what's going on. Kind of lost her internet connection, most likely. Ask her if she's alright. Now, the one thing that really sticks to me is like the premonitions and stuff, you know, throughout history and even today. You gotta realize that, you know, people often, you know, notice details about certain situations sometimes, and they don't even realize that they notice it. This is one thing that does occur, and because we don't really notice the details, sometimes it's conscious and sometimes it's subconscious. So that's one aspect of it. You back?
Wait, I didn't know I was gone. So
yeah, I know. I figured you were still talking. We're gonna have to get you back on.
Yeah, I was steady working.
We're gonna have to get you back on topic because you got excited and just kept on talking and talking and talking. And didn't even realize you left the thing, did you?
No, I heard the thing go doot, and I was just like, oh, because the thing went when I guess you texted in the chat, and I heard it. I was like, yeah, because I could do this for like hours, days, years, for infinity, and it's just, I mean, it's fun to me. It feels good.
Yeah. It really is, and that's why I was saying, you know, get some time to where you can come in and kind of speak about some of the stuff you were talking about. You know, now the thing too is like I was like having premonitions and stuff. That's what I was just kind of like going through. Like there's a lot of things that people have experience, don't get me wrong, you know, but you also got to take into consideration that, like, and it's happened all throughout history where people have had premonitions, but at the same time there's also these people who like notice certain details about certain situations. They don't even realize that they notice it. It's just like they don't notice it consciously, you know what I mean? And there is situations where that does happen, and you notice this stuff unconsciously, and the information is then relayed from your subconscious mind into your conscious mind. So this could be through your feelings and emotions too. So there's a lot of things that are going on there.
Receptors.
Yeah, and like we were
We're
talking about,
machines.
like pineal glands, and how I was talking to you about the DMT stuff. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people think that they're actually having a conscious contact with a higher being, but the truth of the matter is there's chemicals that are being created in your brain, and you're actually creating stimuli that's making you think you're having this conscious contact with it. You know what I mean? Like, and it goes back to what I was saying about internalizing.
What about sober people?
Well, see,
What about people that are sober?
that's what I'm saying, though. Okay, there's externalizing and internalizing. Okay, and when I turn around and I take a foreign substance into my body, which stimulates my chemicals reactions, then that is a physical thing. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, most people who are sober, okay, and a lot of people get the word sobriety mixed up, being sober mixed up. Sober isn't staying away from drugs and alcohol, it's sober thinking, okay? There's people who are in the Catholic Church that beat themselves with whips, and there's people that starve themselves to death because they think that it's going to make them have this epiphany and they're going to come closer to God and have a consciousness with them, you know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is, all they have to do is live a sober thinking life. You know what I mean? It's good to have your head up in the clouds.
My son.
It's good to have your head.
My
up in the
son was
clouds,
a newborn talking to me.
You know,
through his mind though, like, and he was a newborn. He never had any alcohol, and looked me in my eyes and told me.
You were talking about sober thinking, though. No, let me just say this one thing, and I'll.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I apologize.
Being sober is having your head in the clouds, but having your feet firmly on the ground at the same time. And that's all it is. It's okay to be up there in the clouds, you know, but you need to have your feet firmly on the ground, and that's the way they think. And that's it. There's nothing more complicated about it than that, you know. It's just.
So I had a son that was kidnapped, and before he got kidnapped, he told me he was going to get kidnapped. He couldn't talk. He had no words. He was only 40 days when he got kidnapped. And prior to him being kidnapped from me, he looked me in my face while I was preparing his meal. And he said, "Mommy, we cannot go back to that house. He's going to hurt me if we go back there." And he's talking about his father, who did end up suffocating my child. So it's one of those things. And he never had any drugs. He never had any alcohol. I was completely sober during my pregnancy with him. There was nothing in his genetics to make him have this ability. It was his natural born gift. He was given this ability to communicate with me through his mind. He's the reason why I understand in this ability. Since Plato describes Athens as resembling his ideal state in the Republic, the Atlantis story is meant to bear witness to the superiority of his concept of state. Despite its minor importance in Plato's work, the Atlantis story has had a considerable impact on literature. The allegorical aspects of Atlantis was taken up in utopian works of several Renaissance workers such as Francis Bacon's New Atlantis and Thomas More's Utopia. On the other hand, 19th century amateur scholars misinterpret Plato's narrative as historical tradition, most famously Ignatius Donnelly in his Atlantis, the antediluvian world. Plato's vague indications of the time of the events more than 9,000 years before his time, and the alleged location of Atlantis gave rise to much pseudoscientific speculation
As a consequence, Atlantis has become a byword for any and all supposed advanced prehistoric lost civilizations and continues to inspire contemporary fiction from comic books to film. While present day philologists, okay, while present day philologists and classicists agree on the story's fictional nature, there is still debate on what served as its inspiration. Plato is known to have freely borrowed some of his allegories and metaphors from older traditions, as he did with the story of Gyges, or is it Gyges? Gyges. This led a number of scholars to suggest possible inspiration of Atlantis from Egyptian records to the Thera eruption, the Sea Peoples. Oh, we were just talking about them. The Sea Peoples invasion, or the Trojan War, and that's what we were talking about with Troy. Others have rejected this chain of tradition as implausible and insist that Plato created an entirely fictional account, drawing loose inspiration from contemporary events such as the failed Athenian invasions of Sicily because of the destruction of Helike in 373 BC.
Now, right there is where I stopped reading and everything. Now, before we go on further, I mean, what's your, just on that reading, what's your take of it?
I feel as though he has a way that he knows, like he's making his story based off of current events, true events that actually took place. But he presented it kind of like you're doing with your story, how you do your story every day, because he's making it to where it's an incorporation of stuff that's real, but he maybe might perhaps exaggerated or embellished on some of the details, making it to be more interesting. But in the account too, just because you know how sometimes people can get like visions or get to where they're able to have interpretations of certain type of events based off of like not really realizing where it's coming from, but they're being shown it from other entities and stuff like that. In which regard that could very well be possible. And if it is possible, then I feel as though most likely he wrote based off of his experience, embellished the work just a little bit in order to make it more intriguing. And then that's kind of the part that people attempted to discredit. Also, too, as well, more so, people might have been attempting to disassociate the concept because of its secrecy, just because of the sacredness as well as secrecy of not wanting people to really travel there or to, because I hear it's a very mystical place, and as a result, that usually results in like it can bring you power. And if there was a way to access an extreme amount of power, you would attempt to minimize it or at least keep it hidden as best as you could if you were in a position to be able to, as well as feeling as though you'd be less benefited if you were to expose the true nature of it. Excuse me.
Oh, it's fine. When I look at the stories behind it and everything, the one thing that stands out to me is the fact that it does bring Egypt into the whole equation. Everybody always falls back on Egypt, you know. And for me, what I've learned about Egypt during those times was that Egypt was where everybody went for education. Okay, yeah, they might have had,
and that's right there where the Phoenicians were.
You know, they might have had like the Great Pyramids and everything, and they might not have been the same as the people up in, you know, Europe, like around Greece and Italy was, but they understood that great knowledge came out of freaking Egypt. And there are other things that have been discussed when it comes to now I gotta try to get it off that. I've got the map zoomed in.
Oh, I don't see the map. I was looking at the map on mine. I should have screen shared. I was looking at the map on mine, and I'm looking at its relation to Africa as far as location. And you see where it has Atlantis here, then you see America, and then you see this map makes me feel like it's backwards, because is America not supposed to be on the left and then Africa on the right? Like, what is this about?
I'm thinking that was because of photography. Whenever they took the picture, and then
it's a reflection.
they added it to wherever they added it to, it could have flipped. Now I could be wrong, but that does happen.
Yeah, but yeah, what if it's a
I
deeper
see
meaning?
that too.
I thought I was losing it. I mean, I might still be losing it, but it's definitely made no sense.
I believe I put it down on my my screen share.
Let me see.
Can you see it?
No, my screen is blank on your screen. It's just black. It's not even the chat anymore. Because usually I can see the chat. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. And now I've got to try to get out of out of the picture. Usually I hit frickin' escape and it just does it, but now I guess there's some kind of different code that goes into it.
Well, you're being hacked, severely hacked. That's very well possible. Seems as much as so. But you have 3 screens on here. You do see that, right? It's usually just 2, but there's 3 of them now. Perhaps something's glitching because of that.
The reason for that is because I want on the stream you're gonna see after it's done recording and everything, you're gonna see another screen that shows what I've been going over and stuff like that.
That's what I usually do see, and I think it's so cool because I see our like Jitsi chat on the top of the stream, and then I see what you're usually referring to or reading, like what's never our chat. Like in Jitsi, I can see our chat, but I don't ever see the chat, or at least I never pay attention. But I never see the chat on the stream. I usually see something like the information that you're presenting. So, okay, what you're saying makes sense there. That makes sense.
Now,
but look at and so the sea people, they did just mention the sea people in here as well. Or were you going to say something else? Because I was going to ask about that correlation.
I'm good to go, man.
Okay.
I can.
There is.
Now this right here is kind of what I was talking about. Like this is what they were talking about, and the other continent, there was lost continents besides Atlantis.
Yeah, that's what I was asking you because you said there were other cities that were continents. So what besides Atlantis that are supposedly underwater as well?
Let me pull it up. I want to make sure I got the names right. Let's see here. No, they'll first always mention the lost continent of Atlantis, but like on here you have it's Lemuria. Have you ever heard of the lost continent of Lemuria?
No, I'm looking it up now. Lost
Lemura.
Lemuria. Oh wow! Look how pretty the water is around there.
Now, Lemuria, or Lemuria, was a continent proposed in 1864 by zoologist Philip Slater, theorized to have sunk beneath the Indian Ocean, appropriately by occultists in supposed accounts of human origins. The theory was discredited with the discovery of plate tectonics and continental drift in the 20th century. The hypothesis was proposed as an explanation for the presence of lemur fossils in Madagascar and the Indian subcontinent, but not in Africa or the Middle East. Biologist Ernest Haeckel's suggestion in 1870 that Lemuria could be the ancient home of humans caused of humans caused the hypothesis to move beyond the scope of geology and zoogeography, ensuring its popularity outside of the framework of the scientific community. Occultist and founder of Theosophy, Helen Blavatsky, during the latter part of the 19th century, placed Lemuria in the system of her mystical religious doctrines, claiming that this continent was the homeland of the human ancestors, whom she called Lemurians. The writings of Blavatsky had a significant impact on Western esotericism, popularizing the myth of Lemuria and its mystical inhabitants. Theories about Lemuria became untenable when, in the 1960s, the scientific community accepted Alfred Wegener's theory of continental drift, presented in 1912, but the idea lived on in the popular imagination, especially in relation to the Theosophist tradition. And I also do want to add that I did find a lot of influence with the Theosophical Society when it comes to a lot of the people who discusses this topic, like Graham Hancock.
The people.
Yeah, like Graham Hancock, for example. A lot of the stuff he discusses is has to do with a lot of the things that are closely connected to the Theosophical Society. You know what I mean? So, and there was a big thing that came up in the conspiracy theory net groups, you know what I mean, about him being a Freemason and stuff like that. But for me, I think he's more of a member of the Theosophical Society more than anything else, other than being a Freemason. But the Freemasons, yeah, they believed in.
Wait, hold on.
You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah. No, say it again, because it's like cutting out.
I was like,
you sound like a robot, honestly.
No, what exactly was it that you did?
Yeah, Graham Hughes. No, I don't know him.
Yeah,
that part, I heard his name, but that I didn't know. You're saying he's a Freemason?
No, a lot. There was people that has made comments that he might have been a Freemason, but I see him more as being a member of the Theosophical Society.
Graham Hughes. I'm looking him up now. Is it G? Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah,
It said this man is an actor. Hold on, wait a minute.
Graham Hancock.
This can't be the right person.
Here, I can type the name in the chat for you.
When I look him up, they say that he's the Odyssey Expedition. Is that what I'm looking at?
Getting everything set up and ready to go. Just started Rumble Studio. Getting ready to, or waiting for Beam to fire up. Looks like it's going now. All right. So it looks like it is up and going. Let me go and check the live stream, make sure I can hear my voice. Sounds good on Beam. Mute that out so I don't make too much of a noise. Now I'm going to go on to Rumble, check out my live stream there as well. It has not kicked in yet. Let me hit refresh. Maybe that's something that I have to do. Oh, that's probably because that's not
Oh yeah, that's what it was. There we go. All right, that's going. So now going to X, checking X out. X sounds good. D Live is up. D Live sounds good. Twitch sounds good. And now I'm waiting. There we go. It looks good on Kick. Let me go to dashboard too. That way I can just keep it down on dashboard and go from there. Now I'm checking on YouTube as well. YouTube is sounding good. All right, so everything seems to be working. It's pretty cool, kind of, because like the setting up is a lot quicker, it seems, than what it is on my OBS. Though I'm not going to say that it's better than my OBS because there's a lot of things you sacrifice with it. But okay, so we have another 8 minutes, and that's going to give me some time to go get my quick smoke in, and then I can get some coffee and use the bathroom, be ready to start the stream. Today, I'm doing strange stories, and it's going to be good. It's going to be about the reptoids, guys. Now, this, and I want to say this, well, I'll go ahead and just wait until I get the stream started before I do say it, but I will be back. What I'm going to do is put some groovy tunes on for all y'all cool kids. Let you watch or listen to it. So
long before the rivers knew their name, before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a tongue untamed, a song that time could never claim.
before the rivers knew their name, before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a tongue untamed, a song that time could never claim. Before the mountains whispered flame, a voice was born, a tongue untamed, a song that time could never claim.
them speak and let the first words fly. Let roots take hold, let stories rise. For though their lips have turned to stone, the first time sings, we are not alone.
Okay, I am back. I am ready to go. So let me find out how far along we are here. See if my voice actually. Okay, so I checked the audio. It's still good. So it's time to get to the show. Now, like I said, today is going to be a good episode. It's about reptoids. It was interesting because the other night I was on the show and we were talking about the subject or a subject concerning ufology, and reptoids came up. Now, I'm going to tell you right now before we get started. I was going to say this before I started, but I figured I'd do it now since I started doing the show. Now, reptoids also have a lot to do with ufology. There's a lot of stories, and I'll get into that towards the end of this. But what I want to say is that even though it does pertain to the world of ufology, I'm going to stick to just the reptoids because there's different people with different ideas about reptoids, just like everything else. Some of them believe that they're like alien species, and some people believe that they're just ancient creatures that's been on the earth since the beginning of time, and then there's some people who believe they've been on the earth since the beginning of time and they're aliens. So you have a whole different perspective on that. Right now I'm just going to go over reptoids and what reptoids are. So I'll kind of get into reptoids and stuff and discuss that as well, because it mentions a couple of things that I do want to go over later on with my series, Everything About Aliens, and that's when I want to actually get more into this subject rather than to do it on here. But you never know, you know what I mean? Now I'm on Strange Stories doing reptoids on Wow Talk. I just went over the Nagas. So it may be just something that I have to do. I've been holding off on doing those episodes for a while now. So I may just go ahead and get into this subject. I don't know. So with that all being said, I am just going to get on with the topic. The topic is on reptoids. Now, when you start discussing reptoids, you have to go back to the beginning, where it all began. And the story begins with a guy by the name of George Warren Sheffield. Now, he was born on August the 11th in 1886 in Waterville Township. That's in Lucas County, Ohio. His parents were Warren William Sheffield and Martha Alice Ulrich. Now, on January the 19th of 1912, he ended up marrying Glenn D. Murphy in Des Moines, Polk County, Iowa. Now, after that, in the 1920s, Sheffield relocated to Los Angeles, California, and there he worked as a mining engineer. Now, this is in the 1930s. Afterwards, like 10 years later, this is the time period where he started gaining attention. And that's because of his claims about an underground city that was supposed to be beneath Los Angeles. And this underground city was supposed to be inhabited by an ancient race that he referred to as the lizard people. Okay. Now, from what I found out, he never mentioned anything about aliens or UFOs or anything like that. He just referred to them as lizard people who lived under Los Angeles in underground caverns and that had tunnels and stuff like that. Now, like I said, they were called the lizard people. Now, he also asserted that he had created a device that he called the radio X-ray. He he said that he could detect underground tunnels and gold deposits with it. All right. Now that by itself had been a matter of, or it has been a matter of debate if it was actually used, or if it was actually if it worked. Okay. Now I've had my opinions on that, considering a lot of the breakthroughs that they've had when it comes to archaeology. Now they have a device which, lo and behold, guess what? Can be moved across the ground with wheels and does the same exact thing that what his radio X-ray does. You know, that was back in the 1930s, don't get me wrong, but it seems odd that he claimed to have a device that they have now today in today's world. So that kind of makes me wonder if maybe it did exist, or if it, you know, or if it didn't. I mean, there's a lot of controversy about it. Now, before I get into this, I want to let everybody know that this story has a lot of controversy. A lot of people have just flat out called him a hoax. Some people believe him. A lot of people actually believe what he said. It inspired a lot of people to go further in this topic. But going through and gathering this information, I had to edit out a lot of this stuff because, you know, I don't feel that I need to put anything on that degrades or berates anybody. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to present a story to you. If you agree with it, fine. If you don't agree with it, fine. You know what I mean? Just don't be a dick about it. You know what I mean? It's cool to have your own opinions on something, but just don't be that person is all I ask. You know what I'm saying? Now, he asserted that he had developed a device called the X-ray, the radio X-ray, which he believed could detect underground tunnels and gold, like I said before. Now, after that, Sheffield ended up passing away in November, on November the 7th in 1957. He was in Los Angeles, California. He was 71 years old, and he was laid to rest at Valhalla Memorial Park in North Hollywood, Los Angeles. Now, while specific details about his later life are limited, genealogical records does provide a framework of his personal history, which included his family's background, his marriage, you know, personal endeavors, and then his final resting place. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because, like, you start hearing the story, and it even gets to the point where it's hard to believe that this guy actually existed. Like, was he real, or was he just like a fictional person that somebody, you know, said, my name's George Sheffield, you know, and then he just created this elaborate hoax. So what I did is I actually checked it out, and yes, he did exist. This man was real. He wasn't. He didn't make a phony name to you know, create a hoax and be a con man, basically. So I do know that much. Now George George Sheffield's theory about the reptilian civilization beneath Los Angeles, like I said, emerged in the early 1930s. His claim revolved around an ancient race that he called the lizard people, whom he believed had built this elaborate underground city thousands of years ago to escape a catastrophic event. Now, Sheffield claimed that he was led to the legend by an unnamed Hopi or Apache elder. It all depends on what version of the story you've heard, you know. And this elder who told him of the ancient race of reptilian beings that had once lived beneath the surface of what's now Los Angeles. Um, he I've heard different stories about it. I've heard that it was an unnamed Indian, but then I've also heard that it was a person. Like they actually knew the name of the person, but they couldn't figure out where he was or where he was located. But anyhow, this Apache or Hopi elder told him of an ancient race of reptilian beings that had once lived beneath the surface of what is now Los Angeles, basically. This civilization was said to have been really, really intelligent and highly advanced and technologically superior to any known ancient human civilization. Okay. Now, that story, from what the story is now, has changed somewhat according to like I said, whichever version of the story you've heard from, because some people make it out like they're like just reptilians that live down under the ground and come up out of the sewers and abduct you and humans and take them down into the ground for food. There's some that believe that they're aliens. Some of them that believe that they're not physical beings, like they can actually go between dimensions and stuff like that. So you have different versions of what reptoids are. You know what I mean? Just to kind of put that out there. That way you understand there are different kind of versions of this story. Now, some people still believe that they're highly advanced, and some people still believe that they're basically creatures that come up out of the ground and eat you, so just remember that too. Now, according to Sheffield's version, 5,000 years ago, a great cataclysm, possibly a meteor shower or a volcano eruption, rained fire over the region, which forced these beings to construct vast subterranean tunnels and channels to protect themselves. Now, these tunnels allegedly extend for miles beneath the modern-day streets of Los Angeles. And there's even stories that it goes even farther beyond Los Angeles into other areas of that region as well, which I will get to here in a little bit. But first, I do want to mention that Sheffield, or point out too, that he was a mining engineer, and he claimed to have developed a device called the radio X-ray machine. Before I get into all the other stuff, I do want to talk about this machine because he asserted this device could detect underground structures, gold deposits, and even unknown tunnel systems. Using this technology, he was supposed to have mapped out an extensive network of tunnels beneath Los Angeles, and they were supposed to stretch from Mount Washington to Southwest Washington to like the Southwest Museum to downtown Los Angeles, and then it's supposed to extend towards the ocean near Santa Monica. So this is how elaborate he was saying that these tunnels were right there in Los Angeles. The most intricate portion of the subterranean network, he called, or he claimed, it laid beneath Fort Moore Hill in present-day downtown LA. Sheffield also made claims that it went possibly all the way to Mount Shasta. So this is something that well, if you know anything about California, you know Mount Shasta is quite a bit of ways away from Los Angeles County. So just to let you kind of know there. Now, Sheffield and his supporters believe that these underground tunnels contained hidden gold deposits. They also were supposed to have lost records and other ancient artifacts that were left behind by these lizard people. Now, he hypothesized that their civilization had an advanced system of smelting gold and storing it in vast vaults, which his machine was able to detect. Now, the thing of it is, he even eventually obtained permission from the city of Los Angeles in 1934 to excavate or to do excavations, hoping to uncover like proof of the underground city. But eventually the excavations fell through. Okay, they stopped, and his efforts never like yielded any concrete evidence. Eventually, the project was abandoned. Basically, not long after the project was discontinued, Sheffield just basically faded into obscurity, and details surrounding his personal life became difficult to trace. Now, while there is genealogical records that confirm his death in 1957, he did just seemingly vanish from public records before that, you know. And that led to a lot of speculation about what happened to him and why his excavation efforts were never completed. You know, to this day, I don't think they really have said why they stopped the excavation of it, because some people say they ran out of money. Some people say that the city said it wasn't worth it. You know, that whatever, but they really never had any conclusive reason for why these excavations stopped. They just stopped, or they were never completed, you know. So that is something that is interesting about the whole subject. That's something that I notice a lot of people don't really point out either, is the fact, you know, okay, this and that, whatever, you talk about it. But the point is nobody really knows. There's nothing that's stated why these excavations stopped. You know, it's just speculation on why they stopped. They're like, well, you know, it didn't pan out, so that was never said. So that's something I think is interesting to bring up. You know what I mean? Now, the thing that I want to get into too is besides that fact, is like the conspiracy and stuff like that drew up around it and things of that nature. So I'm also going to be talking about that, as well as the lizard people and things of that nature, you know, and I'll get into a little bit about the tunnel systems and what he actually said the tunnel systems were like, because I did like this story, so I did pull up quite a bit of evidence about it. I wanted to move on to this topic too, away from what I was doing, because this is strange stories, you know what I mean? And a lot of the stuff that I was presenting earlier was a lot of historian stuff, and I have ancient mysteries, so this was the one that I thought would be good after going into what I was doing with the Naga and stuff of that nature. I figured this would be the next logical step to do the reptoids. So with that being said, I'll continue. Now, despite the lack of physical evidence, the lizard people legend endured. It gained traction, and I mean a lot of traction, especially among the conspiracy theorists and the paranormal enthusiasts. Now, over the years, it's been linked to other reptilian theories, including those involving shape-shifting extraterrestrials and global elitists. Now, with that, you can easily guess who I'm getting ready to talk about. It's David Icke, of course, because who's the king of the shape-shifting reptiles, reptoids? It would be David Icke, so. Except for he didn't call them reptoids. Now, some modern urban explorers claim that Los Angeles does have a hidden network of tunnels, but these are generally linked to like old sewage systems, Prohibition-era smuggling routes, and Cold War bunkers, rather than an ancient reptilian civilization. Nonetheless, Sheffeld's claims remain one of the earliest American urban legends involving underground reptilian beings. In his radio X-ray machine, it continues to be referenced in alternative archaeological circles. People like to call it pseudo archaeology and stuff like that, but I really don't like saying that very much. You know what I mean? So I'll just call it alternative archaeology circles. So now Sheffield's radio X-ray machine was a device he claimed could detect underground tunnels and gold deposits in hidden chambers, like I said. Now, that was by using some form of electromagnetic resonance or radio waves, something of that sort. But the thing of it is, you have to understand there has been no verified scientific explanation providing how it actually worked, and no surviving examples of the device itself exists today. Like, nobody knows anything about this. Now with me, I have a tendency of being suspicious even when it's stories like this, like Tesla. Okay, I've mentioned it before with him and his death. Yeah, he was old, but the stories that they say about how he died and how he died poor in a hotel room, penniless, that sounds more shaky to me. You know what I mean? Because the guy was a genius. You're telling me that he couldn't repair, freaking radios for a living so that he can make money for himself. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. And there's just so many other cases like that where the stories don't add up. And this is one of them, you know what I mean? Like, the guy's X-ray device just disappears without a trace. So, I mean, just being the devil's advocate, all I'm saying is, what if something was found, the excavations halted because they found something that was really, really horrific, and they never wanted it to reach the surface, you know what I mean? So it could be something like that. You just don't know. So I did want to mention that and bring it up. But they say there's no surviving examples of the device that exists today. Now, according to Schaffel, the machine was composed of the following key components. It had a cylinder chamber that contained a series of dials, gauges, and electronical circuits. It also had metallic probes or sensors that were lowered into the ground. Now, then there was a receiver or a screen that supposedly displayed underground structures as patterns or silhouettes. Now, after that, a tracking system is also something that he claimed he had that could trace the path of tunnels beneath the ground. So it's kind of interesting. Like I said, back then, I know it was back in the 1930s, but now archaeologists have tools like that they can use today for tracing or finding out where there's archaeological finds under the ground without actually having to dig it up. They use them all the time. You can see them in crap loads of documentaries, So that's something that I noticed whenever I went through this, So it could be some type of lost technology that, or stolen technology that that people aren't or wasn't supposed to know about until here recently, within the near future, or near past, whatever you want to call it. But I do find that that's kind of odd. And I have a habit of looking at things like that, and I know that a lot of people don't look at things in the way I do, because like when it comes to like ancient history, for example, I love ancient history, and when I'm reading about ancient history, I don't think of things in today's mindset. For some reason, I put myself back there in that time period, and I think this is how they lived, and I actually can understand that and relate to it. You know what I mean? And it's just like back in the 1930s. Like these people didn't live the same way we did. They didn't have the things we did. Like this groundbreaking technology that has dials and gauges and electronical circuits that could go across the surface of the ground with a receiver and a screen that could display it underground tunnels and stuff. That was just unthinkable back then. But today, it's no big deal. So, I mean, I know that that's probably just me talking, but that's just the way I've always been about it. I've always been interested in stuff like that. Now, Sheffield never fully explained the scientific principles behind his machine. He suggested that it worked by detecting energy signatures, possibly based on residual radiation or magnetic waves emitted by underground objects. He claimed that it could penetrate miles below the Earth's surface too, allowing him to create detailed maps of these hidden structures. Now, one of the most unusual aspects of the device was its supposed ability to detect gold deposits at really great depths under the ground. Now, Sheffield believed that the gold emitted like a unique frequency of energy, or like an energy field that his machine could pick up. This is what led him to claim that the underground city of these lizard people contained like vast vaults of gold. And he created several hand-drawn maps based on the readings from the device, supposedly. And it was supposed to be showing an extensive underground city with like multiple rooms and passageways and gold repositories. And these were all supposed to be beneath Los Angeles. Now, despite all these claims, no known scientists or engineers were ever able to verify that the radio X-ray machine actually worked. There's also no record of any patents. There's no technical blueprints. There's not even like peer review studies associated with the device. After Sheffield's excavation efforts were abandoned, his radio X-ray machine disappeared from public record. No known examples of it exists today, and it remains one of the more mysterious aspects of his legend. And I agree. When I first heard about this machine, I was just as fascinated with the machine as what I was with the underground passages too. You know what I mean? So that was one thing that really did stick out to me when it comes to that. I need to actually get my streams back to where they need to be as well, because I just realized that the chat for Beam wasn't available to where I could see it. All right, now the chats are open if you guys want to make a comment about what the topic is. I am reading them. I'm able to read them too, so I'll come in and I will check these chats out as I go. So, and I can also see the chat for Rumble, and I believe for Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, I believe I can see on my Beam stream. So that's weird saying that. But anyhow, if you guys want to leave comments and stuff, I would be more than happy to talk to you. So now, the thing about it is, it does remain one of the more mysterious aspects of the legend. Now, while his maps and some photographs of his excavation site have survived, the machine itself remains an enigma. Basically, it left more questions than answers, in my opinion. So, with that, I wanted to kind of go over Fort Moorhill. Now, this is basically right around in the downtown Los Angeles area. I don't suggest that anybody ever go to the downtown Los Angeles area, because I've had a past history of drugs and alcohol. And I actually had the privilege of spending time there homeless. And I'll tell you right now, that is not the place where you want to go. That is not the place where you would want to imagine reptoids under the ground, dude, while you're homeless on the streets with the drug and alcohol problem. Trust me, it's not good. So let me just leave it at that, and I'll continue with it. Now, Fort Moorhill was once a prominent elevation in downtown Los Angeles, and it has a rich history which is intertwined with the city's development. It was established during the Mexican-American War. The fortification was constructed by U.S. troops to secure the area after the capture of Los Angeles in 1847. Now, over time, the hill became a significant landmark. It hosted various structures and served as a residential area. Now, in the early 20th century, as Los Angeles began to expand, Fort Moorhill was seen as more of an obstacle to like urban development and everything. Now, to facilitate growth and improve transportation, the city undertook a lot of projects to modify the landscape. Now, in 1901, the Broadway Tunnel was constructed beneath the hill, which connected Temple Street to what is now Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Now, this tunnel aimed to ease congestion and improve access between different parts of the city. Now, regarding subterranean features, the Broadway Tunnel is a documented example of infrastructure below Fort Moore Hill. Now, additionally, in 1933, Warren Sheffield claimed to have discovered an extensive network. You need to realize that too. Now, he believed that they were like remnants of the ancient civilizations that he referred to as the lizard people, basically, is what it is. And we just talked about like the radio X-ray. So he had made that claim, but his excavation didn't yield any evidence at all whatsoever. Now, beyond the Broadway Tunnel, there's been no substantial evidence of other tunnels, caves, or subterranean pathways under Fort Moore Hill. That's the only thing that they've found there, and that was the Broadway Tunnel. And that's it. Now, the hill itself, it also underwent significant alterations, including partial excavation and grading, to accommodate the city's growth. Now, today the area is marked by Fort Moore Pioneer Memorial, which commemorates its historical significance and stuff like that. But that is basically the only tunnels that they claim is there is the Broadway Tunnel. Now, the thing I want to really get into now is the catastrophe and everything. The catastrophe that was supposed to have happened. Now, Sheffield's theory about the lizard people in their underground city beneath Los Angeles, it regarded a great catastrophe that forced an ancient civilization underground, right? So the story was reported in the Los Angeles Times on January the 29th, 1934. And it presented like a fascinating legend for people about a firestorm or meteor shower or something like that devastated the surface world. And this was supposed to be in ancient times. And see, back then, people jumped on that. They loved stories like that, like Mark Twain, Huckleberry Finn, all of that. I mean, people love that. People don't even know that Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens was notorious for stuff like this. Like, he would go from town to town because he was usually getting chased out of one town to the next one because he would write outlandish stuff that would just grab people's attention, and that was something that people loved. They loved hearing these stories, and they would go nuts over them. So you had that going on too. You know what I mean? And one day in Los Angeles on July the 29th, 1934, here came this story out of the Los Angeles Times. This legend about a firestorm and meteor shower that just devastated everything on the surface of the planet way back in ancient times. So you can tell, you know that a lot of people were pretty fascinated by that. Now, according to the legend that was told by Sheffield, who claimed to have received the information from a Hopi elder. Okay. And yeah, the guy's name was Chief Little Greenleaf. A great firestorm or meteor shower was supposed to have devastated the surface world, which was supposed to have happened thousands of years ago. This calamity, according to the tale, either resulted from cosmic events or a war involving advanced weaponry, according to some. Now, they start talking And this starts getting into the whole thing about Atlantis and Mu or Lemuria. Lemuria. Well, see, I believe that Mu and Lemuria were two separate areas. I don't believe there's some people who believe that they were the same, but I believe that Lemuria and Mu were originally supposed to be two separate spots. But right here is where you start getting into the Atlanteans at war with the Lemurians. And that is where the advanced weaponry comes from. And I had just finished up on what we were talking about with that on everything about aliens. If you guys are interested in checking that out, me and Austin Todd and Mr. Robot did a little bit on that. So we've got a playlist on YouTube. If you guys want to check that out, just go to The Wonderful World of Weirdness and check out the playlist, and you'll see everything about aliens. And that'll have all that information in there if you want to see it. It's pretty interesting. It goes back into old Hindu beliefs and religions. It talks about underground caverns, underground worlds, things of that nature. So, now the legend suggests that a massive meteor shower or comet impact ignited vast fires across the land, turning the entire region into inhabitable wastelands. Now, this disaster led to a great loss of life among surface dwellers, which forced the survivors to seek refuge underground. Another version of the legend also hints at a war between civilizations where one faction unleashed devastating weapons that set the world ablaze. I've heard different stories to that. Lemuria was supposed to have been real close to Earth and the way things worked with nature. And they would attack the Atlanteans, which is what caused Atlantis to sink into the ocean. But the Atlanteans had devastating weapons as well. And a lot of stuff relating to the Hindus' belief systems also indicate powerful weapons of the gods, and they are what is believed is going on there with the Atlanteans and a few other factions. But that's all, like I said, in the Everything About Aliens series. So that's where all this is. I just wanted to skim across it, and I ended up running my mouth and saying more than what I really wanted to let out, you know. But that's basically the gist of it, where all of that comes from. Now, the destruction was described as far-reaching flames resembling a nuclear inferno. Okay. This is supposed to have scorched the earth and made it impossible for life to continue on the surface. Now, this also goes according to ancient Indian folklore as well. Now, according to the story, a race of highly intelligent reptilian humanoid beings who were referred to as the lizard people foresaw this disaster, and they built a massive underground city beneath what is now Los Angeles, as well as beneath other parts of the American Southwest. Now, the city was allegedly constructed using advanced engineering and chemical techniques that allowed them to melt rock and carve out vast chambers and tunnels. Now, these underground structures were designed to protect against the firestorm and that ravaged the surface world. Now, the tunnels and chambers were said to have stretched for miles beneath Los Angeles, extending from Fort Moore Hill to Mount Washington and even beyond. Now, some interpretations of the story suggest that golden tablets containing knowledge of this lost civilization were stored deep within these subterranean chambers, too. Now, one of the most intriguing aspects of Sheffeld's theory was that the lizard people supposedly left behind these golden records. There were thin sheets of gold engraved with ancient knowledge, astronomical records, and a lost history. Now, these records, according to the legend, would reveal the true origins of humanity, the great catastrophe, and the secrets of the cosmos. Now, Sheffield believed that these golden tablets, which are buried in the vaults, or were buried in the vaults, were the key to unlocking the mysteries of this lost civilization. Now, some researchers speculate that the story might have been loosely based on like Hopi and Zuni and other Native American myths that also describe an ancient race retreating underground due to this great catastrophe. Now, what they're meaning by that is the Hopi legends speak of the time when their ancestors sought refuge underground to escape a cataclysm. Yeah, but they were guided by a race of underground dwelling beings that were ants. Now, after gaining attention in 1934, Sheffield's excavations at Fort Moore Hill abruptly ceased. There was no evidence of tunnels, golden tablets, or reptilian humanoids uncovered. Soon after, he just vanished from public records. And that, like I said, led to speculation that he either abandoned his project, maybe he faced legal issues, or perhaps he was forced to stop his work by some unknown parties. You know, you never know. It could have been any of those things altogether. Now, Sheffield supposedly mapped the underground city beneath Los Angeles, which he claimed had been uncovered through his use of the radio X-ray device. Now, this is one of the most interesting aspects of his theory, about the lizard people. The maps was said to reveal like this complex network of tunnels and chambers. And this was supposed to have been designed by an ancient race of reptilian humanoids. And it was supposed to stretch under the city. Now, the maps allegedly depicted a vast subterranean city, which he described as being highly organized and strategically constructed. It was said to be several hundred feet below the surface of Los Angeles, too. So this is like several hundred feet below the surface of Los Angeles, with like intricate systems of tunnels and chambers and vaults that were designed to protect the ancient inhabitants from this catastrophe, this firestorm or meteor shower that was supposed to have decimated the surface world. Now, the main tunnels in Sheffield's map were said to run east to west, with each one stretching for miles beneath the city. The tunnels were described as wide enough for carts and large machinery to pass through, indicating a high level of engineering sophistication. Now, the tunnels followed a mostly straight path, though there were sections that where they turned like sharply, and they possibly led to like different sections of the underground complex. Now, the tunnels weren't just functional; they were also, but they also included elaborate architectural features, such as arched ceilings, intricate carvings, and even spaces marked as temple or ritualistic areas. Now, one of the most important features of the map was a central vault, believed to be located in a large chamber beneath Portmore Hill, a prominent location in Los Angeles, too, by the way, which is downtown. Now, Sheffield believed that this chamber contained golden tablets, the golden tablets I was referring to, and these tablets held knowledge of the ancient lizard people. Now, the vault was reportedly buried deep underground, possibly around 500 feet below the surface, with the entrance to it being protected by elaborate defenses, including dead ends and false passages meant to confuse intruders. The directional layout of this vault led to multiple rooms, some said to have advanced technology or mysterious artifacts. The map also depicted numerous branching tunnels that extended out from the central vault, each one leading to different parts of the underground city. Now, these tunnels were reported to be narrower than the main passageway, but still wide enough to be navigated. Now, some of these branching tunnels supposedly led to other chambers, some of which were believed to have been used for storage or ritualistic purposes as well. And others to residential areas where the reptilian inhabitants lived. Now, Sheffield described finding hidden passageways that led to areas not marked on any conventional maps. Now, these areas were supposed to be part of a secretive inner sanctum used by the ruling elites or the priests of the underground civilization. These chambers were said to contain unusual artifacts too, such as strange statues, ancient relics, or possibly even preserved bodies of the reptilian beings themselves. There were also mention of secret routes possibly leading to the surface, exits and stuff like that. That the ancient inhabitants would use in case of emergencies or to escape surface level dangers, things of that nature. Now, Sheffield also reported about the scientific directions of, specific directions of the tunnels and their exact measurements. Were detailed but somewhat inconsistent. They were based on description. They were based on his descriptions. Based on his descriptions, the underground city had sections aligned to cardinal directions, with major tunnels running to four primary directions: north, south, east, and west. Northwest, southeast, and northeast, southwest. Now, this suggests an extremely well-planned and organized network that may have been built with the intention of ease of movement and defense. East-to-west tunnels were said to be the main thoroughfares, though. They connected the most critical parts of the underground city. Sheffield described how these tunnels led from the central vault, branching off towards other districts or chambers. Now, according to Sheffield, the second tunnels running north and south, or at diagonal angles, were used for service accesses or led to smaller residential areas. Now, these were narrower and more winding, which suggested they were less important than the main thoroughfares. Some passages Sheffield claimed ended abruptly, and they were supposed to have false walls or hidden doors, which are supposed to be used or designed to confuse invaders um, or like uninvited guests. Now, these were meant to keep outsiders from finding the most important chambers, supposedly. Uh, that's about the best that I've been able to find when it comes to information pertaining to these tunnels. There's a little bit more, but that was what I can tell you is Sheffield was quite specific about the depths of the underground city. You know, he stated that many of the chambers and tunnels were located deep beneath the surface, often several hundred feet, below the earth. He also mentioned that some of the more shallow tunnels were reported to be located at like 100 to 200 feet below the surface. These were said to be closer to the surface and connected to more accessible areas. The most critical tunnels and vaults were supposed to be found like 500 feet or more below ground. Now, these deeper sections were thought to have been designed as secure locations for the ancient artifacts and knowledge tablets that Sheffield sought to uncover and find. A particularly significant section of Sheffield's map was the series of tunnels under Fort Moore Hill. This area, now part of downtown Los Angeles, was supposedly home to the central underground city where the most valuable discoveries awaited. Okay. So according to Sheffield, the main tunnel under Fort Moore Hill was meant to act as the entrance point to the underground world too. From there, explorers could navigate through various branching tunnels that connected to this central vault and other areas of the city. Now, Sheffield claimed that the tunnels ran for miles, connecting Fort Moore Hill with areas around Mount Washington and even further. Though, like I said earlier, no direct evidence of these claims ever emerged. Sheffield's map was not an artifact he physically found. Instead, he used his radio X-ray device, a method that he claimed could detect underground features by sending radio waves into the earth. These waves would bounce back, revealing the presence of underground voids or materials like gold. And I also want to, elaborate more on the Hopis, the Hopi National American tribe, known for their spiritual and rich mythology. They also have a legend that speaks of serpentine reptilian beings, often referred to as serpent gods or snake spirits. Now, these share similarities with themes in other indigenous and ancient mythologies as well, including the Mayan. However, their legend is unique to their own culture. I do have to say that. And they don't describe these beings as the same kind of reptilians as depicted by like modern conspiracy theories, though. Instead, the Hopi speak of like serpent beings in the context of like spiritual and natural forces. Now, the Hopi mythology involved the ant people and snake spirits as like central figures who played a role in the survival and guidance of the Hopi during various ages of the world. Now, the Hopi worldview divides time into different worlds or eras, with each world being destroyed and reborn. Okay. Now, these serpentine beings were thought to have played key roles during these cycles of destruction and creation. So now, in the earliest world, according to the Hopi belief, the snake spirits or the serpent gods came from the sky or underground realms as well. Now, these beings were described as having human-like bodies with features of serpents or reptiles, possessing long, graceful bodies which were covered in scales, and sometimes with feathered serpents or winged serpents associated with their forms as well. And I'm pretty sure some of you guys will know what that is hinting at. Now, these beings weren't evil, as some might assume, based on later interpretations of serpents in various mythologies. But they were regarded as wise and powerful spiritual entities who possessed great knowledge of the earth and the cosmos. In the Hopi tradition, serpents, particularly the rain serpent, were also symbols of fertility, transformation, and healing as well. Now, during the Hopi's early migration after the First World was destroyed, the Ant people are said to have come to the aid of the Hopi people, guiding them to underground shelters to protect them from the devastation of the world above. Now, in some variations of the Hopi creation story, it's said that the snake spirits also guided the Ant people and were instrumental in leading the Hopi people safely through the chaos of the world's destruction. Now, it's through these underground shelters that the Hopis were preserved, according to their legends. These shelters were described as being deep beneath the Earth's surface, similar to the modern idea of cavernous subterranean realms. Now, the Hopis believe that these beings lived within the earth and watched over them during their migrations and transitions through the world, or through all of the worlds, because they believed that worlds were destroyed and then a new world began. So the Hopis also believed that the snakes' spirits were guardians, sacred knowledge too. These beings were often connected with water, as serpents are traditionally associated with life-giving forces. And in the Hopi worldview, water is considered one of the most important elements that sustains life. The rain snake and the serpent of water were symbols of renewal, vital energy, and natural cycles. Now, the Hopi creation story tells of a time when the serpent gods worked in harmony with the earth's natural forces. This world went through multiple cycles of destruction too, with each era being wiped away by like floods, fire, or other cataclysmic events. After the first world's destruction, the serpents are said to have helped rebuild the earth and the people. They symbolize the restoration of balance, much like how the snake sheds its skin to renew itself. You'll see that in a lot of different cultures worldwide. So it's not just like the Hopi Indians or just the indigenous people of the Americas. It's everywhere. I've been reading like all of these different cultures from way back when, and that's the one thing that they're really big on is life, death, and rebirth. So it's pretty interesting how all of it works out on a world view if you really take a look at it. So according to the Hopis, after the first world was destroyed, the people entered the second world, where they were tested in their ability to live in harmony with the natural world. Now, the serpent gods were still part of this world, and they help the Hopis navigate their environment, ensuring their survival through a series of trials, basically. Now, the third world, which is the current world according to the Hopi beliefs, is a time of great imbalance in the snake spirit, or the snake spirits. They're said to have become more distant from the Hopi. It's in this world that the serpent beings are said to be in hiding, waiting the day when the Hopi people be ready for their return. So now, in some interpretations, the serpent gods were believed to have retreated underground, becoming a secretive and hidden force, watching over the earth, waiting for the right time to reveal their teachings and wisdom again. This in line with the idea of these beings being guardians of sacred knowledge and the forces of transformation. Now, the Hopis believed that when the time was right, the serpent spirits would reemerge to guide humanity in the next phase of evolution, basically. Serpent imagery has remained an important part of the Hopi culture throughout the centuries, too. The snake dance is one of the most well-known aspects of Hopi spiritual rituals, symbolize the connection between the human world and the serpent beings. It emphasizes the spiritual significance of the serpent as a guide and protector. Now, the Hopi and Kachina spirits, many of which represent animals and natural elements, including serpents. Okay. Some of these Kachinas are believed to be the embodiment of the snake spirits, coming to the Hopi people in the form of human serpent hybrids, bringing messages of renewal and survival. Also, the snake dance itself. The snake dance itself is a sacred ritual in which Hopi men dance with live rattlesnakes. It's believed to be a symbolic act of communication with the snake spirits. The snakes are handled with great care and reverence, as they represent the vitality of the earth, and the dancers hope that the spirits of the serpents will bring fertility, rain, and balance to the land. Plus, you don't want to get bit by a snake while you're dancing and manhandling them. That's just not cool at all. You know what I mean? So, while the Hopi and the Mayan cultures are distinct in their practices and beliefs, both share a deep reverence for serpent-like beings. Now, in Mayan mythology, serpents are seen as powerful creatures, okay? Especially the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl. He represents wisdom, creation, and life. Similarly, the Hopi serpent gods are connected to life and fertility and the regeneration of the earth. Now, both cultures viewed serpents not as agents of evil, but as symbols of transformation, knowledge, and the balance of the universe. The concept of serpents being tied to water, rain, and fertility also transcends both Hopi and the Mayan mythologies. It marks these creatures as important symbols of the life cycle and mysteries of what's going on here on Earth, So the Hopi Native American legend about reptilian or serpent-like beings is deeply intertwined with themes of transformation, guardianship, and sacred knowledge and cosmic balance. These beings were seen as both protectors and guides during critical moments in history. They helped the Hopis survive times of destruction and ushered in new cycles of life. Now, while these beings were often serpentine in appearance, they were revered for their spiritual significance rather than feared. Although their story aligns in certain respects with the Mayan serpent deities like Quetzalcoatl, the Hopi's version is more closely tied to their cosmological understanding of the world, their relationship to the earth, water, and the natural forces that sustain life. Now, the legends continue to influence the Hopi culture and their practices. They, 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 they still do the sacred dances and ceremonies as serpent spirits, and it remains a powerful symbol of the tribe's ongoing connection to the mysteries of the earth and these serpent gods and stuff. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Now, after that, I do want to bring up the Snake Brothers. Now, the Snake Brothers are pretty fascinating, and they're also lesser known. They're a lesser known part of Native American mythology, particularly among tribes from the southwestern United States, such as the Hopi and the Zuni and the Navajo. Now, the term Snake Brothers refer to a mythological group of spirit beings or deities who are often depicted as serpentine figures with human attributes, or as beings that embody the essence of serpents. Now, these figures are integral to many ceremonial and spiritual practices and are generally seen as guardians of sacred knowledge, fertility, and healing. While their stories vary slightly, across different tribes, the central themes are largely consistent. The origin of the Snake Brothers is most strongly tied to creation myths and the early pre-colonial spiritual beliefs in various southwestern tribes. Now, in many ways, the Snake Brothers are depicted as having arrived from the underworld or from the sky, and in some versions, they are described as creators or bringers of life. Like many mythological beings in Native American culture, they represent forces of brilliance, duality, and transformation, which aligns them with the broader archetypes of serpents in world mythology. Now, the Snake Brothers are sometimes depicted as male and female pairs, symbolizing a balance between masculine and feminine energies. This duality is deeply rooted in the Native American understanding of the natural world, where opposites work in harmony to sustain life. Now, these brothers often personify nature's cycles, representing life, death, and rebirth in a continual flow. Among tribes like the Hopi, the Snake Brothers are seen as guardians of fertility and rain bringers. In these cultures, the snake is often a symbol of renewal and regeneration. The serpent's ability to shed their skin is a direct metaphor for the earth's ability to regenerate, bringing new life from after periods of dormancy. Now, during sacred rituals and dances, the Snake Brothers are invoked to ensure that the land will be fertile, the crops will thrive, and the rains will come to nourish the earth. In Hopi rituals, for example, rattlesnakes are often used in ceremonies to invoke the Snake Brothers' blessings for fertility and life-giving rains. Now, the Snake Brothers are also viewed as protectors of sacred knowledge. This knowledge often pertains to spiritual wisdom passed down through generations, related to healing practices, natural medicine, and the use of herbs, plants, and rituals for like personal and collective well-being. The Snake Brothers are also seen as spiritual guides who lead individuals or communities even to greater understanding, helping them align with natural rhythms and cosmic laws. Through their teachings, they impart like wisdom about balance, the cycle of life, or the cycles of life, and the need for respect towards nature and the environment. Um, the dual nature of the Snake Brothers is a recurring theme too. On one hand, they are viewed as benevolent figures who bring about life, but on the other hand, they're also associated with dangerous forces, particularly in the form of the rattlesnake or other venomous snakes, which can pose a threat to the unwise or disrespectful. Now, the duality reflects the balance inherent in nature, a balance between creation and destruction. The Snake Brothers, much like other serpent deities, can represent the forces of life and death, showing that death is an essential part of the life cycle, necessary for renewal uh, and stuff like that. Now, in several Native American tribes, snakes are associated with healing too. The Snake Brothers are believed to hold powerful knowledge of herbalism and medicine. They're thought to be no, they're thought to possess the ability to heal illnesses and restore balance to those who are ill or troubled. Now, the process of healing often ties into the broader theme of transformation, as the Snake Brothers' ability to shed their skin is a metaphor for the shedding of old negative energy and pain in order to regenerate and heal. Now, in this way, the Snake Brothers also serve as symbols for personal transformation, teaching individuals the importance of change and the necessity of adapting to the shifting currents of life. Now, through stories, well, actually, stories of the Snake Brothers um, uh, vary widely. Okay, now that depending on the specific Native American tribe. Now, some common motifs and legends have emerged over time, though. One prominent story from Hopi mythology speaks of the Snake Brothers coming down from the heavens to create the first humans. Now, according to this legend, they were the first beings to bring life to the barren earth, okay, and to teach the early humans how to live in harmony with the land. Um, they gave the people the knowledge of agriculture, teaching them how to grow crops and live sustainably on the earth. The brothers were also guardians of sacred places, often guarding like secret sites where life was said to have been created or where spiritual energy resided. Now, these sacred sites were usually caves or underground chambers where the Snake Brothers could be found in their true form. Uh, a giant, no, as giant serpents or humanoid serpents, often possessing supernatural powers, usually. Now, in some Navajo stories, the Snake Brothers are believed to reside in the underworld. Uh, they are said to guard the passages between the physical world and the spiritual realms. And only those who are pure of heart are able to enter their domain. Now, this domain is often described as a cavernous underground world, which is filled with mystical energy, and it's where the Snake Brothers keep watch over the spiritual essence of the earth, basically. Now, in these stories, the Snake Brothers sometimes act as gatekeepers to watch the afterlife, ensuring that those who pass into the next world do so with proper respect and understanding of the forces of nature. Now, the underworld is not seen as a place of torment, but as a realm of transformation where souls undergo a process of purification before being reborn in a new form. In another common theme across various tribes, the Snake Brothers serve as mentors or advisors to heroes on their spiritual journeys. These heroes might seek out the Snake Brothers to obtain wisdom or guidance or power that'll help them overcome challenges. Now, the heroes must often undergo a series of trials before they can gain the favor of the Snake Brothers, of course, and learn the deep mysteries of nature and the universe. Now, one such legend tells of a young warrior who, in his quest to gain wisdom and strength, had to face the Snake Brothers in a ritual of courage. Now, the warrior had to prove his worth by overcoming fear and showing respect to the serpents. If he was successful, he would have been granted knowledge that helped him protect his people and bring balance to the natural world. Things like that. Now, with that being said, I want to get back to G. Warren Sheffield. His work focused primarily on the idea of an underground civilization beneath Los Angeles. And like I said, he attributed it to an ancient race of beings that he called the lizard people. Now, his theory suggested that these beings were an advanced and highly intelligent civilization that predated modern humans, that they had established subterranean cities and complex networks beneath the surface. Sheffield's lizard people theory came to prominence back in the 1930s, though it is important to note that the evidence he presented was largely speculative, and it hasn't been widely accepted or verified by any mainstream historians or archaeologists. All right. And trust me when I say I've cleaned a lot of this up because, like I said, I don't want to make this anything where it's, berating anybody because of what they believed. I don't want to try to assume that this guy was legit or if he was just trying to cause a hoax or anything. I presented a bit of information there about the background of the story when it comes to the reptoids and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So it actually kind of does fit in with like the Hopi and the Navajo beliefs. And I when I first heard about it, it was the ant people. You know what I mean? The reptoids, not so much, but the ant people I do know about. I have heard stories about the about the reptoids when it comes to Mount Shasta. in areas like that, and entranceways into the underworld with Agartha and things of that nature, and the Agarthians. So that's for another story, though. So now, his claims primarily emerged from his alleged discoveries using a radio X-ray device that he had invented. This device was intended to map underground formations, and it was said to have detected tunnels in cities beneath Los Angeles that, according to Shutfeld, were not naturally occurring, but were man-made, potentially built by this ancient underground civilization. So, Sheffield believed that the lizard people had fled into the underground in the aftermath of a catastrophic event, such as a meteor shower or some form of global disaster. This idea aligns with his narrative that the surface world had been devastated by some kind of cosmic event, which forced this advanced race to retreat into the earth for survival. His theory about the lizard people seems to have been influenced by ideas of lost civilizations such as Atlantis, which I'd given you a brief discussion of. And he proposed that these underground dwellers had an advanced understanding of technology, including engineering, astronomy, and even the use of radio waves. Now, as for the lizard people's historical records, Sheffield did not provide any substantial evidence or direct quotes from any written documents that he claimed to have discovered. However, he spoke in vague terms about like ancient records that he believed were left behind by the lizard people. He suggested that these records were encoded in the structure of the underground cities, or the underground city, I should say, perhaps in the form of like hieroglyphs or carvings or symbols hidden deep within the cavern or tunnel beneath Los Angeles. So Sheffield claimed that the lizard people were not only technologically advanced, but also spiritually sophisticated too. He speculated that their society was highly organized and hierarchical, with each member of the civilization playing a specific role within the structure. He proposed that they had masters who were possibly priests or spiritual leaders, and that the entire civilization was based on deep understandings of both science and spirituality. The lizard people, according to Shufelt, were said to have possessed an advanced system of knowledge, which, like I said, included astrology and mathematics as well. I don't want to leave that out. That helped them like navigate and map the stars and Earth and the surrounding regions. Now, Sheffield also suggested that the lizard people had knowledge of highly advanced cosmology, which might have included concepts about Earth's magnetic field, cosmic events, and the natural forces that govern the universe. His accounts of the catastrophic event that drove the lizard people underground is a pivotal element in his theory too. He described the event as a firestorm or meteor shower that devastated the surface of the world. This cataclysmic event, according to Sheffield, wiped out the vast majority of the lizard people's surface civilization, which forced them to retreat underground for survival. Now, the meteor shower or firestorm theory seems to be inspired by like various myths and theories about global cataclysms, including the stories of Atlantis and other ancient lost civilizations that were supposedly wiped out by natural disasters or cosmic events. Now, Sheffeld's theory borrows from these mythological and uh, uh, very fringe ideas, placing the destruction of the lizard people's civilization in a historical context that might have occurred thousands or even 10,000s of years ago. Sheffeld's map of the underground city was the most specific aspect of his claims. He described the city as a vast network of tunnels, chambers, and underground buildings that stretch beneath modern-day Los Angeles. Okay, now these tunnels were said to be well organized, with many of them forming complex shapes and patterns too. According to Sheffeld's theory, the lizard people had constructed their underground city with precision. All right, and he believed that the tunnels followed certain astronomical alignments too, and were used for purposes related to spiritual rituals, shelter, and social organization. Now, Sheffield suggested that these underground chambers might have also been used as both like living spaces and as places where the lizard people conducted scientific or spiritual work. Interesting, Sheffield is also claimed that he had located a keyhole-shaped structure within the underground city that might have been a main temple or spiritual center of the lizard people. He speculated that this area was the hub of the ancient civilization's knowledge and might have contained the records or books that chronicled their history, technology, and their beliefs. Now, the term lizard people itself seems to be a misinterpretation or even a simplification of the more mystical and symbolic figures that Sheffield encountered in the mythological and folklore traditions. Now, the idea of serpentine beings or reptilian gods is not unique to Sheffield, and it can be found in many cultures, including ancient Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, and Egyptian mythology. These cultures often depicted serpents or reptilian figures as being of great wisdom, power, and mystery, and associated with both creation and destruction. So, with that being said, I also want to say that it's unclear whether Sheffield intentionally linked the ancient race of underground dwellers to reptilians or serpentine symbolism for dramatic effect, or whether he generally believed in the existence of a reptilian species. Some have argued that he may have been influenced by the prevailing interests of like mysticism and occultism that was going on during his time. And I mean, it's still around, but not like it was back then in the 1930s. It was really, really deep back then. So, now this was often associated with the serpents, and it associated the serpents with like ancient wisdom and hidden knowledge, which was really prevalent back then. Like I said, Sheffeld's theory about the lizard people, it has remained an intriguing part of French history and alternative archaeology from then until now. While his claims have been widely dismissed by the scientific community, his work contributed to the growth of urban legends and conspiracy theories about underground civilizations and reptilian extraterrestrials. Now, over time, Sheffeld's theories began to intertwine with those of like modern conspiracy theorists who expanded upon the idea of reptilian or overlords that controlled the earth, or beings connected to extraterrestrial beings. So um, that's a thing that you need to think. Now, although there's no solid evidence supporting Sheffield's specific claims, the lizard people theory persists, basically, in our popular culture today. So it's been incorporated into various conspiracies. A lot of science fiction stories too, and ufology. I mean, it's everywhere in ufology. Now, the idea of reptilians beings living beneath the earth has basically become a fixture in conspiracy theory. Um, Conspiracy theory lore is probably the best way of saying it. Excuse me, I'm burping. Now, that sometimes is connected to ideas about like secret governments, alien interventions, and even the existence of like a global elite. That's something David Icke is really a well-known figure in. Like him and conspiracy theory communities and his theories, all of it has inspired like a large number of followers who share his views of the existence of the reptilian extraterrestrials and their control over human affairs. Now, Ike's ideas are often seen as unconventional or controversial, but they found a niche audience, though. I mean, many of his followers embrace his theories as a way of understanding what they perceive as a hidden or secret world. You know what I mean? Like, and they just believe it 100%. Now, I will say that since he's gotten older, he's not talking about the reptilians as much as what he used to, but I really wish he would start talking about the reptilians more now, because like these days it seems like he's more stuck in DMT world, and holding hands and singing Kumbaya and love, peace, and all that stuff, and 5G, and I remember him as being, the guy who talked about, the reptilians, and how the royal family were all reptiles, and hidden shapeshifters that were elitists that were taking over the world, So I don't get too many chances to talk about David Icke, so this is my chance to actually say a few words about it. Now, Ike's central thesis revolves around the idea that reptilian beings, or reptoids, however you want to say it, are shape-shifting extraterrestrials that have infiltrated Earth's ruling elite, controlling world events, governments, and institutions. He believes that reptilian beings have been in positions of power for millennia, manipulating humanity for their own purposes. Some of his followers expand upon these ideas with their own interpretations, often blending Ike's ideas with other conspiracies or mystical beliefs. And there's a few examples of other people that are involved too. Like there's Alex Newald, who is one of the individuals who has publicly expressed his belief in Ike's reptilian theories. Now, he claims to have had a personal encounter with extraterrestrials in the 1980s while living in New Zealand. Now, Newald's account revolves around his experience of being abducted by alien beings and taken aboard a spaceship. where he was allegedly shown images and information about Earth's ancient history. Now, Newald's theory, while similar to Icke's, focuses more on the idea of a spiritual awakening and the need for humanity to understand and break free from the control of these reptilian beings. He believes that these entities have influenced human history by guiding rulers and leaders, controlling the flow of information, and suppressing spiritual evolution. After him, you have Richard D. Hall. And Richard D. Hall is a British researcher and writer who has expressed support for Icke's theories as well. His theories about the reptilian agenda. He's produced a range of videos, articles, and talks discussing how reptilian beings are allegedly involved in human governance, media manipulation, and also mind control. Now, Hall, like many of Icke's followers, delves into the idea of hidden powers behind world events, suggesting that there is a dark elite who are not only influenced by extraterrestrial entities, but may even be shape-shifting reptilian hybrids themselves. Now, his work often focuses on exposing those covert influences and advocating for public awareness. Now, after him, you have Max Egan. And Max Egan is an Australian researcher also, and a public speaker who has voiced support for many of the same ideas promoted by Icke. He believes that humanity is controlled by a hidden agenda, which includes reptilian beings pulling the strings of power from behind the scenes. Now, Egan focuses heavily on the idea that the human race has been subject to a long history of manipulation, with key events such as wars and economic collapse being orchestrated to maintain the power of the global elite. Now, his work is deeply rooted in anti-authoritarian sentiments, as he advocates for a more natural and spiritually aware existence free from the control of these extraterrestrial influences. Okay, so after that, we come to Kathy O'Brien. Kathy O'Brien is a whistleblower who is claimed to have been subjected to government mind control programs, known as MK Ultra, which I've mentioned before on a few of my previous episodes and on other people's shows. But MK Ultra, which she allegedly claims involved her being manipulated by powerful figures. Now, O'Brien, whose work ties into the idea of satanic ritual abuse and government-sponsored mind control, suggests that the elite and political figures who are part of these programs are often connected to reptilian extraterrestrials or reptilian hybrid bloodlines. Now, O'Brien's theories about reptilians or reptilian control are deeply intertwined with her experience of government secrecy, trauma, and the idea that certain powerful individuals are not entirely human, but have been genetically manipulated or are operating under the influence of alien beings. Now, with that, we come to Jordan Maxwell. Now, I think Jaffe has had this big misconception of me when it comes to Jordan Maxwell. He thinks that I believe all the stuff Jordan Maxwell says. Don't get me wrong. Just because I've listened to him and stuff does not mean that I believe 100% everything Maxwell says. As a matter of fact, most of the stuff that I've researched about Jordan Maxwell that he says is not accurate whatsoever, what it was with me was I had a conversation with Jeffy before where I'd said, I like to build computers, okay, so, or fix and repair computers. So there's times where I would be sitting at a computer or repairing computers, and I would be doing it for hours and hours on end, like almost days at a time, it seemed like, and in my own little zone and not focusing on anything around me but that computer. And I'd have Maxwell Jordan on the computer behind me playing in a video. And I would hear Maxwell just start saying, you know why? You know why? It's because you are stupid. You are stupid. You do not know. And he'd just start ragging on the freaking camera, dude. And I would come out of my trance, dude, and I would just start busting up laughing, because he caught my attention. And that is what I remember mostly about him, and believe it or not, you can say whatever you want to about the man, but the man influenced quite a few people. As a matter of fact, Jordan Maxwell was probably one of the biggest influencers for David Icke, to be honest with you, because Maxwell was into a lot of things, man, and you can see that in David Icke with these things that he talked about earlier on when he was talking, things of that nature. So let me start talking more about Jordan Maxwell. Now, Jordan Maxwell was a researcher in occult and mystical traditions, and he had been an influential figure in the alternative research community. Now, though Maxwell does not explicitly embrace all of Icke's reptilian theories, he had often spoken about the hidden forces behind human history, government, and religion. Now, Maxwell suggested that humanity has been influenced by a secretive elite in esoteric knowledge. Has been influenced by secretive elite in esoteric knowledge. And while he focuses more on symbolism and the occult, many of his ideas intersect with Icke's theories. Maxwell had suggested that powerful ancient forces, which could include extraterrestrial beings or interdimensional entities, had shaped humanity's religious and political systems for centuries. One of the most iconic aspects of Icke's theories is the shape-shifting nature of the reptilian beings. According to Icke and many of his followers, these entities can transform from reptilian form into human-like appearance in order to blend into secret, undetected creatures in society. Now, some believe that these beings are responsible for infiltrating human power structures, such as governments, media, and corporations, controlling events behind the scenes. Now, the idea that reptilian beings are able to exert control over Earth's leaders, industries, and media, it's a common thread among followers. Many of Icke's supporters believe that a small group of powerful individuals, some of whom may be reptilians or hybrid creatures, manipulate global events for their own benefit, ensuring that humanity remains under their control. Now, this could involve orchestrating wars, economic crises, or environmental disasters in order to maintain the status quo. Many followers of Icke's theories believe that humanity is on the verge of a spiritual awakening, where people will realize that they are being manipulated by these entities. Now, this awakening is often portrayed as a process of self-discovery, freedom from the control of the reptilian overlords. Some followers view their work as part of a larger cosmic struggle that's supposed to help people wake up from the hidden truths about the world, things of that nature. And like I said, I didn't want to dive too much into the extraterrestrials and the ufology, so I wanted to like skim through it and kind of give you a little bit of an overview of some of the people that are involved, just like a short example of it. These are people who have been inspired, influenced, however you want to call it, but by the story that Sheffield had presented about the reptoids. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, it does go farther back with the Nagas and the Hindu mythologies, if you want to call it mythologies. I like to call them a religion because they do believe in it. It's not like it's a myth. I don't like even calling dead religions mythologies either, because that's what they did. That it was their religion. It wasn't their mythology. So it's kind of offensive. So with that, I am going to go ahead and end that there. If you guys want to hear more about this, or if you have any comments that you would like to elaborate on that I have said, then go for it. Leave something in the comments section so that I can talk to you, because I do mean it when I say it. I love to have conversations in the comment sections. Nobody seems to want to do it. Everybody's like, I don't want to talk to that dude. He's freaking crazy. Especially if you know me, you don't want to talk to me. So I get that. But be brave and leave a comment for me. Let me have a conversation about this stuff with you. If you want to, you can like, subscribe, share, everything that they suggest that you do to help a brother out, because a brother's in need. If you want to donate to me, give me some money, dude. I love money. I really do. I haven't had any money from this stuff, and I love it. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching, and thank you for listening. And I hope you enjoyed. And with that, I'm going to end the stream. You guys have a good day. Bye-bye. In a land far away, nestled between the peaks of the forgotten mountains, there was a cave known only to the bravest of souls. It was said that the cave held a secret power, a crystal that shone with the light of 1,000 stars. Many had tried to claim the crystal, drawn by tales of its magic, but none had returned. The path was treacherous, guarded by riddles and traps laid by an ancient civilization lost in time. One day a young adventurer named Elion decided to seek out the crystal. Armed with nothing but his wits and a heart full of courage, he set out on a journey that would become legend. Elion faced challenges that tested his spirit. He crossed the bridge of
he crossed the bridge of echoes where one's true intentions were revealed in whispers. He navigated the labyrinth of shadows where light and dark danced in a silent ballet. Finally, he reached the heart of the cave where the crystal awaited. But it was not the crystal that was the true treasure. It was the wisdom Elion gained along the way. The crystal's glow was a reflection of one's inner light, a beacon for those who sought knowledge over riches. Elion emerged from the cave not with a physical treasure, but with a newfound understanding of the world and himself. And so the legend of the Crystal Cave lived on, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within. As the embers died down and the lights wraps up in its embrace, remember Elion's journey and know that within you shines a light just as bright as any crystal from the tales of old. Sleep well, for tomorrow is another adventure awaiting to be written in the stars.
On YouTube, it was a song by an old they were one of those bands back in the late 50s with the brass section. I forget what they were called, but the song was called, it was like a 1958 recording of a song called "I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again."
That's like my second favorite one.
And then they had like a band. There was a band that supposedly covered it in the 80s.
Yeah.
And they did like a synth goth mix of it.
Yes.
And but neither one of those bands that did that song ever really existed.
Never existed. All fiction.
Yeah, they never exist. They never really existed. But they take like the AI takes like the sound of an old vinyl record, and it takes voice recognition from people, and then puts these songs together, and then throws the old vinyl sound over it to make it sound old.
Yeah, the one that I was talking about was in the 50s, like you said, and
yeah,
and that one.
I glued my balls to my butthole again.
Not that.
That's what it's called.
The one about Satan.
Oh.
The one about
Okay.
Satan is back in the 50s, and then I glued my balls to my butthole was actually one that I liked too. I thought that was actually pretty funny. That's the bad part, is it's seductive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, but it's not really a good thing, because we're going to start getting a false history. People are going to start thinking these artists really existed. Like a few months back, you remember, Mom, a few months back, I told you that there used to be this British pop star back in the 80s that you may have forgotten about. And his name was, he was called Rank Dong. And I said he was really up there with, he was really big around the same time that Simply Red and George Michael and Genesis and all them were out. And one of his biggest hits was "Teach This Old Dong New Tricks." Remember that? Yeah. And the thing is, you believed me for a minute, because I sent you the link and you listened to the song, but you didn't remember him. And I was like, "That you don't remember him, Mom, because he never really existed." You didn't.
There was a lot of wonders in the 80s, though, so I thought,
yeah.
You know,
I can't believe.
Yeah, I thought
I can't believe you did that.
I was trying to play. That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was trying to play it off like that it was just a one-hit wonder she may have seen on MTV back in the 80s and forgot about.
Yeah.
But in reality, he he never real. I'll have to send Roger that video. That was a funny one, but he never really existed.
And I see like old people that are older than us, like a lot of them are like impulsive liars. Like if I would have done that to my dad, he'd been like, "Yeah, I remember that band." You know, what I mean, he would have point blank lied like he remembered it and shit. So. You know what I mean? Like the fishermen, you know, in the hook, you know, baiting a hook kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and every fisherman catches big fish, you know.
Oh, they always catch a lot of fish, and they're always big ones.
That's the way my dad is.
They're always record setters, you know.
Did they just start like embellishing stuff? And like, you know what? Who I saw that actually is back to Hollywood, but Cher, she was like embellishing all these things. Well, I don't know if she's embellishing. Maybe she really did, but she was like all these guys she slept with and all this stuff. And I'm like, it's pretty gross because like she's what, almost 80 now. And I'm like, nobody wants to hear about that now.
I do. I do. I love gypsy sex, dude.
She's like, I got this new book. And I almost slept with this man and this man, and I'm like, who cares about that now?
Well,
No.
you know, she actually is a gypsy, though, right?
I don't know what.
Yeah, she is.
I've never been too interested in her, but yeah.
Back in the 70s, she came out with this song. Was it
Gypsy
70s?
Thieves, yeah, and that was a good song back in the day.
You know, but that actually, she was a gypsy. I mean, her family are full gypsy heritage, and that right there brings you to another whole category because like a lot of them, or all of them pretty much were converted to Christianity, but at one time they had their roots in magic and
yeah, they did.
You know, and paganism, I don't know if I would go as far as to say paganism, but because nobody really knows where they came from, you know what I mean? But it's
the paganism?
No, the gypsies. They don't know for sure where they came from, so I don't know how you would even say they were pagans, because
yeah.
Were they Romans? Were they descended from maybe some of the barbarian tribes that ultimately brought down the Roman Empire, or?
Well,
maybe
there's old ancient texts in the empire. What? Oh my goodness, I'm having a brain fart. Iran, Persian, in the Persian Empire, where they mention the gypsies, and it goes back into a lot of the Aryan migration patterns. And like today, most people refer to the Romani. You have the Rom, but there's also the Rom, the Dom, and the Lam. There's 3 tribes of gypsy. And the Rom are the ones that everybody knows of, that's up in England and Spain and Italy and all that. Then you have the Dom, which is around India and Afghanistan and countries like that. And then the Lam are the garbage collectors. They're the ones that like to go around and collect garbage because they think they're saving the world by collecting it and organizing it and sorting it out. It's an interesting story. I did a whole thing on strange stories. And, it's a pretty good story, and they have the only language that is discombobulated is the best way of saying, like, there's no root to it, you know what I mean? Like, you can take and try to analyze their language and you can't connect it to an older language.
Because you can trace a lot of other languages back. But not that one.
Those hoodoo women.
Right.
They are too.
Hoodoo women. You want some good? You want some good?
Another thing we could discuss too is the Santa Satan connection. That's one thing. I've always been like really interested that like Santa is an anagram for Satan, but where did that come from? Do you know, Roger?
Well, I've been hearing a lot about that here lately on Jaffe's pirate radio, and like he's big on Santa Claus, and he gets upset because people say that Santa and Satan are the same thing. So, but where Santa came from was it was created by Coca-Cola. Okay, now before that they used to call him Saint Nick. And,
Yeah.
And now Jaffe has a hard time understanding this. That was a change. You know what I mean? Before that, people didn't call him Santa Claus. They called him Saint Nick. You know what I mean? And
He was like a Catholic saint.
yeah, he was a Catholic saint. So
He was in the pantheon of Catholic saints.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I was reading about Krampus. The Catholics, were really pissed about that, and they've always tried to say, hey, you can't talk about him, or Chris Krampus is not real. And, yeah.
Chris Kringle.
The Catholics hate Krampus.
See, and Chris Kringle is another aspect that people don't want to, like when it comes to this whole controversy with Santa Claus. They don't understand Chris Kringle was actually another name that's introduced into it. Not just Saint Nick, but you got Chris Kringle, you got Krampus, and Krampus, isn't it? I don't know if it's Krampus or Krampus.
Krampus, I think.
But,
yeah. I thought it was Krampus, but I'm not sure. I don't know anything about the Krampus.
I grew up in that time of Crump, where all these crazy rappers started crumping, hardcore crumpers.
They were hardcore crumpers.
I have to say that because, like I said, we are on kick, so I have to impress all those younger ones. Talk about how cool. Right. Talk about how cool.
Trying to be cool.
Yeah, that's a bad mistake. That's like saying a dad joke.
Kind of. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I told somebody the other day. Oh, it was Mark. He told me a joke, and I said, "You better not say that to your kids."
Does he have kids?
Huh?
Does he have kids?
Yeah, he's got like 6 or 12 of them. Dude's
6 or 12 of them.
He's like dropping babies like felon, dude.
God.
What, Mark Wozniak?
Yeah, dude. I mean, the dude. Every time he turns around, a baby drops.
I didn't know he had a bunch of kids.
Yeah, freaking. That's the one thing he takes credit for. That's the one thing I'm good at. It's like having babies. Yeah.
That's funny.
I love hanging out with him. He's got some good stuff. But
yeah, I haven't talked to him in a little while.
He's always on. They just finished up that Nancy show, the Vixen's Vault. And
yeah, Nancy Planeta.
Yeah, they had that one on there. And what was it? They have Censorship Sucks. And
yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
So they got that going on, and then there's another guy, Jack. He does this other one that you guys would probably like. They talk about the secret space program and remote viewing, things of that nature.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
That'd be cool.
Well, I know you. I should have said you, but because I know. Yeah. I know the difference between you and your mom. Your mom's not really the remote viewer kind of fan, I can tell.
not as into the CIA secret mine projects and stuff as I
believe it or anything. I just haven't done a lot of, really hasn't grabbed my attention enough, I guess, to investigate it a whole lot. But, yeah, I believe in UFOs and aliens. I think I'm not sure about, because there's too many accounts of that. So.
Well, I want your sanity to be like normal, so I don't.
What, Santa?
Yeah, I know. I said I want your sanity to be somewhat normal.
Oh.
Like
Santa to be somewhat normal.
She just called me Santa.
I mean, you do look like Santa, though, don't you, Roger?
No,
well, I wouldn't say that. My beard is gray.
Do you have a big long beard though? Still, don't you?
Yeah, it's still all the way down past my titties.
Is it really?
Past my titties.
You saw him on there, Austin. Are you watching?
I saw him on the first episodes of Campfire Stories.
Yeah.
That's where I found out what he actually kind of looked like.
I even had the lights out when I did that one, so that it would give that mysterious, evil aura of a horrible wizard saying a scary story.
It looks like there's an ambulance here or something.
Yeah, you look like looks like some kind of cross between wizard and Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
Well, Santa Claus, man, he ain't bringing me no presents. I'm gonna say that right now. Hey.
You're on the naughty list.
I'm always on the naughty list. I like being on the naughty list.
You just get a lump of coal.
No, he doesn't even send that to me no more.
Oh man, you're on the naughty list.
He's like.
You're on the naughty list of the naughty list, so you don't even get nothing now.
Say that in a nice, soft voice. You're in the naughty list.
He pees in your Christmas tree bowl.
You guys are crazy. So I mean, it was almost 9 o'clock, so I was, I'm getting hungry. So we're talking about hunger.
Yeah.
Now
it's that demon.
Did
you now?